morning, daylight providing the proof of shock and aw's massive might. Good morning, I'm Chris Jansing. It is 5 a.m. here on the East Coast, 2 a.m. out west. Let's start with lines in Operation Iraqi Freedom. U.S. Marines are facing fierce resistance in southern Iraq. A Marine captain telling Reuters that there is, quote, a major battle in the western outskirts of Basra. Captain Andrew Bergen says U.S. Marine tanks are engaged with Iraqi forces. The captain says he was not aware of any American casualties, but an armored vehicle used to retrieve damaged tanks was hit by a rocket-propelled brigade. British military spokesman says all 7 crew members aboard 2 Royal Navy helicopters that crashed in the Gulf have died. British Central Command says no hostile fire was involved in the crash. The Sea Kings collided midair over the Persian Gulf. And the death toll rises. 7 Americans have been killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom. 2 Marines in combat in southern Iraq, 4 in a helicopter crash in Kuwait on Friday, and 1 American aboard that Sea King helicopter today. We want to remind you that we recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis for you every 15 minutes. As we said, 6 members of the British Navy, 1 American serviceman, killed when their helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf today. For more now, we turn things over to retired Marine Major Jack Stradley, who has our Military Minute. Major, good morning once again. In those 2 helicopter crashes in 2 days, can we draw any conclusions from this?
Good morning, Chris. The main conclusion we can draw is there are a lot of men and machines in the air over the Persian Gulf, over Iraq, over Kuwait, and unfortunately with that many moving parts, accidents occasionally happen.
What do you think likely happened? What does it sound like to you?
Well, it sounds like exactly that it was an accident. It's under investigation now. It was 4:30 a.m., so it was hours of darkness. May have been flying on goggles, going into a very small landing platform aboard a ship out in the Persian Gulf, and unfortunately someone either miscommunicated or made a mistake, and ultimately it ended in a tragedy.
Yeah, and tell us about this chopper, the Sea King.
Well, the Sea King is actually a very old airframe. It was designed back in the 1950s, but has seen a lot of use with the Royal Navy, with the U.S. Navy for that matter. These 2 particular helicopters were the airborne early warning variety. They're used to, they have a radar on board and some other sophisticated gear to detect low-flying aircraft or other threats to the fleet out there in the Persian Gulf.
Major Jack Stradley with us throughout the morning. Thanks very much. In Baghdad, shock and awe as American forces unleashed hundreds of bombs and missiles over the Iraqi capital. National Geographic Explorer's Peter Arnett is in Baghdad, reporting exclusively on MSNBC. His account as the bombs fell around him.
Just like out of an action movie, but this is real. This is real. This is shock and awe, Tom. Back to you. I'll let you hear it, Tom. I'll let you. These explosions are continuing. Unbelievable. The rest of the palace is being taken out, Tom, to the south of us. Other buildings, at least 30, 40 cruise missiles are coming at this point. One building after another going down, Tom.
نعم شاكر. إذا
أرسلت النيران ما زالت تتصاعد من المواقع التي قصفت.
And so is our crew here, particularly our cameraman, Patrick Mark. Back to you, Tom.
على بعد تقريبا هنا مصور هنا. كثافة نارية هائلة، الانفجارات تتواصل بتوقيت واحد وما زالت
We've been listening to Peter Arnett and his conversation with Tom Brokaw. We continue to see explosions. This should accelerate in the negotiations. General Downing, what is this we're seeing? It's obviously conventional warheads, but...
Tom, those are some of the largest conventional explosions that I've seen.
The main palace building, the main edifice of Saddam Hussein, the palace with huge busts of him, 10 of them around the building, gone up totally in smoke. Just all gone away, Tom. Just blown apart.
20,000 tons of diplomacy.
But wait a minute, this is still on.
Absolutely awesome display of military power. General, is your hunch that these are all cruise missiles, or do these belong to bombers? Are these all cruise missiles, or do these belong to bombers?
I think some of these may well be.
We're feeding. What are we doing, Charles? Excuse me if you're tuning in here. We have pictures of the main palace exploding. We're trying to feed that, but as we're doing that, further north along the Tigris in the region of the Information Ministry, a whole cluster of special operations buildings, also going up in smoke at this point. Huge explosion. This whole riverbank is being transformed as we watch it. Whole riverbank being transformed.
And that is National Geographic Explorer's Peter Arnett reporting for MSNBC in Baghdad. Now, let's go to Central Command in Doha, Qatar, for the latest on the helicopter collision over the Gulf, as well as the coalition push for Basra. MSNBC's David Schuster joins us live with all the details. Good morning again, David.
Chris, good morning. A very interesting situation has developed around Basra. Coalition forces have surrounded that city as the second largest city in Iraq, southeastern portion of Iraq. Two Iraqi divisions have surrendered there, the 51st Mechanized and the 11th Division, but there is yet another division, the 3rd Brigade, the Iraqi 3rd Brigade, which is in the city of Basra, and at this point it has not surrendered. Negotiations are underway. We spoke this morning here on MSNBC with British spokesperson Al Lockwood. Here's part of what he had to say.
I believe that they're attempting to negotiate a peaceful surrender to Basra, which will reduce the loss of life to both civilians and military personnel on the Iraqi side. We hope very much this can be successfully completed. But I say again, I have no further picture on events at Basra at the moment, but we remain hopeful that there will be a peaceful conclusion.
Now, Captain Lockwood went on to say that if, in fact, the surrender is not accomplished, that coalition forces were prepared to go in and essentially take the city by force if necessary. It's not clear how much time they're going to give that Iraqi 3rd Brigade in order to surrender, but as you just heard, negotiations continue at this hour. Now, regarding the two Navy Sea Kings that collided, we're told that they collided within sight of the ship that they were leaving from. These were two helicopters whose mission was essentially to provide some surveillance, to watch for low-flying Iraqi aircraft over this particular part of the southeastern part of Iraq. They apparently collided within sight of their own ship. A search and rescue effort was launched immediately, but we're told that the crews, there was nothing that could be done. There were 6 British crew members on board these two helicopters, 3 on each, and the Pentagon tells us that there was one U.S. Navy officer who was acting as a liaison between the Americans and the British, who was also on board, and he was also killed. 7 people killed. And finally, Chris, we're told that by officials at the Pentagon that by the time General Tommy Franks has his briefing, which today will happen at 5 o'clock local time here, or 9 o'clock where you are, 9 o'clock in the morning. By the time he has that briefing, coalition forces will have fired more than 1,000 cruise missiles, both air-launched cruise missiles and cruise missiles launched from some of the ships in the Mediterranean. 1,000 cruise missiles, and to put that in perspective, during the entire Gulf War, that is 3 times as many cruise missiles as were fired during the entire length of the Persian Gulf War 12 years ago. Quite a display of firepower now, just 2 days into this war. Chris?
This has been remarkable to watch. Never before has America or the world been able to see so basically up close and personal the way a war is developing. On the other hand, this will be the first briefing by Tommy Franks. What is being said there about why it's taken till day 3?
Chris, it's a great question, and in fact, some of the British and Australian counterparts that General Franks has here at Central Command have not been very happy that it's taken this long. They had hoped to have a briefing yesterday. The reason that was given was because General Franks apparently did not want to undercut Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who was briefing yesterday. We're also told that Franks was busy with what he was doing, and he was not prepared to give a briefing to the press, that he was too busy with the ongoing operations. But in any case, General Franks will be talking today. It's unclear how much he's going to be able to say. The main strategy here from U.S. Central Command has been something that you recall Michael Deaver, a former Reagan aide, once said, that if you let me provide the pictures, I'll let you tell the story. And that has essentially been the strategy here at Central Command. They have the reporters who are embedded with various units all over Iraq. They're providing some very compelling pictures that are telling a great story. But as far as the overall picture here at U.S. Central Command, they've been very reluctant to provide some of the sort of details of sort of the flanking maneuvers, where the divisions are going, and that's the same sort of reluctance we're expecting here from General Franks today. So it's unclear how much information we'll get out of him, but at the very least, he is coming here to talk a little bit about the operation so far. We expect an update perhaps on the negotiations over Basra and also on the U.S. forces that are making their way towards Baghdad. Chris?
David Schuster at CENTCOM for us. Thank you very much. We want to let you know that we are waiting for British Defense Secretary Geoffrey Hoon, who is going to be at London's Ministry of Defense, and we are going to oh, it is up now? Do we have Jeff Hoon? Let's go live then to London's Ministry of Defense, and he is having a briefing now. Let's listen.
The cause of the accident is being investigated, and although this will be of no comfort to the families concerned, the crash is not believed to be the result of enemy action. I hope that you will understand why we cannot give further information until next of kin have been contacted. With regard to yesterday's CH-46 helicopter crash, the Iraqi armed forces responding to this and recognizing that there is no need for them to fight for Saddam Hussein. Through ground maneuver, we are rapidly securing Iraqi territory. Again, as you will have seen from reporting overnight, the Iraqi 51st Division has stopped fighting. The US Army's 5th Corps has secured 2 bridges over the Euphrates. Admiral Boyce will say more about events on the ground in a moment. But last night was, of course, dominated by the air campaign, and in particular by attacks on targets in Baghdad. I want to say a little more about the underlying purpose of that campaign. It has sought to meet a number of objectives. As far as possible, we have been attempting to minimize the risk of the Iraqi regime using its weapons of mass destruction. First and foremost, this has required attacks on the regime's ability to communicate and exercise command and control over these weapons, as well as attacking potential delivery sites. A particular focus has therefore been on communications facilities, both within Baghdad and throughout Iraq. I want to show how we are aiming to inflict damage on the Iraqi regime itself, whilst leaving civilian infrastructure intact. This first slide shows a map of central Baghdad. Many of the key regime facilities are concentrated in the center along the west bank of the Tigris River. In the box, which in a moment will be highlighted in greater detail, you will be able to see the concentration of so-called presidential palaces and regime headquarters in one particular area of the city. All along the river bank is in effect an area closed to ordinary Iraqis, populated by senior figures in the regime from which they operate. And our attacks, therefore, have sought to send clear signals to that regime that it can no longer exercise its tyranny over the Iraqi people. By isolating regime leaders from security forces under their control, we're sending a very clear message, a message that they can no longer exercise control through the threat of force, a clear message as well to the ordinary people of Iraq that the days of this appalling regime will soon be over. Finally, in order to facilitate such attacks and enable close air support to our ground forces, it has been necessary to achieve air superiority by reducing the threat from the Iraqi integrated air defense systems. And again, I want to give you some general examples of the kinds of targets that we have been attacking. They include, as you see here, intelligence and security organizations, which are instrumental in the repression of the Iraqi people, command and control structures, for example, bunkers in the so-called presidential palaces, Iraqi military capability, for example, surface-to-surface weapons, and their integrated air defense system, radar and surface-to-air missiles. The targets have been selected for the effects that will be achieved, rather than to produce physical destruction for its own sake. In considering every pre-planned target, we go through a rigorous process of weighing the military advantage against the danger to civilian life and property. I personally oversee this process. Let me illustrate this point with 2 examples of the types of targets which our forces attacked last night. The main headquarters of the Iraqi intelligence service in Baghdad, a key part of the regime's intelligence and security network, was attacked last night the United Kingdom Tomahawk missile fired from a British submarine. This was a carefully targeted strike which will have had significant effect on the ability of the Iraqi intelligence service to contribute to the internal repression carried out by Saddam Hussein's regime. Attacks on this and other Iraqi intelligence service facilities will remove from the Iraqi regime a key source of its power, reducing the potential threat to coalition forces and reducing its ability to terrorize the people of Iraq. We also carried out a successful attack against the main sector air defense bunker in Kirkuk. This operations center provides command and control for Iraqi Air Force interceptors and strategic surface-to-air missiles. By destroying or disrupting the operations center, we gain and maintain coalition airspace superiority, reducing the risk to our aircraft operating in the area. I was asked at yesterday's press conference how we resolve the apparent dichotomy between our commitment to the use of minimum force and the overwhelming nature of the air campaign. I hope that what I have said today has addressed this issue for you. The use of overwhelming force during last night's attacks was not designed to turn Iraq into a wasteland. Rather, it was aimed at inflicting damage on the Iraqi regime whilst leaving civilian infrastructure as intact as possible. As last night's dramatic television coverage showed, the lights stayed on in Baghdad, but the instruments of tyranny are collapsing. Mike?
Thank you, Secretary of State. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as you've heard from the Secretary of State, coalition forces have continued to make significant progress in all environments. But before I give you some details about our campaign so far, I'd like once again to echo the words of the Secretary of State and send my deep condolences to the families of the servicemen who lost their lives last night in that mid-air collision between two of our helicopters in the Gulf. Well, we did have a huge increase in activity in the scale of our coalition effort last night, and this tightening of the screw on Saddam's regime included the high-intensity attacks on targets in Baghdad and Kirkuk and other areas along the lines the Secretary of State has described. And in terms of scale, I can tell you that as of early today, coalition air forces have flown some 3,000 plus sorties and delivered a very large package of precision weapons, including the Tomahawk missiles, which are fired by our own submarines. Now, let me give you some more detail about other operations. Some of you might have expected there to have been some sort of pause to coalition progress, but this has not been the case. In the Basra area, the Iraqi 51st Division has surrendered, and we have many thousand prisoners of war. Seven armored brigade, the Desert Rats, have been very much involved in the approach to Basra, and they're on the outskirts at the moment, and they'll be consolidating their position today. Further off to the west, the United States 5 Corps advance has gone well, and they've reached beyond Talil airfield in the Nasiriyah area, and they've secured also bridges over the Euphrates, and they're well placed now for rapid exploitation towards the north, the west, and of course Baghdad. Meanwhile, back in the south of Iraq, 16 Air Assault Brigade is now on the move to occupy the southern oil fields and consolidate our position there, the coalition position there. And with these oil fields now firmly in coalition hands, our UK engineers are now at work making safe the wellheads which had been prepared for demolition. And we're also expecting contractors to help them today. We believe that 9 wellheads will need the services of the contractors. We've had specialist UK teams trained to deal with explosive ordnance disposal, and RAF and Royal Tank Regiment NBC teams also deployed forward with the United States regimental combat teams. The report all over the oil infrastructure is that practically all of the oil and gas separation platforms were mined or booby-trapped. It doesn't say a lot for Saddam Hussein's thoughts of his own people that he's prepared to blow up his entire economy. The challenging task of making all these areas safe is now well underway. So the southern Iraq oil infrastructure has been captured intact by the coalition, and it certainly averted the potential possibility of environmental disaster. And it really does raise the hope that Iraq's natural resources can be turned back to the advantage of the Iraqi people. And of course, this is so important for the oil for food program. On the maritime front, there are a number of challenges, but the biggest is the need to ensure that seaborne access to Qusar port is safe to allow humanitarian aid to flow quickly into southern Iraq. On the Al-Faw Peninsula, operations by 3 Commander Brigade restarted at first light this morning to secure the entire area. But the sea mine threat in the waterway there is real and must be dealt with first. And so our mine countermeasure vessels are on the job. HMS Brocklesby, Blythe, Bangor, they've been at work to ensure safe delivery of that waterway. And we've also had our UK fleet clearance diving teams busy in the port area to make safe any demolitions there. This early start to mine clearance operations, of course, as I said, is to allow access to key shipping, and particularly RFA Sir Galahad, who will be bringing humanitarian relief into the port.
And we're going to take you live back to Qusar in just a bit. We're going to wrap up this press conference. In fact, we're going to jump out of it right now. At the beginning of that press conference, you heard the British Defense Secretary mention a helicopter crash in the Persian Gulf. I want to tell you more about that because an American was involved. Apparently, 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters crashed in midair shortly after takeoff over the Persian Gulf. 6 British crew members aboard, 1 American. Not clear why the American was on board with the British crew members, but all 7 have died. Now we want to talk about Turkey because we have heard that 1,000 Turkish troops are about to go into northern Kuwait northern Iraq, I'm sorry. 1,000 Turkish troops about to go in or already in northern Iraq, and that complicates things for the U.S. military. Let's go live to Silpoli, Turkey, and Frederica Whitfield. Frederica, what have you heard about Turkish troops going into Iraq?
Well, hi there, Carol. Well, indeed, some conflicting reports on whether those 1,500 Turkish commandos have indeed crossed the border and into northern Iraq. Conflicting reports because some of the officials here at the border, which is about 6 or 7 miles from where I'm standing here in Silivri, Turkey, they are saying that those troops have not been able to cross the border. However, some of those same sources are saying that now some Turkish tanks could be soon making its way across the border. Now, of course, you know, this has been a real bone of contention between the Turkish authorities and the American authorities. The Americans saying that this is certainly going to conflict with their planned operations in northern Iraq. Particularly, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said that this is a plan. The Turks' plan to move their troops in would be an unhelpful plan, and that is because Rumsfeld was warning that U.S. Special Forces have been working closely with Kurdish troops in this Kurdish territory of northern Iraq, and perhaps there may be potential conflicts between the Turkish troops and the Kurdish troops, or consequently between Turkish troops and American troops. And then beyond that, the Defense Department is warning that there could potentially be conflicts between the Turkish troops and Saddam forces, who may be trying to take over any rich oil fields in the Northern Territory. Now, all that taking place while we know just hours ago, overnight, Turkish government did finally allow and open their airspace for U.S. military overflights. Now, it was Thursday night when the Turkish parliament agreed and gave the green light, so to speak, to the U.S. military to carry out those operations. But here it took over 24 hours in order to finally open up that airspace. Now, when and if the U.S. flights do take advantage of that open airspace, this is how it would work. From the northern corridor, bombers coming from possibly Bulgaria or even Hungary would be traveling south over Turkish airspace between Istanbul and Tagzal. They would be finding their way south into the northern Iraqi territory. Then from the southern corridor, fighter jets coming from the USS Truman and Roosevelt would head briefly north, avoiding Syrian airspace, then looping around the southern Turkish border before flying overhead, possibly right over here of Silopi, Turkey, and into northern Iraq. Now, there have been no reports of that U.S. military jet or bomber activity as of yet, and I think we would hear it when and if it is to occur, but so far those operations have not taken place. Carol?
Frederica, going back to the Turkish troops possibly in northern Iraq, take us through the history of that. We know the Turks and the Kurds don't get along, and we know that the Turkish government doesn't want any Kurdish refugees in Turkey. Why?
Right. That's right. That's, in fact, one of the things that the Turks want to avoid. They want to avoid any kind of Kurdish refugee overflow like they saw during the Gulf War when 500,000 Kurds crossed the border into Turkish land. Now, the Turks want to avoid that. In addition to that, they want to avert the Kurdish-controlled Northern Territory from gaining independence to becoming an independent state. Already there's a Kurdish autonomy here, but the Turks are afraid that once the Kurds in northern Iraq were to gain independence, then perhaps the Kurds in the Turkish territory may make similar demands, reviving a 15-year conflict between the Turks and the Turkish Kurds. It's very confusing, but it all boils down to autonomy and independence, and that's something that the Turkish government wants very much to avoid, and that is how the Turkish government is justifying its troops heading into northern Iraq. Carol?
And of course, Frederica, right now, Washington isn't confirming that Turkish troops are in northern Iraq, but you got to believe Washington is on the phone with Turkish officials right now trying to straighten out that situation.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat the question because I had a little interference in the phone line that we're using in order to communicate with you. Could you say that one more time?
Sure can, Frederica. I said you have to believe that Washington is on the phone trying to deal with this problem with Turkish officials right now.
Oh, you better believe it. Those talks are ongoing because Washington is still very upset with the fact that the Turkish government has persisted and maintained its position in order to use its troops. And as I explained, Washington sees some real potential detriment for those troops to be moving in. But the Turks feel that they are justifiably keeping an eye out of their national interests, is the way they would like to put it, even though they are now operating unilaterally. And Washington is making that very clear and reminding this only Muslim NATO ally that their movement of their troops is working unilaterally, and they are not a part of the coalition of the willing, and so the U.S. wouldn't be able to protect them in the case of any potential conflict involving all of these various troops that may be clashing in the northern territory of northern Iraq.
Frederica Whitfield reporting live from Silifke, Turkey this morning. Thank you.
And CNN correspondents are all over this region in northern Iraq. Kevin Seitz, Brent Sadler, Jana Raff, all up there. We're going to check in with Brent Sadler, who apparently has some new information this morning. Brent, what's the latest?
Yes, Anderson, lots of loose ends flapping in a gale of diplomatic wrangling, as we heard from Frederica just then. What I can tell you is some details I'm getting from usually reliable Kurdish military sources that suggest that there is now planning well underway to bypass Turkey as far as the U.S. military presence, which is still expected in northern Iraq, is concerned. I understand these details involve a staging post in Jordan now for U.S. special forces that may already have got underway. Maybe as many as 200 special forces flying into Jordan, using that as a staging post to fly across the western desert into the north of Iraq from Jordan. That to be the vanguard, if you like, for a build-up of airborne troops numbering several thousand that could take up to a week to build up. Now this as a result of total exasperation, I understand from my contacts on the ground here, with Turkey's demands that it should be able to put its troops into northern Iraq at the same time as the US would deploy from Turkish soil or use Turkish airspace. Now the Kurds, on the other hand, are also outraged by Ankara's continuing justification for putting troops into northern Iraq on those two grounds that Frederica was talking about. One, the fear of a Kurdish refugee exodus, as we saw back in 1991, and to stabilize the area against possible independence-seeking Kurdish terrorists. Now the Kurds say, look, turn the clock back to 97, more than 5 years ago, the Turks have had 800, 1,000 soldiers already on the ground. They have a small airbase at Bamani in the north of the country. And the Kurds are actually disputing the figures that Ankara is putting out right now. They're denying that there are as many as 1,000 Turkish troops in addition to those here that have come across. So this is really a very serious difficulty. The US, I'm told by Kurdish contacts here, is in a real hurry to tie up these loose ends, because if the Turks do come across, I'm told again that the Kurds would oppose it. I'm also told that the Kurds are in contact through their special forces with units of the opposition to Saddam Hussein on the other side of those hills behind me, in Mosul and in Kirkuk, those two major cities in the north which are still under the control of Saddam Hussein. Now, I understand also more details that U.S. Special Forces that have been on the ground here for many, many months, some of those Special Forces were even involved in operations back in 1991, know the ground well, know the people well. They are, through the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, Special Forces, making contacts with opposition groups over there, trying to test the temperature of the water. Now, this coupled with overnight airstrikes against Kirkuk and Mosul, not the kind of military pressure that's going to see those front lines behind me collapse at any time soon, but certainly this loose end, it's recognized by the Kurds and U.S. military planners, cannot go on indefinitely.
All right,
back to you, Anderson.
Brent Sadler live in northern Iraq trying to tie up some of those loose ends. Brent Sadler, thanks very much. And a lot has been going on in northern Iraq as we've been following all morning. News that the U.S. had bombed, whether it was cruise missiles or bombs, we're not sure. Radical Islamic group Ansar al-Islam, that is, of course, is the group that Colin Powell at the United Nations said had al-Qaeda connections, harbored even an al-Qaeda member. That apparently U.S. directly bombing them over the evening, I believe it was on Friday.
And in southern Iraq, a lot more action going on. I don't know if you saw the dramatic pictures that Martin Savage was bringing us from near Basra.
Yeah, extraordinary.
Yeah, extraordinary. And we're going to show you some more of these pictures. In fact, this is a live picture from his camera right now. This is video feeding in, rather. That live bug up there confused me. But this is video being fed in from that fierce, well, actually, it was a battle because they were fired upon.
Right, U.S. Marines exploding some tanks using ordnance. They came, RPG round came in. Things were moving fast and furious. We're going to have that on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
It's in 9 out of 10 of the world's largest telecom carriers. 5 of the top 6 U.S. internet service providers, and 4 of the largest local phone companies in the U.S. What are these companies building into their business? The network capacity they need when they need it, from a network company they can rely on. Level 3 communications, the network partner you can rely on.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
It is 5:33 Eastern Time. Want to bring you up to date at this hour. Our Martin Savage is with a group of U.S. Marines now battling forces in a village right outside of Basra. Our correspondent tells us the Marines found abandoned Iraqi tanks and were setting charges to blow them up when they were fired on with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. Apparently someone in that small town they're in fired upon them. A British tank has also been called into that area. We're going to have much more on this in a moment. U.S. and British military troops have captured the Iraqi port of Qasr. Still, coalition helicopter gunships are battling pockets of resistance there. Our Christiane Amanpour is in the port and tells us some Iraqi troops have holed up in the abandoned UN compound there. Military officials anticipate having the facility under complete control by the end of the day. 6 British crew members and 1 American were killed when 2 British Navy Sea helicopters collided midair in the Persian Gulf. The accident happened around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 in the morning in the Gulf. Pentagon officials say the choppers collided shortly after taking off from an aircraft carrier. No identities, no names have been released as of yet. The U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, spearheaded by the 7th Cavalry, has penetrated more than 100 miles into south-central Iraq. Our Walter Rogers is with the Apache troop, which is now stopped. In the last hour, he tells us the cavalry called in artillery and air support to break up an Iraqi detachment that's ahead of them. Also, targets in Baghdad and 3 other Iraqi cities have been the target of the U.S. military and its coalition. These are pictures of Baghdad overnight. Also being hit are targets in Tikrit, Kirkuk, and Mosul. One target hit in Baghdad, the Republican Guard Palace compound along the Tigris River. And the Allied aerial bombardment of Baghdad is expected to continue for another 8 hours. 2 other ceremonial palaces were struck according to the Iraqi information minister, who says those two sites were not strategic targets. Of course, this according to the Iraqis. And good morning to you. I'm Carol Costello.
I'm Anderson Cooper. Thanks for joining us here at the CNN Center. If you're just waking up, there has certainly been a lot of activity in the last several hours that we have been following very closely through our embedded correspondents, both in northern Iraq and particularly Martin Savage, Christian Amanpour, and Jason Bellini in southeastern Iraq in the city of Qasr, also on the road to Basra. We're going to have updates from them coming up in the next half hour to 45 minutes, we hope. Right now, we're going to check in with Bill Hemmer, who is live in Kuwait City. Bill?
Anderson, for the past several days, it's quite clear right now that our journalists embedded with the military are the chief source of information for us to learn what's happening right now inside the borders of Iraq. And what Marty Savage and his crew found about an hour ago is absolutely riveting. A group of U.S. Marines working on the outskirts of the town of Basra, Iraq's second largest city, population about 400,000. The Marines at that time were working their way on the outskirts of the town, blowing up tanks, old T-55 tanks. We've got some new videotape we can show you. Have a look and a listen at this, and then we'll show you again what Marty filed about an hour ago. What you're seeing here is the videotape that photographer Scott McWhinney has filed into the CNN Center just within the past 30 minutes. If you were with us last hour, and if you weren't, some absolutely riveting television. Marty Savage by way of videophone as they work their way through this small village. Here is a sample again of what Marty filed live just about 60 minutes ago.
This is a CAT team, they refer to it. It's basically heavily armed with your Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers and your tow missiles, which you now see at the front and back of us. And these are very highly mobile. They can run and gun, and they pick off armor, and that's the way they work. There'll be other people that are out there spotting and say, hey, we may see a tank moving, we may see this, or we may see that. And you quickly call in a tow, they peek around the corner, launch, and then get out of the way again. So it's actually a very mobile, very effective means of fighting, unlike a tank, which can be slow to go. Take a look back here one more time. This tank continues to cook off. You should see the shells inside of these things. They are quite massive. But again, the inside of the tank does not look well used, so it doesn't appear that somebody's been using these very recently.
So Martin, I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the town again and how many people were still there and if you could see anyone.
Well, we saw them as we initially came in. Of course, once the firing and the explosions occurred, the people have good sense to sort of melt away, to either get inside their homes or stay out of the line of fire, because they realize, of course, that the Marines are going to be rather nervous with the situation around them. So it's always right to just stay indoors. So we don't see anybody around us now. But as we pulled up, yes, there were a lot of people who are genuinely curious now. That's part of the problem for the military here is, yes, they love to see the people. They're glad that the people seem to be happy to see them. However, force protection always being in their mind and not always being able to tell who has got good intent and who does not. They warn them continuously, stay away. They have announcements in Arabic that is usually done by the psychological ops group, going through the streets with loudspeakers just saying, stay away, stay in your homes, and you'll be safe. So the interaction is on a very small level if it takes place, at least out here in sort of the front lines, as it were, because you're still trying to decipher the good from the bad.
Marty Savage, again, working on the outskirts of the town of Basra in southeastern Iraq. Since that time that report was filed, we do know they've gotten back in their Humvees and moved away from that village. Reports here in Kuwait today indicate that there is some sort of negotiations underway right now that would have the Iraqis surrender possibly the town of Basra. Not clear about the information going any further than that, but there are discussions right now underway between the Brits and the U.S. and the Iraqis on the other side. The news of the day here in Kuwait, 2 British helicopters have collided shortly after takeoff from an aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. 7 dead, including 6 Brits and 1 American. that news breaking here several hours ago. We should hear more about this possibly in about 3 hours, 20 minutes from now, 5 o'clock local time, 9 a.m. on the East Coast back in the U.S. Tommy Franks, head of Central Command, operating now in Qatar, his first briefing since the military conflict unfolded late on Wednesday night. You'll see it live from Tommy Franks when we have it here for you on CNN. More from Kuwait a bit later. Carol Anderson, back to you now at the CNN Center.
Bill, thanks very much. We should just update our viewers if you're just joining us. Really, for the last several hours, we have been following some ongoing action in multiple parts of Iraq, but most notably in Qasr. The port town, strategically important, both in terms of establishing a port facility for U.S. military operations, but also for that humanitarian assistance that the U.S. military is very eager to try to get into this region as quickly as possible. There are two ports in Qasr. There is the old port, the new port. We heard from Christian Amanpour, who was in the new port, which was at the time that she was there, the British military was there. They had secured what we were seeing, and what you are seeing now. It's a tape picture. These are from about, I'm estimating 2 or so hours ago. Cobra attack helicopters circling around the old port area where our Jason Bellini was, where they were encountering sporadic pockets of resistance. Largely the town had been secured, but there were still these sporadic pockets of resistance. But Jason Bellini also reporting that in some of the Iraqi troops who were resisting, who had been captured, were not wearing Iraqi military uniforms. And this is perhaps ominous. We have talked so much about that urban combat that troops might face when they eventually get to Baghdad. Well, some of these pockets of resistance in Qasr were dressed as civilians, military clothing underneath their civilian garb. The military garb only became apparent once they had been taken into custody and searched very aggressively. Again, we are looking at some pictures just about 2 hours old, smoke rising out of some of these areas. The Cobra attack helicopters were used to attack these pockets of resistance. Also, Jason Bellini reporting with the Marines that they were going building to building, searching for pockets of resistance. Now what you're looking at is tape literally being fed in at this moment, tape shot by Martin Savage's crew in the same general vicinity on the road to Basra, outside of Basra. Martin Savage was with a group of Marines who were blowing up, searching out and blowing up abandoned Iraqi tanks. These are they were searching T-55 tanks. They were blowing them up with ordnance, also with tow missiles. As they were undergoing that operation, all of a sudden an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade, whizzed by Martin Savage, hit a building in a nearby town. There you see a Marine jumping off a tank, blowing up the tank. That's a T-55 tank, we believe, which is the old Soviet-made tank bought by the Iraqi government, not the most modern tank. Those tanks basically abandoned, but there were ordnance inside the tank, so you're also going to see ongoing explosions coming from that tank. But again, the headline on that, the RPG that was fired. Marines responded with fire. You just saw some of that there. Let's listen in. Okay, they're continuing to drive here. The RPG apparently came from the town that they were in. They could not identify where exactly it came from, who fired it. It wasn't their mission to seek out. Let's listen into this. Again, these pictures just coming in. This is the first we are seeing of them. 50 caliber.
Hold on it, boy.
And really their objective here is to secure the oil fields of this area. That's why they were west of Basra.
And what they're immediately doing here, destroying our Iraqi tanks, trucks, whatever the Iraqis have sort of left behind. There were no Iraqi soldiers per se inside these vehicles at the time. They reported finding several men sort of milling about around the vehicles, but not dressed as Iraqi military. Again, these pictures are raw coming in. We were getting all of this live about an hour or so ago from a different camera from Martin Savage. He has two cameramen with him. These pictures are just coming in as we speak. But again, that RPG, that rocket-propelled grenade, did not, as far as we know, hit any Marines, but they are responding with a lot of caution, very understandably.
And another interesting point about the people standing around these empty Iraqi tanks, apparently they were in jogging suits. They looked like civilians. They had their hands up, but then that rocket-propelled grenade came at the Marines, and they opened fire. As far as we know, though, no casualties as a result of that particular round of fire.
And again, this is just one of the things that the Marines, this unit is doing. Their mission, at least in this hour of this day, identify these Iraqi tanks, Iraqi fighting vehicles, destroy whatever they come across, and they are doing that very efficiently in this video. Let's watch what's going to happen to this tank. Just our Marine jumping off it, assuming he put some sort of ordnance inside. I guess not. Again, this video all coming in raw, so you are seeing it as we are seeing it.
Yeah, and all the while Martin Savage had to keep moving because the Marines had opened fire. They didn't exactly know what was coming from the other side. And I believe that they were only fired on that one time by the rocket-propelled grenade.
Right. It was sort of a chaotic scene, and Martin Savage was reporting live all throughout it. There were shots going off. Hard to tell exactly what of it was Marines destroying other pieces of equipment. In fact, we just saw about a minute or so ago a Marine with a .50 caliber machine gun shooting into a truck that had been abandoned, disabling that truck so that it couldn't be used in any future time.
And again, there's a small town nearby, and people were actually in the homes. In fact, they were out on the streets kind of applauding the U.S. military presence, and then as things started to develop, they sort of faded away into their homes and took cover for obvious reasons.
And initially it was sort of confused, as it often is on a battlefield, not sure where the fire was coming from, where that RPG came from. What it was later learned, and what Martin learned and told us live, was that the RPG actually came from within the town. So again, it made it a very difficult situation to identify.
And has Martin moved on now? Because I know British tanks had come in to secure the area, and Martin and the Marines have moved along.
That's right, they have moved along.
We want to go to Walter Rogers now in southern Iraq with the 7th Cavalry. At last check, they were still stopped. Are they still? It looks like they are. Walter?
Hello, Carol. I think the lead of the story, the military lead of the story all across the southern theater in Iraq, from where Martin Savage is in southeastern Iraq to where we are in south central Iraq, the lead of the story is that the Iraqis are not rolling over and playing dead despite overwhelming American military power. They are putting up at least nuisance resistance. That's what we've seen with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th U.S. Cavalry. They have been bogged down on this road for a number of hours now, because earlier in the day it was determined there was a detachment of Iraqi soldiers several miles up the road, and it was not clear how large the detachment was. It wasn't even clear the intentions of the detachment. Then the Iraqis began firing mortars at the Crazy Horse troop of the 7th Cavalry. That suggested very clearly to the commanders here that those Iraqis were going to stand and fight, even though they were overwhelmingly outnumbered by the United States. The Americans began firing 155 millimeter Paladin shells, laying these great arrays of artillery out there. Still, the Iraqi soldiers did not cut and run. Next thing, the Army sent in its helicopters. They began shooting at whatever remained after the artillery barrage, and more than a few Iraqi soldiers, the dismounts, were killed in the artillery barrage, but the others did not run. The Iraqi soldiers held their ground. What they did was stand and fight, and when the helicopters came over, the U.S. Army's Kiowa reconnaissance helicopters, the helicopters came under fire from these determined Iraqi troops. Shoulder-fired missiles were fired at the Kiowas, also some .50 caliber machine guns. The pilots of the Kiowas, the 7th Cavalry, had to fly very nimbly, ducking and dodging to get out of the way. Still, the Iraqi soldiers did not cut and run. Then the Army called in a little help from the Air Force. The Air Force flew in its A-10 Warthog, which carries tremendous firepower, has a huge Gatling gun in the front that just tears up the ground in front of anything before it. The A-10 made passes over the ground. Apparently, Secondly, the Iraqi threat, the detachment which was up the road, again, we don't know the size of that Iraqi detachment. They have been pretty well wiped out, according to the Army commanders here, Apache troop of the 7th Cavalry. But again, the Army is waiting just a little longer. It appears, however, that the threat has been eliminated at this point. It took longer than expected. The reason I conclude the threat's been eliminated is because suddenly we see refueling tanks coming up to refuel the tanks that were parked beside the road. That suggests that they wouldn't bring refueling tanks if there was a danger of artillery fire coming in. So the 7th Cavalry should start rolling northward on this road behind me very soon. Again, but they were detained longer than expected. No U.S. casualties at all, no U.S. vehicles injured, but it does prove that even though the Iraqis are a weak force, badly outnumbered, they can be a nuisance. Back to you.
Yeah, Walter, I was just going to ask you, this isn't the Republican Guard we're talking about. This is the Army that's supposedly disorganized, so this must have come as kind of a surprise to the U.S. military there.
I think it did. I wouldn't overrate what we saw today. What we're seeing is essentially a nuisance factor. If the Army decided to punch through with the tanks, the armored columns, they could obliterate anything there. The problem, of course, in doing that is that you take risks with your men and you take risks with your tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles you don't want to take at this point of the campaign because the Army is still a long way south of Baghdad. And the time to take the risks is when you get closer to Baghdad and when you encounter the very serious units, the Republican Guard units, which will be defending the southern gates of Baghdad. Again, the Iraqis are showing that they can and will make a fight, albeit a nuisance factor. The Army could have punched through, but the decision, and probably the prudent decision, was to do a standoff fight, keep the tanks, the soldiers here present at this time, and then fire the long-range artillery at them, then bring in the helicopters, use the helicopters' weapons against them, and when they still didn't complete it, they called in the A-10 Warthog, that old stalwart of anti-tank fights from before. No evidence the Iraqis had a tank up there, but they did have some very committed soldiers with anti-aircraft weapons. Back to you, Carol.
Walter Rogers reporting live from somewhere in southern Iraq with the 7th Cavalry.
And in northern Iraq right now, Kevin Seitz is standing by. He joins us via video phone with some new developments. Kevin?
Anderson, we don't have quite the compelling video that you're seeing with Marty Savage and so on, but there has been some interesting developments here in northern Iraq today. Our PUK sources, that's the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan sources, tell us that bombing in Kirkuk, which is about 40 kilometers from here, may not have been centered on the city. This gives evidence of that kind of pinpoint bombing that they've been talking about, the use of the 90% use of smart bombs here. Many of our PUK sources actually say that they've called family members within Kirkuk who have told them that they watched the bombing from their rooftops, and it was really headed west toward the military compound of Halid. That military compound apparently has an air base. It houses the 1st Iraqi Legion, as well as munitions, and many of the people said that they saw secondary explosions go on for hours after that first wave of bombing in Kirkuk, so that was an interesting development. You've heard from Federica Whitfield on the Turkish situation, as well as Brent Sadler about what's going on in the northern part of northern Iraq, the region next to Turkey. There's also been an interesting development on the border with Iran. Now, Ansar al-Islam, that is the fundamentalist group that Colin Powell has actually linked to al-Qaeda and says that is the connection that Saddam Hussein has with al-Qaeda here in Iraq. They're actually in Kurdish territory along the border with Iran, and apparently our sources tell us that the U.S. military phoned PUK people here to tell them that they fired 30 cruise missiles at Ansar al-Islam held towns and villages along that Iran-Iraqi border. And apparently that has motivated the PUK here, the Peshmerga fighters, that's the PUK militia. It literally means those who face danger or those who face death, to say that they're going to attack Ansar al-Islam either today or tomorrow. They feel that those positions have been softened up quite a bit and that it would be a prime time for them to take them on. This would be a relief to the U.S. They're concerned about that as a nest for terrorism. They consider it kind of a mini Taliban here in Iraq. And again, it was one of the prime reasons, according to Colin Powell and President Bush, to actually make this attack on Iraq. So it's an interesting development, and it will be interesting to watch the next few days if there's an attack on the Ansar al-Islam positions by the Peshmerga here in northern Iraq.
Yeah, certainly a story.
Back to you, Anderson.
Certainly, Kevin, a story we will be following very closely in the coming hours and days. Thanks very much, Kevin Seitz, live in northern Iraq. Carol?
And of course, it was 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon when the shock and awe campaign began. And of course, everyone is wondering right now when it will continue. I want to toss it over to our military desk. Renee San-Miguel is joined by General Shepard. Good morning to you both.
Good morning, Carol and Anderson. Yes, there's been a lot going on overnight. For those just maybe waking up, we want to give an idea of what's going on in all parts of Iraq. And joining us now is our CNN military analyst, General Don Shepard. We just heard from Kevin Seitz in the north. They're talking about not just the possibility of al-Qaeda-related terrorists up there, but also some Turkish troops now complicating the picture.
Yeah, complicated situation very quickly here, Renee. 2 air corridors opened up from Turkey that the United States can use, but up here, Turkish incursion with about 1,000 troops into the PUK, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan area. Tension between these two. Turks say they want to have a buffer zone and take care of refugees. The PUK is very, very suspicious of that. Over here, the Ansar al-Islam in the eastern part of northern Iraq over here, many of their bases, camps being hit by air power yesterday.
Okay. Now, down to the south, we have seen some of the compelling video this morning from Martin Savage. Near Basra, also Qasr, there's still some resistance down there as well.
Yeah, the old port and the new port in Qasr down here, they're clearing out pockets of resistance in there. And up in the Basra area, some tank battles going on. Every village that you pass there has vehicles in it and people that you have to process, so it's slow going in that area. Meanwhile, over here, the 3rd Infantry Division is moving, but they're also coming up against villages with minor skirmishes going on there. Okay. Minor unless you're involved in them.
Okay, exactly. They're about 100 miles into Iraq from what we heard last from Walter Rogers. Now we want to go to what's going on with Baghdad, the second day of shock and awe expected here. And there were some palaces hit yesterday. Let's talk a little bit about the significance of those palaces.
Yeah, the palaces are not palaces as we think of the Versailles Palace and that type of thing.
Sure.
They're command and control headquarters. They are military installations. They have bunkers underneath them, command and control and communications facilities. This is the Republican Palace, one of the main palaces on the west bank of the Tigris River. It was hit very, very heavily, and it's one that you've seen Saddam appear in many times on television broadcasts.
Okay, and then we just go just north of that, another palace.
Yeah, there are actually 2 other palaces. The Peace Palace and the Flower Palace were also hit. All of these palaces will probably be hit in turn, again, because they are command and control and leadership facilities.
Okay, and then just one north of that really quickly, we want to just give some idea just how close these palaces are, and also the fact that there could be just very hardened underground bunkers underneath, hence the reason to hit these again.
They are indeed, and just north of this palace also is the Council of Ministers, where their legislature meets, if you will. Now, the important thing about all of these is they're on the west bank of the Tigris River in a confined area. This is not general bombing of downtown Baghdad.
Okay. We have some animation to show a cruise missile on its way into Baghdad. What goes on here from the beginning that it is launched, a conventionally launched cruise missile?
Right. These are launched. It's what's called a Calcum conventional air-launched cruise missile. It's about a 3,000-pound missile. The warhead in it is about 1,000 pounds. It has a 600-mile range, travels at about 500 miles an hour. Very hard to detect on radar. It goes in, it pops up, and then dives into the target or can fly over the target. Many of these were used. Of the 1,000 targets hit yesterday, 600 of the targets were hit by these Calcum missiles and Tomahawk missiles fired off Navy ships as well. It's a very, very powerful weapon.
It is an amazing piece of technology, very fearsome as well, the idea that this kind of thing can come from hundreds of miles out and hit with such accuracy.
Indeed.
Don Shepard, thank you very much. Anderson and Carol, back over to you.
All right, thanks very much. A lot of things moving very quickly here. We are following them all in this next hour. Let's get a look at what's happening in this hour.
It is almost 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's bring you up to date. U.S. Marines destroying disabled Iraqi armor near Basra came under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the unit, says the RPG whizzed by harmlessly. The Marines used tow missiles to destroy the tanks, while attack helicopters engaged Iraqi forces a short distance away. More on that in just a minute. About 24 hours after seizing the Iraqi port of Qasr and accepting the surrender of more than 400 Iraqi soldiers, coalition forces continue to encounter pockets of resistance. Securing this port is strategically important for bringing humanitarian aid into Iraq as soon as possible. 2 British helicopters collided, killing 6 crew members and 1 American. The accident happened in the Persian Gulf shortly after the 2 Royal Navy Sea King helicopters took off from a British carrier. It was the second deadly helicopter crash in as many days. The Army's 3rd Infantry Division, spearheaded by the 7th Cavalry, has halted its rapid advance towards Baghdad. The unit stopped when it detected a nearby Iraqi force. It is more than 100 miles into Iraqi territory. That is public information that we are allowed to broadcast to you. And Walter Rogers just reported a short time ago the 7th Cavalry should be on the move shortly. About 2 hours ago, Iraqi soldiers fired 3 mortars into Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. CNN's Kevin Seitz reports the incident was the first action by Iraqi forces seen in the area. No casualties reported. And Operation Shock and Awe is now in its 17th hour. The Pentagon says up to 1,500 bombs and missiles are expected to fall on Iraq during the first 24 hours. Here is just a glimpse of the damage caused during the ferocious wave of explosions. You're taking a look at these images, some from Iraqi TV. Not sure what building that is, but you heard General Shepard detail some of the damage in Baghdad.
And you are looking at live pictures from Baghdad, where it is about 1 minute past 2 o'clock in the afternoon on this continuing day of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
And pictures can be so deceiving, can't they?
Everything seems so calm there, yet those pictures we have seen elsewhere throughout Iraq, in northern Iraq and southeastern Iraq, both with the 7th Cavalry, also in Qasr and also outside Basra. It is a far different story than what you are seeing right now in Baghdad.
Coalition forces are battling pockets of resistance in the port of Qasr at this hour. Qasr is Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf.
And those pictures that we are showing you right now showing Cobra attack helicopters circling around the old port in Qasr, where the pockets of resistance were met. Marines searching building to building and also using Cobra attack helicopters to target them.
Yeah, let's pause a moment to say good morning to our audience. It's Saturday, March 22nd from CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Carol Costello.
And good morning. I'm Anderson Cooper. Thanks for joining us or staying with us, whatever the case may be. We're going to take a fast-forward look at some war-related events expected to happen later today. Not giving anything away. This is just what keep an eye out for. President Bush will monitor the war from Camp David this weekend. The Maryland retreat fully equipped to keep the president informed and connected with all aspects of the military campaign. It is, after all, as his spokesman reminded reporters yesterday, a Marine facility. Anti-war protesters say they will stage a die-in, that's what they called it, at a home near Taos, New Mexico. The home belonged to, and does belong to, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, one of 6 homes he owns in northern New Mexico. And Sunday's Oscar ceremony is a go. Seems surreal, but it's true. It's a go for now, at least. But the Academy president says that could change if circumstances warrant.
And here's a short review of the ground gained by coalition forces. Let's go. The U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, spearheaded by the 7th Cavalry, has penetrated more than 100 miles inside Iraqi territory. Again, that is public information given to us by the military. U.S. and British forces have secured the Fall Peninsula, Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf, and its oil pumping terminal. And in western Iraq, coalition forces also captured 2 key airfields, including one suspected of being a possible site for weapons of mass destruction.
Right, and that's the H3, H2 you're seeing on that graphic. Now let's head to Kuwait City, where Bill Hemmer is standing by. Bill, the latest.
Anderson, Carol, welcome to another day here in Kuwait. We can tell you our crew of 4, the last television network to report from Baghdad, expelled as of yesterday. Their last report came a little more than 24 hours ago. Because of that, we cannot get independent verification, but Reuters is now reporting that at least 4 different explosions have now been heard on the outskirts of Baghdad. That's the latest word within the past hour. That's in the central part of the country. In southeastern Iraq, it is another day there. In the old and new port of Qasr, and CNN's Christiane Amanpour now joins us live. She's with the Royal British Marines and can bring us up to date on as to whether or not there continues to be fighting there, be it in the new or the old port. Something to keep in mind here. We're trying to keep parallel tracks here as we try and follow the information and see indeed what's happening there. Christiane, your perspective from there is what now?
Bill, on a very windy and sandy day, we just come back from the new port of Qasr. The port itself, the new port, what's known as the main port there, the facility that they wanted to take intact, they have got. And it's the U.S. Marines, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, who went and took that port yesterday, and they're consolidating their support there. When we were there, we saw lots of U.S. Marines, and of course this is rather an unusual operation because it's commanded by the Brigadier General in charge of what's known as 3 Commando Brigade. Those are British forces. So that is a joint operation there. Now, on the about 3 kilometers away from where we were, up a little bit away from the new port, is what's called the old port, and that's where some grain, and there's got a grain silo and things like that. Now there was some pockets of resistance, and there we did see over my location there we saw 4 U.S. Cobra helicopters, and we know that they were up over the old port area, trying to keep the resistance down, and there was artillery in there as well, because they were meeting resistance from pockets of Iraqis who also had weapons and, in some cases, we were told, mortars. This is what the colonel in charge of that Marine force there told us about the resistance they were meeting.
I think so far it's gone quite well. I mean, we did meet some resistance, and for the most part, the plan that we had, we executed pretty much without any major changes, but it's probably not going as quick, perhaps, as we had thought.
So, as I say, they think that they have it broadly under control, but it's by no means completely secured yet because of those pockets of resistance. And what we were told was that there were all sorts of different individuals, different looking individuals in terms of what they were wearing. Some were wearing civilian clothes, some we were told were wearing military clothes, others then took off their military clothes. So all in all, there's a certain amount of confusion there on behalf of the American and British forces as to exactly who they're dealing with. They have, of course, also had surrenders. They've had, we are told by the U.S. colonel, several hundred surrenders and several hundred prisoners of war now. And some of those we saw today. We can't get too close because of Geneva Convention rules, but we did see some of them being guarded by Marines in a big warehouse area at that port, and then they were being brought out. They were put on trucks, again guarded by U.S. Marines, and they were being taken to a central collection point where those POWs will then be under the charge of the British. So Qasr, a great deal of focus on it because we've been talking about it for a while, and because it's been the focus of operations for the last 24 hours and more, and they're still just trying to wrap up the last pockets of resistance. They told us they hope to have that done by today. We'll wait and see if that is possible. Back to you, Bill.
Christian, back on the Iraqi soldiers, the prisoners of war. Several hours ago, we had reported that several thousand Iraqi soldiers in that same area of southern Iraq had surrendered to U.S. and British forces there. There was one report that an entire division, perhaps as many as 8,000 Iraqi soldiers. Any way to verify that from where you are?
Not from where we are. We just saw those several hundred there today. But of course there is, you've had some of our journalists who are embedded talking about these sort of isolated incidents of surrender. Certainly we haven't heard yet ourselves about such large numbers of surrenders. So far they tend to be in the tens or in the low hundreds in terms of the area that we are monitoring, which is southern Iraq, where we were this morning. But we were told that the hundreds or so that we saw at Qasr, some of those had come from Baghdad, and we were told by people there that Baghdad had sent a unit there to try to defend the port, and some of those POWs were people from Baghdad who told the soldiers that that's where they had come from as they surrendered.
All right, another quick question here about the area you're in right now. You mentioned these pockets of resistance. How much do you get a sense right now about a sense of freedom of movement on behalf of the U.S. and British forces at this time? How comfortable do they feel at this point?
Well, they're telling us that they feel fairly sure and confident that they have secured most of the southeastern part of Iraq. For instance, they've had several days of operation which have included the Al-Faw Peninsula. Again, there were pockets of resistance there, and there were also surrenders, but that is now totally secured by British forces. And then we've got Qasr, which we've been talking about, and then the Ramallah oil fields, which we're told also are secured. And then there's this issue of trying to pacify, neutralize, win the surrender or capitulation of the 51st Division of the Iraqi army in the Basra area. And we have heard that there have been some surrenders by some commanders. At first we were told it was the divisional commander, but then that's been rolled back, and we're told one of the brigade commanders has surrendered, and that British forces reported seeing other brigades, quote, in the process of thinking about capitulating. In other words, doing the kinds of things that the US and British have asked them to do if they intend not to fight and to surrender, certain vehicle formations and certain postures regarding how they are, in other words, putting down their weapons and things. But we still don't have, and we don't have the full details on that, and we won't for a while. But they feel they are fairly much in control of this part of the country.
Christiane Amadpour reporting live there in southeastern Iraq, that port city that we've talked about yesterday, again today. It's key for military movement and certainly key for humanitarian aid that may, according to the British, may start flowing within 48 hours, something to watch, and we will from here. Meanwhile, back in Kuwait, northern part of this country, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, embedded yet again with the U.S. Marines. We talked to him last hour about some movement up the road toward the Iraqi border. Sanjay, how goes it now? Good afternoon.
Hey, Bill, good afternoon. Yeah, we're with a convoy of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEP they call it. You've been talking so much with our other reporters about the forward-moving troops. This is a convoy basically designed to support and supply some of those forward-moving troops with all sorts of things. Bill, security is a concern here as well, as you've been talking so much about. Just behind me over my right shoulder, a 50 caliber machine gun. That is a machine gun, one of many weapons designed to protect this particular convoy. Corporal Ramos is manning that particular machine gun. Bill, as I mentioned, the convoy is basically designed to supply, restock the forward-moving troops. Over my left shoulder, Bill, thousands of pallets of MREs. You're familiar with those, meals ready to eat. They're on those big trucks back there, moving those forward as well to provide some nourishment and some food for the forward-moving troops as well. Bill, also, I'm wearing a sort of funny-looking jacket here. This is called a MOP suit. It is essentially a NBC suit, nuclear, biological, chemical suit, designed to protect me as well as everyone else traveling with this convoy against any of those types of threats. There have been no confirmations of any of those sorts of threats. This is purely a precautionary suit at this time. Bill?
Dr. Sanjay Gupta again with the Marines. We'll check in a bit later in the day, Sanjay. Thanks. Good work. Back to the POW issue, CENTCOM, Central Command on a cutter, informing us that yesterday, on Friday, they dropped 2 million more leaflets over southern Iraq, encouraging Iraqi soldiers to surrender, not to use weapons of mass destruction as well, and not to leave, or rather leave the oil wells intact. It is part of that effort, we are told, that has helped contribute to the amount of surrenders we have seen already, in some cases, literally holding the leaflets that have been dropped by the coalition forces in their hands when they turned themselves over. One other note, Anderson, Carol, I mentioned this last hour, just so our viewers know, we're about 3 hours away right now from seeing Tommy Franks, head of CENTCOM, down in Qatar. It'll be the first time he will brief reporters down there since the military campaign got underway late on Wednesday night. We'll have it for you live again, 9 a.m. East Coast time, 5 o'clock here in Kuwait throughout the Persian Gulf. Back to you now at the CNN Center.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. You know, all evening long, all morning long, I should be saying, we've been checking in with Walt Rogers, who's with the 7th Cavalry. 7th Cavalry, legendary unit, moving out the tip of the spear, they like to call themselves, moving ahead of the other forces, scouting out. Just got this little graphic we're just going to show you a little bit before you go to Walter. It's based out of Fort Stewart, Georgia. 7th Cavalry, part of the 3rd Infantry Division. Of course, famous for as being General Custer's outfit, but it's been a long time since then. And then the 3rd Infantry Division also had a legendary record in World War I, World War II, and the Korean conflict. And we have seen really in the last 2 days or so that 7th Cavalry just riding hard through the deserts of Iraq, heading toward the target, ultimately Baghdad. And as they will tell you, that is their ticket home. Get to Baghdad, that's the way station to getting home. Let's check in right now with Walt Rogers with the 7th Cavalry. Walter?
Anderson, the headline here in the southern Iraqi theater appears to be that the Iraqi units are certain of them are not just going to surrender. In fact, they're putting up some stiff resistance. It's largely a nuisance factor, but from where I am in south central Iraq to where my colleagues are shooting military action over around Basra in southeastern Iraq, each of us has encountered the same thing today, namely that the Iraqis, when they're determined, will stand and fight an overwhelming American military force, not be awed by it, not cut and run, but fight to the death, as that's what we experienced here with the 7th Cavalry. The 7th Cavalry was supposed to move north along this road behind me more than a few hours ago. What happened, however, was it was determined through reconnaissance that there was an Iraqi detachment up there of undetermined size. It was also not clear what the intent of the Iraqi detachment was. Under the most optimistic conditions, it was thought they might surrender. That was not at all the case. The Iraqi detachment began firing mortars on the Crazy Horse troop of the 7th Cavalry. Then it became very clear that this was a hostile unit. The rules of engagement were very clear. The commander of the 7th Cavalry called up his heavy artillery, the 155-millimeter Paladin guns. They began pounding away, firing 6 rounds, and then another 6 rounds at that Iraqi detachment several miles up the road behind me. The reason they use the Paladin guns, the heavy artillery, is because it's a standoff weapon. You don't risk your own soldiers' lives, your own tanks, your own Bradley fighting vehicles. Then the reconnaissance helicopters were sent out to determine if indeed the Iraqi unit which was up there had been put out of business. The helicopters were a bit surprised. As the Kiowas flew up there to determine what the artillery had accomplished, there were still some heavy machine guns among the Iraqis up there. The Iraqis began firing the heavy machine guns at the low-flying Kiowa helicopters. They also fired shoulder-fired missiles at the U.S. helicopters. That required nimble flying by the U.S. pilots. They had to duck, dodge, bob, and weave. No helicopter was shot down. In fact, there have been no American casualties, despite the rather intrepid resistance put forth by this small Iraqi unit up the road. Still, the Army wasn't convinced it was safe to go forward without risking its troops and its weapons, which, of course, will be much more important as this unit moves closer to Baghdad. So at that point, the Army called in an A-10 Warthog. That's an Air Force plane with a huge Gatling gun in it, and that flies very low over the battlefield, and with this Gatling gun just destroys anything in its path. And after that, it appears that what was left of that Iraqi detachment has been put out of existence, all of them killed. We're not sure the numbers of casualties, but at this point, it appears that the Iraqis are no longer a threat to the 7th Cavalry, no longer blocking the road. I say that as a matter of deduction because behind me, I think you can see the fuel tankers pumping fuel into these tanks, suggesting the tanks will be ready to go very quickly again. And again, it seems unlikely if there was any artillery threat from the Iraqis who had been there earlier, the tankers with their highly flammable fuel would not have been brought forward. But again, at this hour, the surprise factor and probably the headline of the day is the Iraqis have demonstrated they can't stop the United States and British forces, but they can be a nuisance factor, and they will stand and fight, in this case, to the death in some cases. Quite an interesting development here across the southern Iraqi front. Back to you.
Walter, that's very interesting. Also sort of jives with what we are hearing from other parts of the country. You use that term nuisance factor. We in the southeast they are calling it sporadic resistance, and that's what we've been seeing in Qasr in areas around Basra so far as we know. So Walter, just so we're absolutely clear, right now the status as far as we know that the Warthog has come in, that plane which a lot of flyers will tell you is ugly but very efficient, quite deadly. That has come in, sprayed the area. So as far as you know, there is no more resistance up ahead. Theoretically, you will get moving at some point in the not too distant future.
To the best of my knowledge, that's the case. Now, of course, I haven't done my own recce up there, but those who have gone forward seem to be persuaded that once the Warthog moved through, it would have wiped out any residual elements that the artillery and the helicopters had not taken out. And again, the most telling thing of all is that fuel truck over there taking care of these tankers. If there was any danger, I doubt very much they would have brought the fuel trucks up to refuel the tanks at this point. And my assumption is As a matter of fact, I was told the Army does plan to push forward. The 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, will soon begin pushing down this road. They have an objective to reach this evening, and they will move toward that objective once they're totally convinced that Iraqi detachment up the road. Again, we don't know how many soldiers there were, but they were very game and put up a rather courageous little fight, given what they were facing from the 7th Cavalry.
Walter, this is Carol Costello. I just had a question. You know, those troops that you're with, the Army soldiers, they haven't slept in 60 hours, more than 60 hours now. It rained overnight, and it's quite muddy out there now. What's the mood?
It's a good question, but I think it can be answered in a single word: determined. Every soldier here knows there's a mission to be accomplished. They know that mission doesn't end until they get to Baghdad. They're merely waiting the command to proceed forward. I think every one of them is more than eager to do that. If for no other reason, it means we no longer have to stand here in the mud, as we have been doing for, I guess, 4 or 5 hours now. The mud is pretty gruesome, if you will. There was one soldier who quipped to me today an old Army saying, which goes, "If it rains, the Army trains." That is to say, mud is associated with the Army wherever it goes, and it seems to be a vital ingredient of almost every war I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, Walter, you told me before that soldiers and yourself literally encrusted with dirt. I know that dust was a factor yesterday and in the days before, but now it's muddy. Does that help, hurt, make no difference?
I don't think it makes a difference. It might slow you a little, but the Army's not going to bog down. Each of these vehicles is equipped for this kind of warfare. It's not really going to make a serious difference at all. It's a comfort, it's a discomfort factor, and I think that's all you can say of the mud. It's just difficult to get rid of it. You track it into your vehicles, and you have to live with it, and it grinds further into your clothes. But I would not say it's a factor in the equation of the battlefield. Carol?
Walter Rogers reporting live somewhere from within Iraq, southern Iraq, about 100 miles into that country now.
That's right. Now, if you are just joining us, or if you have just joined us recently, Martin Savage has been with the, and is still with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, has had some extraordinary access in the last couple of hours, came under fire from a rocket-propelled grenade. We're going to show you what happened next after this break.
The strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, plus a Desert Storm tank commander. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Sure, the big out-of-town banks have got to make a profit on my business, right? But my business is local. That's why I changed my bank. Now I have a bank that keeps my money here where it belongs. And that keeps my town and my business stronger. A bank that knows me, that can make a decision now. Best of all, got it right here at home.
Abington Bank, proud to be your #1 community bank.
You got a good bank here at home.
It's your call with Lynn Doyle, America at War.
I'm a soldier. Is this action going to protect Americans?
I think we should support President Bush.
I'm against this military action.
This is what separates CNN from the other networks. You can get your information here.
I think we are deluding ourselves.
You can also express an opinion.
You need a lot of shock action to get those cowards out.
Go ahead and tell us what you think.
Lynn Doyle has your continuing coverage of America at War on CN8. Smart TV for curious people.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We here at CNN will tell you no one gets you closer. That has certainly been true in the last several hours. Martin Savage, traveling with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, came under fire. Rocket-propelled grenade, RPG. It missed, thankfully, but what happened next was riveting, to say the least. Let's take a look at this package Martin has just filed.
This is a CAT team, they refer to it. It's basically heavily armed with your Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers and your tow missiles, which you now see at the front and back of us. And these are very highly mobile. They can run and gun, and they pick off armor, and that's the way they work. There'll be other people that are out there spotting and say, hey, we may see a tank moving, we may see this, or we may see that. And you quickly call in a tow, they peek around the corner, launch, and then get out of the way again. So it's actually a very mobile, very effective means of fighting, unlike a tank, which can be slow to go. Take a look back here one more time. This tank continues to cook off. You should see the shells inside of these things. They are quite massive. But again, the inside of the tank does not look well used, so it doesn't appear that somebody's been using these very recently.
So
Martin, I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the town again and how many people were still there and if you could see anyone.
Well, we saw them as we initially came in. Of course, once the firing and the explosions occurred, the people have good sense to sort of melt away, to either get inside their homes or stay out of the line of fire, because they realize, of course, that the Marines are going to be rather nervous with the situation around them. So it's always wise to just stay indoors. So we don't see anybody around us now. But as we pulled up, yes, there were a lot of people who are genuinely curious now. That's part of the problem for the military here is, yes, they love to see the people. They're glad that the people seem to be happy to see them. However, force protection always being in their mind and not always being able to tell who has got good intent and who does not. They warn them continuously, stay away. They have announcements in Arabic that is usually done by the psychological ops group, going through the streets with loudspeakers just saying, stay away, stay in your homes and you'll be safe. So the interaction is on a very small level if it takes place, at least out here in sort of the front lines, as it were, because you're still trying to decipher the good from the bad.
Trying to decide the good from the bad. Just an update at this moment. Martin Savage is back with that unit, and they continue the mission. And the mission, in the most immediate sense, find Iraqi artillery, tanks, any kind of Iraqi vehicles, and destroy what they find. And that is what they continue to do at this moment.
And ultimately, that will enable them to secure the oil fields of southern Iraq. Martin Savage has already moved on. We want to recap you now on developments over the past few hours. 1:02 a.m. Eastern Time, where the two British Navy helicopters have collided in midair over the Persian Gulf. All 7 crew members, including 1 American, on the 2 Sea King choppers were killed. 1:17 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers, embedded with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, reports it is encountering pockets of resistance as it advances towards Baghdad and has exchanged fire with Iraqi troops. No injuries or damage reported on the U.S. side, and as we understand, that skirmish now over. 1:32 a.m., 9:32 a.m. in Baghdad, Iraqi Information Minister Mohammed al-Sayaf holds a briefing to denounce the coalition attack. He says 207 Iraqi civilians are in hospitals with injuries from the bombing. Al-Sayaf says the battle is still going on for the Al-Faw Peninsula, and he reports heavy casualties there. Now, we have not been able to independently confirm that. As you can see, Christiana Amanpour also in that area. 2:55 a.m. Let's talk about Christiana Amanpour. She's reporting pockets of resistance in the port city of Qasr, but says the coalition does remain in control. 4:45 a.m. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines outside Basra, watches U.S. troops destroying abandoned Iraqi tanks. Martin and the Marine Battalion also encountered rocket-propelled grenade fire. No injuries on the American side, and that unit has now moved on. Now we want to go to Chris Plant at the Pentagon, because I told you a little earlier about the 2 British helicopters colliding in midair, 1 American on board, all dead. What more can you tell us about this crash, Chris?
Well, it was about 4:30 a.m. in the Persian Gulf when 2 British H-3 Sea King helicopters flying from the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal collided in flight over the Persian Gulf. Both helicopters splashing into the water. While the crash took place very close to the Ark Royal and to other ships, there was still no saving the 7 crew members. 3 Brits aboard each helicopter, 1 American aboard one of the helicopters. Divers were in the water within a matter of minutes, but to no avail. All 7 are dead. Comes one day after another helicopter crash in Kuwait, where 8 Brits and 4 U.S. Marines were killed. That was a U.S. Marine Corps CH-46 helicopter. Carol?
It seems in times of conflict like this, we hear a lot about helicopter crashes not having to do with enemy fire. Why is that, Chris?
Well, helicopters are dangerous. They do crash from time to time, and combat zones where airspace management is a critical issue Combat zones are dangerous places to fly. That's sort of the short answer. They're very often flying without lights. They're flying under difficult circumstances. The crash of the CH-46, where the 8 Brits and 4 U.S. Marines were killed, was the beginning of the ground operations. They were flying out of a dusty area. It's still not clear exactly what happened. It's under investigation, as today's crash is, but it's dangerous work.
Certainly is. Chris Plant reporting live from the Pentagon. Again, 2 British helicopters crashed, 1 American dead, and 6 British crew members.
When we come back, we're going to take a short break. We're going to take a look at the top stories at this hour when we come back. Also, we're going to have more with Martin Savage there when Marines took fire and RPG fired at them. We're going to have more on that. You're seeing some of the video right there. That's a T-55 tank blowing up in the distance, an Iraqi tank. Also, some new information on protests in the Arab world. There you see some video. We will be right back after the short break.
Hi, I'm Bob.
And I'm Charlie.
We're neighbors.
And our wives figured if we couldn't grow hair on our heads, we'd work on our lawns, and look what happened.
This lawn is a work of art. I use Scott Premium Grass Seed.
You put anything else on there, Bob, and you'd just be wasting your time.
See how thick this is? There's no weeds in that grass right there. The inferior brands have weeds, but the seed that Scott has is the purest seed you can get. Healthy, lush, green.
It comes up quick.
You interrupted me. The lawn is only as good as the seed you start with. Fall is beautiful.
That's right.
Except in your yard.
2 months ago, it was just duct tape. And someday, hopefully soon, it will just be duct tape again. Along with the world, the people of the United Methodist Church anticipate that day and are praying for understanding, for healing, for peace.
A lot happening at this hour. Let's get a look. U.S. Marines operating near Basra have been destroying about a dozen abandoned Iraqi tanks. Our Martin Savage is with those Marines. He tells us the Marines were blowing up the tanks when a rocket-propelled grenade was fired at them. That is not the grenade. That is one of the tanks blowing up. No one got hurt or hit with that RPG. U.S. military commanders say they believe they've wrapped up capturing the Iraqi port of Qasr. Still, small pockets of resistance are being attacked by U.S. helicopter gunships and by U.S. Marines going building to building. Several hundred Iraqi soldiers surrendered there. It is about mid-afternoon in Iraq, and the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry has been stopped in south-central Iraq since early this morning by Iraqi troops that are ahead of them, a couple miles ahead of them, according to Walt Rogers. The Army has used 155mm artillery and also called in Air Force A-10 Warthogs to attack the formation. They have apparently done so successfully, according to Walter Rogers. The 7th Cav is the leading edge of a large division of U.S. forces consisting of about 8,000 armored vehicles moving toward Baghdad. Imagine that, 8,000 armored vehicles moving toward Baghdad, a wave of steel. 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf early this morning. 6 British crew members, 1 American killed. The collision comes one day after a helicopter crash in Kuwait killed 8 British soldiers and 4 U.S. Marines. And here is the latest video of the Allied aerial bombardment of Baghdad, which is expected to continue for another 8 hours. One target hit in Baghdad, the Republican Guard Palace compound along the Tigris River. This is some of the destruction seen today. 2 other ceremonial palaces were struck, according to the Iraqi information minister, who says those 2 sites were not strategic targets. That, of course, according to the Iraqi information minister. Another potential problem developed this morning when 1,000 Turkish troops began crossing the border into Kurdish areas of northern Iraq. Now, U.S. officials fear there could be clashes between Turkish and Kurdish troops. They certainly do not want that. Just makes the situation all the more difficult. In Ankara, the Turkish government has now agreed to open 2 air corridors for U.S. planes to use for air attacks on Iraq.
And welcome to CNN. These are live pictures you're looking at from Baghdad, where it is 2:30 in the afternoon on day 4 of the U.S.-led military campaign. Very peaceful there now. And, of course, this shot's steady, so we can't see any of the damage from yesterday's bombing.
Peaceful in Baghdad, not the same situation elsewhere in Iraq, in northern Iraq and southeastern Iraq. Let's talk about southeastern Iraq. You're seeing pictures of Qasr right now, Cobra helicopters. The coalition forces are battling pockets of resistance in the port of Qasr at this hour, at this moment. Qasr is Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf. Good morning, everyone, from CNN Global Headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello, 6:35 Eastern Time. It is time to take a fast-forward look at some war-related events expected to happen later today. President Bush will monitor the war from Camp David this weekend. The Maryland retreat is fully equipped to keep the president informed and connected with all aspects of the military campaign. Anti-war protesters say they will stage a die-in, that's what they're calling it, a die-in, at a home near Taos, New Mexico. The house belongs to Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. It's one of 6 homes he owns in northern New Mexico. And Sunday's Oscars ceremony is a go. For now, the Academy president says that could change if circumstances warrant.
Well, as we said, there is a lot of activity throughout Iraq. We showed you pictures just a moment ago in southeastern Iraq at Qasr, also heading toward Basra. Let's go now to northern Iraq, where there has been a lot of activity over the course of the last several hours. As we just mentioned, about 1,000 Turkish troops believed to be entering some parts of northern Iraq, Kurdish territory. Also, word from yesterday that U.S. forces, whether it was cruise missiles, planes, we don't know yet, bombed Ansar al-Islam, the group that Secretary of State Colin Powell has linked to Al-Qaeda. For the latest on all of this, let's go to Kevin Seitz, where he has been since this conflict began in northern Iraq. Kevin?
Hey, Anderson, I'm in Sham Shamal, which is midway between Sulaymaniyah and Kirkuk, and just a little sidebar here, and we'll get to those other issues. Some of the Peshmerga here are getting a little bit excited. We're very, very close to the Iraqi front lines here, just about 2 kilometers away. We've been watching movements of troops here, and they seem to think that there's movement. Some of these Iraqi troops coming a little too close to the border point area. They're worried maybe, possibly, there may be a defector here. We'll get back to you more on that later. The major issues at play here, though, the U.S. is, various sources say the U.S. Special Forces may actually use airstrips in northern Iraq, Kurdish airstrips, to launch operations from. They're getting very frustrated with the Turkish government, very frustrated. It took a long time to get flyover permission on those 2 air corridors that you talked about earlier. And they're also frustrated about the reports of Turkish troops entering Kurdistan. That creates quite a wild card political development here. The Kurds and the Turks are sworn enemies. Many of the Peshmerga say if the Turks come into Kurdistan that they'll fight them first. The U.S. really can't afford this right now. They want a unified Iraq after this war is over. They need Kurdish support, and right now it looks like Turkish troops here would provoke possibly a fight with the Kurdish fighters here, with the Peshmerga. It's something that the U.S. doesn't want to see happening right now. Initially, we had reports of 1,000 troops coming into Kurdistan. Now there are reports of possibly even more. Now on another flank, the border with Iran and Iraq, Ansar al-Islam that you also mentioned, that's the fundamentalist group, the mini Taliban, as some people have called them, that U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has linked the Ansar al-Islam with Saddam Hussein and saying that that is his al-Qaeda connection. That is the regime of Saddam Hussein's connection to the al-Qaeda is with Ansar al-Islam. Now, they're located in Kurdish territory, so that's an interesting, it was an interesting observation that he made. However, he does say Saddam Hussein does have a connection with that group, and the U.S. military must think so as well. They fired, apparently, according to our sources here, 30 cruise missiles at Ansar al-Islam locations along that border with Iran and Iraq. Now, those targets may have softened up a little bit, and PUK sources, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan sources, tell us they may now attack Ansar al-Islam either today or tomorrow. This is another area that they're quite worried about. Ansar al-Islam has harassed Kurdish fighters here. There's been pretty much sporadic fighting on a daily basis between the border with Ansar al-Islam and these Kurdish fighters.
Kevin?
And now it looks like there may be a Kurdish offensive on that front.
All right, that is something we will do. We will definitely keep an eye on that. Come back to you later. Kevin Seitz in northern Iraq.
Yeah, and right now we want to head live to Kuwait City to check in again with Bill Hemmer. Pretty calm there this morning, Bill.
Yeah, thus far, Carol. One tragic bit of news, though, for the British and the U.S. Apparently 2 helicopters did collide upon takeoff several hours ago, leaving an aircraft carrier out in the Persian Gulf. No survivors. 3 crew members in each helicopter on the British side. A total of 6 dead, including 1 American, for a total of 7 as a result of that collision several hours ago. Listening to Kevin Seitz report in northern Iraq, it is an area of that country that we continue to monitor quite closely. Brent Sadler does as well. Let's check in with Brent right now with news at this hour that we have seen, Brent, now for about 3 days running, where the situation there has been somewhat of a stalemate. Are things changing now, Brent? Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, static situation here from what you can see, but I can give you some fresh details just in a few seconds ago, and it's additional information to the airstrikes against those two very important northern cities, Kirkuk and Mosul, we're hearing a lot about under Saddam Hussein's control. According to Kurdish military sources, US, or rather coalition aircraft hit in Mosul, an Iraqi army barracks, the headquarters of military intelligence, and one of Saddam Hussein's palace compounds in Mosul. As far as Kirkuk's concerned, an airbase was hit there. That's a huge airbase, the airbase in Kirkuk. I was there back in '91 when it was taken by the Kurdish Peshmerga fighters. I can tell you it's a huge airbase with many, many underground compartments, bunkers, ammunition stores, and so on and so forth. That was hit last night. Also, a munitions depot was hit, and the headquarters of military intelligence also in Kirkuk hit. Also, Kurdish military intelligence here on the ground, which is working, we do know that, very closely with US Special Forces. They are saying here that US Special Forces have been involved in that targeting of Ansar al-Islam in that overnight strike that Kevin Seitz was just talking about. Very close cooperation between Kurdish Special Forces and US Special Forces on the ground in that region, close to the Iranian border. Several hundred Ansar al-Islam, Islamic extremists in that area, and I understand from the Kurdistan Democratic Party, which controls this area, that their comrades, if you like, in the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, the other political grouping which controls that area up to Halabja, which overlooks the Ansar al-Islam positions, that the PUK and US Special Forces are working together, and there may be some sort of planning for an attack against Ansar al-Islam. Bill, let me just give you a very quick update on the Turkish situation. A lot of loose ends flapping in a diplomatic gale, really, over whether Turkish troops are in here in greater numbers and what will happen if they do come in here. Will the Kurds reject them? Now, why is this so important? I'll tell you why it's important. This is the much talked about northern front. Let's just take a quick swing behind me here, and you'll see this road bridge. I was talking about it yesterday. At this end, we have the Kurdish control of this bridge. At the other end, the Saddam Hussein loyalists in one of the 3 army corps which run along the whole 500-mile stretch of front line between Saddam Hussein's army units and the Kurds. Now, we've seen yesterday and again today, and maybe we can pick it up on the picture here, a lot of earth movements by front loaders in those Iraqi army lines, and the estimation is that they are laying mines not only on the road to destroy the road and probably to destroy that bridge, but also putting in explosives in the soft earth either side of the road, possibly as tank traps should there be a northern front, because we're understanding that the US has been so exacerbated with delays about deployments from Turkey for the much talked about northern front that the US is now planning to move things along through Jordan to bring special forces from Jordan through Iraq's western desert and deploy special forces and later airborne troops into this northern area. Now, if we move along the ridge line there fairly rapidly, you can see that this front line here is static, remains static, despite 2 nights of bombing by coalition forces. But to give you an idea, if we swing across, we'll come to the town, small town, village really, of Kalak, which is on the river Zab there. That's in the hands of the Kurds. Kurdish Peshmerga fighters have that right under those hills. And that bridge you can see, that is under control of the Kurds. You can drive over that bridge. We could do it now if we wanted to. Drive over that bridge and then head along the road alongside the hills there, beneath the guns of the Iraqis. That's the road that leads up to the Dohuk, about 3 hours drive further north up there. And if you can see any cars running along that road now, you'll see that there's only maybe 100 yards between the lower portions of the Iraqi fortifications and cars that move along that side. So it gives you an idea why really there is concern amongst US military planners for these loose ends to be tied up. There are about 140,000 Iraqi troops behind these fortifications right the way across that whole 500-mile front line split into 3 army corps. We're told by Kurdish military intelligence that these army corps are not very well equipped. They have old T-54, T-62 tanks, many of which are not serviceable. And I understand from my contacts on the ground here that the Kurdish military intelligence units, alongside US Special Forces, are trying to encourage defections, surrenders, before we see any US build-up here. But certainly we are expecting, as these days unfold, to see US Special Forces first, and then a build-up of airborne coming in here to really get to grips with this northern front, which remains static and unpredictable. Back to you, Bill.
Static for now, but certainly it will not stay that way for long. Brent Sadler, hang with us a second here. You mentioned the town of Dohuk, about 3 hours from your position there. Jane Arraf is in that town, and she joins us now to bring us up to date on what she's been collecting so far today. Jane, hello.
Hello, Bill. Well, we're about halfway between the Turkish border and the city of Mosul. Now, near Mosul, about half a mile away, we're still seeing Iraqi forces holding their positions during the call to prayer. They were praying, acting relatively normally in that spot at least. And at the Turkish border, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles from here, that small number of Turkish troops believed to have entered yesterday is keeping a low profile. In Ankara, Turkish military officials say there was no incursion. However, U.S. defense officials and British officials say there does appear to have been a small unit that has crossed. British officials saying as long as it's a small unit, they're not too worried. Kurdish officials are taking a similarly low-key position. If they had to make a fuss about it, they would actually have to do something. They have been warning for a long time that if Turkish troops came in, they would fight them. But so far this afternoon, it seems as if everyone is trying to calm down the situation caused by that small number of Turkish troops crossing into northern Iraq, into Kurdish territory. Bill?
Jane Arraf, thanks. Keep us updated on what you're getting on the Turkish front there in Dohuk in northern Iraq. I want to get you to Baghdad quickly. There is some new videotape we want to share with you right now. Daytime video taken when the sun came up earlier today. There is some street traffic in the Iraqi capital, but not much, we're told, and that's to be expected. Overnight, the coalition bombing did take out certain military installations, heavily bombing the Republican Guard Palace, government buildings as well, located on the left bank of the Tigris River. The U.S. is saying that 300 missiles were dropped overnight. The Iraqis counter that. They say they only have evidence of 19, all they say in a certain small area in Baghdad. The information minister says as a result, 207 wounded last night, including women and children. They say they will take reporters to see this evidence at local hospitals. Thus far, we have not seen that report, though, in the form of videotape. Reuters is quoting an Iraqi health minister, also saying that 3 are dead as a result of the bombing last night and overnight. Let's gauge the reaction now quickly throughout the Arab world, something that is very critical right now as this campaign goes forward. Massive protests in a couple of different spots. Number one in Yemen, capital city of Sana'a. About 2,000 demonstrators gathered outside the U.S. Embassy on Friday, chanting slogans, chanting "Down with the USA." Police opened up fire in the form of tear gas first. They say when that was ineffective, they used real live bullets. As a result, 4 dead in Yemen. Let's go to Amman, Jordan right now. There were other people out in the streets of Amman, the capital city of Jordan, protesting as well. A rally led by the Muslim Brotherhood, said to be 10,000 strong in Amman. Further west in Cairo, we're told tens of thousands. Not an accurate figure there, but only tens of thousands on the streets of Cairo. At one point in the central part of the Egyptian capital, they had to shut down essentially a 4-block area right near the U.S. Embassy. Also protesters firing back at police who responded there, hitting them with rocks and vowing to burn down the U.S. Embassy. Also in the streets, protesters taking turns burning flags, the American flag, the Israeli flag, and now at times also the British flag. That was the scene in Cairo yesterday, something that gauged throughout the region. Here in Kuwait, meanwhile, no sign of protest just yet. We do not expect any. And so far, that story is held pretty close to that line. More in a moment. Tommy Franks will come up here in about 3 hours. 3 hours time. Check that, about 2 hours right now. Local time, 5 o'clock here throughout the Persian Gulf. You'll see it at 9 a.m. Eastern time back in the U.S., and you will see it live here on CNN. The first briefing that Tommy Franks will hold with reporters since this military engagement began on Wednesday night. Back to Anderson now and Carol at CNN Center.
All right, Bill Hemmer live from Kuwait City. Many thanks to you. I want to take it back to the battlefield now. Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne Division. Ryan, in the past few days, they've been just sitting around waiting for something to happen. Have they moved out?
Well, yes, they have moved out of Kuwait. In fact, we are now inside Iraq. 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade is on the move in a ground convoy. That convoy is stopped right now. That's why I'm actually able to do this report. A lot of things I can't talk about for reasons of operational security. I can't tell you exactly where we are in Iraq, and I can't tell you where we are going. What I can tell you is that late last night we passed over the border from Kuwait in a ground convoy. I was actually sitting on the back of a trailer in basically in a golf cart. The military calls them gators, but they're basically militarized or ruggedized golf carts that was parked on the back of this trailer, faced backwards. A lot of soldiers taking an opportunity to get their picture taken as they went over the border. No enemy contact in this area whatsoever. In fact, lots of friendly contact. As the convoy was moving, lots of Iraqis came out to wave to the convoy, to the soldiers as they passed by. Pretty friendly scene. A lot of kids alongside the road. Some soldiers passing out MREs, meals ready to eat, to those kids, and they had them tucked under their arm. So everybody very happy. A very, very friendly scene here. We did see a little bit of broken down vehicles on the way. In fact, I saw one piece of U.S. military hardware that is actually, it's like a support unit that basically unfolds into a bridge, and on the side it was written caffeine maker. It was broken down on the side of the road. We did see some T-55, Soviet-made T-55 Iraqi tanks off in the distance. Difficult, however, to tell whether those are relics from the first Gulf War or whether those are have something to do with what's going on here now. Back to you.
Ryan, I wanted to ask you more about this because we always got the impression that the Iraqi people outside of Baghdad really didn't know what was happening with the U.S. military, but evidently they do now.
Well, anywhere, not sure if I entirely heard your question, but if the question was, do they know what the military is doing? Certainly in the part of Iraq where I am now, the soldiers are getting a warm welcome. I have to say this is a pretty desolate area. It's not as if there are a lot of people standing outside here. It's a little bit like being on the moon, actually. But we did pass through one populated area, and there were quite a few people standing out alongside the road, either waving or just simply watching the U.S. Troops as they passed by. Like I said, a lot of kids out there. I noticed a lot of them holding on to these MREs, the meals ready to eat, that had been tossed to them by soldiers as they passed through.
All right, Ryan Chilcote reporting live from somewhere inside Iraq with the 101st Airborne Division.
And as we have been bringing you the last several hours, Martin Savage, who is traveling with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, came under fire several hours ago. A rocket-propelled grenade fired at the unit he was traveling with, came very close to him as well. No reports of any injuries, though. The RPG hit a nearby building in a town. This was all part of a mission to blow up T-55 tanks and other Iraqi artillery and equipment that is just basically lying around in this area outside Basra where he is. Let's take a look back at some of what it was like. Martin Savage with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines.
This is a CAT team, they refer to it. It's basically heavily armed with your Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers and your tow missiles, which you now see at the front and back of us. And these are very highly mobile. They can run and gun, and they pick off armor, and that's the way they work. There'll be other people that are out there spotting and say, hey, we may see a tank moving, we may see this, or we may see that. And you quickly call in a tow, they peek around the corner, launch, and then get out of the way again. So it's actually a very mobile, very effective means of fighting, unlike a tank, which can be slow to go. You can take a look back here one more time. This tank continues to cook off. You should see the shells inside of these things. They are quite massive. But again, the inside of the tank does not look well used, so it doesn't appear that somebody's been using these very recently.
So
Martin, I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the town again and how many people were still there and if you could see anyone.
Well, we saw them as we initially came in. Of course, once the firing and the explosions occurred, the people have good sense to sort of melt away, to either get inside their homes or stay out of the line of fire, because they realize, of course, that the Marines are going to be rather nervous with the situation around them. So it's always wise to just stay indoors. So we don't see anybody around us now. But as we pulled up, yes, there were a lot of people who are genuinely curious now. That's part of the problem for the military here is, yes, they love to see the people. They're glad that the people seem to be happy to see them. However, force protection always being in their mind and not always being able to tell who has got good intent and who does not. They warn them continuously, stay away. They have announcements in Arabic that is usually done by the psychological ops group, going through the streets with loudspeakers just saying, stay away, stay in your homes and you'll be safe. So the interaction is on a very small level if it takes place, at least out here in sort of the front lines, as it were, because you're still trying to decipher the good from the bad.
And of course, that's Martin Savage with the Marines just outside of Basra. Those troops have moved on for right now, and we understand no American casualties, at least none we know of as of yet. Want to get some military expertise here, though. For that, we turn to our military desk and CNN's Renee San Miguel. Renee is with General Shepard. Good morning, Renee.
Good morning, Carol. We have a lot to cover with a lot of activity going on all around the country of Iraq this morning. General Don Shepard does join us. Let's start with Baghdad. Just a few more hours until it gets dark, possibly the second night of the Shock and Awe campaign. We're going to run some video courtesy of EarthViewer.com and Digital Globe. Tell us what we can expect. Some of the same targets getting hit again?
Yeah, you're going to have bomb damage assessment going on in the daylight hours to see what needs to be hit again, Renee. Also, there are many other targets in this confined complex on the west bank of the Tigris River. And this is a military complex, a governmental complex. You got Air Defense Operations Center. You got other palaces. The palaces basically have blue tops on them, if you will. You got the Republican Palace. You got Ba'ath Party headquarters. You got the Special Republican Guard headquarters. So I suspect we will see more strikes in this confined area.
And the reason you would want to come back and hit something like this again, which is the Republican Guard or the Republican Palace, there are Republican Guard headquarters, is because of the bunkers that may be way deep underneath.
Indeed. There are specific aim points, and you may or may not have hit them on the first strike. You'll have to assess that and come back.
Okay.
Of note also, there are 3 bridges connecting east to west across the Tigris River, east to west Baghdad. They have not been hit, and again, an example that the U.S. military is not trying to destroy infrastructure.
Okay, let's come on back now to the map here. We want to show folks our table map here and show folks what's going on with some of the ground troops, the ground campaign. The 3rd Infantry, 7th Cavalry. The importance there, Walter Rogers has talked about, they were moving very fast yesterday, and now they are stalled. The importance of them being able to continue that advance.
Yeah, the 3rd of the 7th is the lead element of the 3rd Infantry Division coming north out of Kuwait, swinging up toward Baghdad across the hard surface of the western Iraqi desert. Now, the 3rd of the 7th, that's the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry Regiment, Custer's old regiment, as a matter of fact, led by a young American captain, probably 27, 28 years old. He's the lead of America in Iraq right now. Amazing the responsibility we put on young captains. Now, when you say they are stalled, what happens is when you come across some of these villages, you'll take some fire out of that. You have to stop and decide, are you going to bypass that village, or are you going to go clean it out? You're going to find out who shot at you? Are you going to blow up tanks en route? You have to stop and clean these things up, and it takes time.
And especially when as we saw Martin Savage, he's embedded with a group of Marines, you blow up those tanks because you don't want them to come back and haunt you later on.
Indeed, and it's dangerous, dangerous work. You can get shot from the front, from behind, from the side. You can move quickly, but you got to stop and take care of these things en route.
And one other quick point here, Ryan Chilcote reporting in saying that he is with the 101st Airborne. They are now in Iraq. The air assault portion of that, just really quickly here.
Indeed, air assault is by helicopters. They don't jump in anymore, they go by helicopters. That's what air assault's about.
Gotcha. Major General Don Shepard, thanks so much. Back to you.
All right, Renee San Miguel, General Shepard, many thanks to you. I'm Carol Costello along with Anderson Cooper. We're going to go home now and throw it to Leon Harris. Good morning, Leon.
Good morning, Carol. Anderson, you two go get some rest. We got much more coverage coming up right here on the network, folks. I'm Leon Harris. Paul Lazon's going to be up in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at what's happening at this hour. Baghdad still bearing the brunt of a ferocious aerial assault across Iraq. The Shock and Awe campaign now in its 17th hour. As many as 1,500 bombs and missiles are to be dropped within 24 hours. Another 7 coalition fighters, though, have been killed in this strike on Iraq. British officials say 2 Navy Sea King helicopters collided over the Persian Gulf early this morning, killing 6 Britons and 1 American. On Friday, 12 British and American Marines were killed in a helicopter crash in Kuwait. U.S. Marines advancing towards Basra are facing some resistance. The Marines were destroying abandoned Iraqi tanks and vehicles when they came under some sporadic fire by Iraqi forces. And our Martin Savage is going to join us from the scene later on this hour. He had some incredible coverage and pictures while that firing was going on moments ago. Now, Allied forces are meeting pockets of resistance as they try to fully secure the Iraqi port of Qasr. Helicopters fired on targets near a UN compound there. Marines are out there searching for snipers. The coalition forces are planning to use Qasr as a base to deliver humanitarian aid down the road. Now, the Iraqi leadership says that it is still intact and still in control. Yesterday, Iraqi television aired footage of Saddam Hussein and his son, Qusay, meeting with Iraq's leaders. Now, the station claims that the meeting was held that day. We have no way to confirm that claim, and we will not say for sure whether or not that is the case. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Paula Zahn. In the air, on the ground, coalition forces press forward in Iraq. This is a view of war like most of us have never seen before. Some 1,500 bombs and missiles falling on Baghdad and other Iraqi cities in the first day of what's come to be called shock and awe. The A-Day bombing campaign that began yesterday. Iraq's foreign minister says more than 200 civilians were wounded in Baghdad. Is Saddam Hussein, meanwhile, losing his grip on power? We're hearing word of negotiations for a mass surrender. And once again, Bill Hemmer joins us from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Paula, good morning. Welcome to yet another day. Let's check the latest developments in and around the Persian Gulf area. To the north of us, inside of Iraq, significant action today around Iraq's second largest city. That's the town of Basra, population about 400,000. Reports there of a tank battle west of the city. Also today, British Defense Secretary Geoffrey Hoon says regular Iraqi troops now are leaving the city. There are reports again today a possible deal might be in the works to get Iraqi soldiers in and around the area of Basra to surrender, but when we get more on that, we'll give it to you. Meanwhile, CNN's Walter Rogers, embedded with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, reports that that column has stopped now more than 100 miles into Iraq. This while artillery and airstrikes were called in to deal with what he says is a stubborn Iraqi detachment that fired back at them. CNN State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel now reporting that Iraqi expats now acting as go-betweens in negotiations between some senior commanders of the Iraqi Republican Guard and also CIA operatives. Ultimately, the objective here is to achieve an Iraqi surrender. All that happening again today.
Thanks so much, Phil. A lot to take in. We have our eyes and ears of all parts of Iraq. Here is a big picture of the war as it stands right now. We've been waiting to hear from the U.S. commander in charge of coalition forces. Today we will. General Tommy Franks will give his first news briefing this morning at 9 Eastern. We'll cover it live. And we'll be hearing from our embedded reporters positioned with military units. Martin Savage is seeing sporadic fighting as Marines run through southern Iraq. Walt Rogers is with the Army's 3/7th, advancing on Baghdad. Christiane Amanpour is in Kuwait after going to the scene of the fighting there yesterday. Now, U.S. Marines this morning came under fire outside of Basra, Iraq. They were destroying disabled Iraqi tanks when a rocket-propelled grenade forced them to take cover. Our Martin Savage was there when it happened. Here is part of his report that aired live just about an hour or so ago.
Those are secondary blasts coming. This is the demolition of the tanks, T-55 tanks along the line here. What they're doing is hurriedly setting charges. They're using both C4 and other explosive devices as well as the ammunition that's on board the tank itself. What they've done is they've blown it up, essentially. Now you're hearing the secondary explosions. That would be coming from the rounds inside. They want to make sure they don't leave anything behind that could be used by, say, follow-on soldiers, Iraqi soldiers that might be in hiding right now. The moment they find armor, the moment they find any tanks, they're blowing it up. And that's exactly what is taking place in the background here. There's another one that's going to be going very shortly. Go ahead.
Martin, do you know how many tanks are in the distance and if they're manned?
No, these tanks this morning were found to be abandoned. They did find in the area about 13 people that they now call ETOWs. They believe that these tanks were abandoned after the heavy force of military came into this region. I'm going to keep looking over my shoulder because there is a lot going on in this situation right now.
Martin, can your cameraman...
They're moving up. This is a Mark 19. See this? This is a Mark 19 grenade launcher. They're keeping a track. Obviously, it's something around the corner. Smudge, if you come over here, you can see that Marines are taking shelter by the earthen berm. That's our other cameraman, Scott McQuinney, out there. They're clearly not feeling all that secure at this particular moment. Again, those are just secondary explosions. That wasn't. We're not sure exactly what's going on now. We're getting ready to possibly move, and move in a hurry. It may have been what they call an HE-4. An HE-4 is a rocket launcher. It's fired off the shoulder. What they're trying to do is, again, demolish this stuff as quickly as possible. So I think we're going to get ready to move here because we're not feeling all that secure. So we'll get back to you.
Okay, Martin, you stay safe and put on that helmet.
And we're going to try to establish contact with Martin Savage. We hope to have him on the air this morning. One of the other things he reported during the night is the challenge of trying to discern Iraqi soldiers from the crowds of villagers who have been waving to them. The townspeople generally curious. That is a huge problem for the Marines. They don't know who the enemy is. They have loudspeakers blasting messages in Arabic telling these people to stay away. It is a huge challenge, Bill, trying to decipher the bad guys from the more, what would you call them, tame villagers. And the other problem, Bill, of course, which as you've reported, in a number of cases, the Iraqi soldiers have civilian clothes over their Iraqi soldiers' uniforms.
Yeah, moving through southern Iraq, very precarious now, Paula. I can tell you that Marty and his crew have moved away from that village. Last check about an hour ago. Indeed, they were okay. Meanwhile, southeastern Iraq, Christian Amadpour is going to join us in a moment there for the latest on what's happening in that area known as the Thaw Peninsula in the town of Qasr. Before we get to that, though, late last night, CNN's Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne Division, called in, letting us know that he had moved into southern Iraq. And earlier today, the 101st on the move yet again. Here's Ryan by way of video phone to update us now on his status at this point. Ryan, hello.
Hey, Chandra, just FYI, I'm not hearing programming. I am hearing the control room.
All right, Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne Division. Ryan, we're on the air. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but if you can, go ahead. What's the latest there from your position?
I'm Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne. 101st Airborne now inside Iraq. Sorry for the delay there. Couldn't hear. 101st Airborne inside Iraq on the move. This is the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade. We're now pulled over on the side of the road. The convoy taking a break for other vehicles to catch up. Just 24 hours ago, the 101st Airborne was in an assembly area in Kuwait. That's all changed. The troops are now on the move. The environment here, the welcome, I would say, pretty friendly. No enemy contact, pretty desolate area, but some interaction with the local population, with Iraqis. We happened to pass by one small town. A lot of Iraqis had come out and were waving to the troops as they passed by, or at least watching the troops as they passed by. A lot of young children also watching, also holding on to MREs that the soldiers had tossed to them. MREs are meals ready to eat. That's what the soldiers eat when they're out in the field. And I guess they passed them on to the children as a token of just a goodwill token to them. Now, I do not have an ability to hear you, so I'll have to say goodbye at that. But the 101st Airborne is on the move. Chilcote, 101st, now moving into Iraq. Ryan, thanks for that. Back here in Kuwait, Paula,
The news breaking several hours ago in the waters above the Persian Gulf, 2 British helicopters collided earlier today. As a result, 6 Brits dead in the water, and 1 American died as a result, 7 total as a result of that collision. More in a moment, Paula.
Thanks so much, Bill. Military commanders say they've wrapped up capturing the Iraqi port town of Qasr. Let's join Christian Amanpour, who is along with British forces in that northern part of Kuwait. Christian, what's the latest?
Paula, we just came back from Qasr and we saw there that the port, the new port, the main port that they want to have is secured now, and it's full of U.S. Marines and some British forces. This was an interesting operation because it was U.S. Marines, specifically the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, under the command of the British Royal Marines known as 3 Commando. In any event, they got that port and they got it intact. In other words, there's no damage, so they can use it just as soon as there is humanitarian aid to bring in. However, there are also still some disturbances north of that port. There are still pockets of resistance. The colonel in charge of the Marine Division here, the Marine Unit, told us that it wasn't massively serious, and they thought that they would have it out by the end of the day, but it is going slower than they had expected.
I think so far it's gone quite well. I mean, we did meet some resistance, and for the most part the plan that we had, we executed pretty much without any major changes, but it's probably not going as quick perhaps as we had thought.
So they say they've met resistance. Some are in Iraqi army uniforms, some are in civilians, but they think they may be military who's taken their uniforms off. Some have mortars, there's some artillery and machine guns, but again, the Americans confident that they and their British Marines as well have much superior skills and firepower, so they expect to have it wrapped up by the end of the day. In addition, they have had several hundred surrenders. We heard the number 450 from the Qasr region and Al-Faw region, and those were being kept in a warehouse there, but while we were there we saw them shipped off and headed to a collection point where they will be under the control of the British while they are processed. So that is the scene at Qasr, but in general in southern Iraq the main economic and strategic targets, we're told, are secured by a combination of US and British forces. Paula?
Christian, please stand by. We'd love to get back to you to get more details on how they continue to secure that area. Now some breaking news out of the Pentagon from our own Barbara Starr. Is it true a Tomahawk missed its target?
Paula, CNN has learned that top military officials this morning, both in the Persian Gulf and here at the Pentagon, are investigating what they believe may be very credible reports that a Tomahawk cruise missile missed its target and has impacted somewhere in southwestern Iran, close to the Iraqi border. Now, officials are emphasizing to us, this of course is the unmanned Tomahawk cruise missile guided to its target by satellite. Officials are emphasizing they do not have final word, but one official saying to me just a little while ago, we believe we are going to be able to confirm this, that a Tomahawk cruise missile did land in southwestern Iran. What they are doing now is going back through the tasking orders, the pilot reports, the battle damage that they have, and trying to figure out if they can match up every munition fired with its impact point, with its target in Iraq. And they believe that at least something has gone astray. It's going to take them some time. It's not clear whether we will ever get public confirmation of this, but another official saying, leading to the indication that they believe this has happened, well, if it happened in southwestern Iran, it was in a place that it didn't cause a lot of damage. So a lot of very early word circulating around here, but at least there are credible reports, they say, that they are investigating that a Tomahawk cruise missile did impact in southwestern Iran. Paula?
Barbara, now for the very latest on what we can expect in this first 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign. What is left to come?
Well, they are going to continue with what they're doing. I think the critical thing they're looking at right now is what they can expect when they do begin to encounter the Republican Guard. There have been these skirmishes, of course, that Walt Rogers, Marty Savage, and others have reported throughout the morning. They expect more of that. They expect it to get a lot nastier when they do finally encounter the Republican Guard, unless there are more surrenders. The surrenders that have occurred so far have only been in the regular Army units. There have been no major Republican Guard encounters or surrenders at this point, so their concern is that. They are still trying to assess as well the status of the Iraqi command and control system, essentially whether or not the lines of communication are still open between Baghdad and units in the field. They have now struck several key fiber optic communications facilities that they believe were the major communications transmission routes between commanders in Baghdad and units in the field. But there's a lot of redundancy in the Iraqi communication system, so what they're not sure about is whether there are other paths in which orders might be communicated. So they're going to, as they approach the Republican Guard territory, officials here tell us they're going to be very cautious, they're going to be prepared to encounter some stiff opposition. And when they go downtown Baghdad again, there is still a lot of concern. There are air defenses around Baghdad. They have managed to strike several key radar facilities, several early warning radars, but they know there's still plenty out there. Paula?
Thanks so much, Barbara. We do need to point out that the video you just saw, of course, was during the airstrikes yesterday. They came at about 1 p.m. Eastern time, the beginning of what is expected to be some 1,500 precision-guided bombs and missiles raining on not only Baghdad, but other cities in Iraq as well. Now we're going to go to the White House to get the very latest and what a lot of people find intriguing this morning, Suzanne Malveaux, and that is the ongoing negotiations between U.S. military officials, Iraqi defectors, and leading members of the Iraqi military command. What do they expect to get out of these exchanges?
Well, Paula, that's a very good question, and Barbara brought up a very good point, and that is really whether or not you're going to see Saddam Hussein's elite Republican Guard put down their weapons and actually put up a good fight. This is a key question because, of course, as you know, those soldiers heading their way to Baghdad, whether or not they're going to see a real intense, fierce fight here. Senior administration officials today, of course, are going to be evaluating, assessing the military as well as the political status of this bombing campaign. Still a number of unanswered questions, key questions, whether or not Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. Senior administration officials say that at least for the senior Iraqi officials that they are not in control of the country, that the critical members, Saddam and his two sons, that this is in complete disarray. But as mentioned before, there are talks that are going on. Secretary of State Colin Powell saying that yes, between the Kurds as well as the Iraqi dissidents and those generals, whether or not they are going to give up and put down their weapons.
There are a number of channels open to Baghdad. There are a number of individuals and countries around the world who have been conveying the message to the Iraqi regime that it is now inevitable, that there will be a change. Coalition forces are doing very well. The operation is going, I think, in a very fine manner. And in order to prevent any loss of life beyond that which may have occurred already, it would be wise for Iraqi leaders to recognize that their day is over and that this is going to happen.
So, of course, that's a big question, and it will change the political landscape as well as the military landscape dramatically if we see those generals actually surrendering in mass numbers. Now, President Bush today is at Camp David. He is going to be holding a meeting with the full War Council, including the Vice President, as well as National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell, among others. They're going to be assessing the damage and how to move forward. Paula?
Suzanne, even as we speak, we are told that air raid sirens are sounding in Baghdad. I guess the question I have for you this morning, we already know that 8,000 Iraqi soldiers surrendered near the town of Basra. What would it take to stop what is considered to be the first 24 hours of this shock and awe campaign?
Well, Paula, it's a good question. We don't know what it would take to actually stop the campaign, but we certainly know what it would take to actually create a pause, because a pause had happened from the initial onset of the war planning, and that is when there was an indication that perhaps generals would put down their weapons, that they would surrender in huge numbers. That's why you saw that pause before the shock and awe actually began. That would prevent something like that from happening as well. But so far there are no signs that there are these mass numbers of generals who are willing to put down their arms.
Suzanne, we continue to look at the live picture from Baghdad. We know the air raid sirens have sounded. We can't tell you what that smoke in the distance, where exactly it is coming from. As soon as we can get to some clarification, we will let you know. It should come as no surprise, though. to our audience that this strike will continue. We were told by the Pentagon that the first part of the shock and awe campaign would last about 24 hours. It would include some 2,000 sorties, and some 1,500 bombs or missiles would rain, not only on Baghdad, but in the towns of Kirkuk and Mosul as well, which we saw get struck yesterday. We're going to go to Bill right now in Kuwait City as we try to get you more information about what we're looking at right now on that screen out of Baghdad. Bill?
Yeah, Paulo, as we watch this on our live picture here in Kuwait City last night, absolutely thunderous as the beginning of that campaign began. There was a 7-minute stretch that captivated everyone just to watch and to listen, especially to hear the sounds of the bombs hitting central Baghdad. We're going to hear from Tommy Franks, head of Central Command in Qatar, for the first time since this campaign began, 9 o'clock your time back in New York. We'll have that live for you, and certainly a lot of questions right now about the past 3.5 days and what's happening or going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. Major General Don Shepard says watching this on TV is essentially giving us a straw and looking at central Baghdad through the eye of a straw. Clearly it is difficult to get the big picture there, but for more on this, let's head to CNN Senator Renee San Miguel, who is watching things there with the general and has more now for us. Renee, hello, good morning.
Good morning to you, Bill, and a lot to talk about over the last just 12 hours of the ground war, but to get a reaction on some of these recent developments that have just been reported here over the last 5 minutes, we are joined by CNN military analyst, retired Major General Don Shepard. General, the idea of a Tomahawk missile going off course here, these are amazing examples of military technology, but they do malfunction. What would cause something like that?
Well, yeah, there's one rule of military operations, Renee, and that is that whatever can go wrong will, and go wrong at the worst possible time. There's one country over there you don't want to hit, and it's Iran. So naturally, we reportedly had an impact in Iran now. We've had this happen before. Many years ago, we had missiles released on a Turkish boat in the Mediterranean, causing a big political problem for us. During the Kosovo campaign, we impacted the Chinese embassy, the one building in all of Belgrade that you sure did not want to hit. It happened. So these things happen. Sometimes they're human error, sometimes they're malfunction. Hopefully this did not injure anyone. We can apologize to Iran and get on.
And again, we understand it did go down. We were investigating whether it went down in southwestern Iran. And as we see the video right now from Baghdad, air raid sirens sounding, some smoke there. The idea that this would be an around-the-clock bombing campaign, not just having to wait for nighttime, but could do this in daytime, the strategy behind that?
Well, basically, you want to keep pressure on the military wherever it is and the leadership wherever it is, so you have to do that around the clock. Now, the reason for using the night over Baghdad is you can use stealth airplanes and not be seen at night until you get the air defenses down. Then you can employ all types of airplanes, even during the daytime. In the other areas of Iraq that are not heavily defended, these strikes are going to go on by all types of non-stealthy airplanes. So you use the entire clock, and you be very careful about air defenses.
The idea maybe that this is also an indication that maybe the air defenses around Baghdad, the Iraqi air defenses, have been degraded enough that maybe you could use not just cruise missiles, but also aircraft to launch those missiles?
Yeah, but I think it's too early to say that there have been severe degradation. I've watched the AAA fire, the anti-aircraft fire around there, and it would be very dangerous during the daytime to bring non-stealthy airplanes into that environment, because you could have both the missiles that are left and the anti-aircraft fire they could see the airplanes during the day. You can even see the Tomahawk missiles and shoot those down during the daytime. So there's some more night work to be done in Baghdad.
I remember from the '91 campaign, there was shots of cruise missiles flying over Baghdad, video catching those in the daylight. I don't know if we're going to be able to go to our map, but we want to show on our map table right now here some of the events that have been going on, especially in the south. We've seen the video, the compelling video from Martin Savage with the Marines destroying some of the tanks there near Basra. The idea here is to make sure that those do not come back and haunt you later on.
Indeed, yeah. What's happening is they're cleaning up pockets, both in the port of Qasr down here. You see the British and the Americans working on cleaning up those pockets, and there are also reportedly some heavy fighting going around Basra. You've got to stop, and you've got to really take care of these things so that you don't have them shooting you in the back as you move forward.
Gotcha. We need to go back to Paula Zahn. General Shepard, thank you so much. Paula, back to you.
Thanks so much, Renee. I'm actually going to throw a couple questions at the General now as we keep our eye on the screen now. Live pictures out of the Baghdad. We have been told that the air sirens have sounded in downtown Baghdad. General, we know that yesterday that a lot of the targets that were hit were considered symbols of the power of Saddam Hussein's regime. The Republican Palace was at the heart of the bombing. Some buildings, we are told, so secret that the Iraqis don't even know or didn't even know they existed. In addition to that, the Peace Palace and the Flowers Palaces hit, the Iraqi information minister saying they were turned into ruins. My question to you, what is left to hit in Baghdad that is of strategic importance?
Yeah, there's a lot left, even in this small area of Baghdad. Reportedly, at least from the Iraqi standpoint, there were 19 impacts in downtown Baghdad. It looked like a lot more than that to me, but we'll have to let the CENTCOM briefing take care of that. But there's still a lot to hit in the military and government area, and a lot of it is underground, Paula. There'll be some restrikes in the same area, and then we'll go against air defenses in and around Baghdad also.
The other thing I want to ask you about, some of the reporters left on the ground describe the pinpoint accuracy of these weapons, and I want you to share with us some information on that, because they found it staggering that they could watch from the top levels of a hotel a half-mile away and, of course, feel the convulsions of the ground, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, indeed. It indicates that they are certainly not being targeted in these outlying areas. It's confined to this small area on the west bank of the Tigris River. The accuracy of these bombs is up to about 9 feet, anywhere from 9 to 15 feet. Some of them do go errant, so I would be very careful about watching from anywhere. Just like the Tomahawk missile in Iran, we can have errors around there, but for the most part, they're very accurate. Everything dropped in downtown Baghdad was a precision-guided weapon, either guided by satellite guidance or infrared laser guidance.
Of course, we just heard the breaking news from the Pentagon from Barbara Starr that the Defense Department is now confirming that an errant Tomahawk missile might have gone into Iran. If that is true, what might be the repercussions of that?
Well, I think you'll have us make an apology and an explanation to the Iranian government. These are errors. Hopefully no one was injured in this. It happens in every military operation. Things that you don't plan on happen, and they screw you up, and you have to work with it, Paula. It's part of military operations.
And General, if you can give us some insights as to what Saddam Hussein must be thinking right now, if he is alive. We know, according to what we heard from news briefings yesterday, that they are working with the assumption that he is still alive, but they do believe he was in that small complex of buildings with his sons the first night of the attacks, the attacks that came before the shock and awe campaign got underway.
Yeah, my guess is, not knowing what he's thinking, my guess is that Saddam Hussein is saying, how do I communicate with my top generals and how do I keep their confidence? And it's going to get tougher for him every minute of every day, Paula.
The other thing I'd love for you to talk to us a little bit about are these ongoing negotiations that are going on between Iraqi defectors and members of the top Iraqi military leadership right now, as well as some of the CIA's operatives. How do you see that playing out?
Well, that's very important negotiations. Hopefully we will have surrenders and switching of sides and not have to go into downtown Baghdad. If we have to go into downtown Baghdad, the U.S. forces will, but it could be a very, very nasty fight. And so these negotiations make a lot of sense to keep any aspect of weapons of mass destruction from being deployed against our forces or Iraqi civilians and avoiding a fight in downtown Baghdad.
I know even though those of you who have witnessed a lot of wars, a lot of military campaigns, are really struck by the breadth of this campaign, you have this campaign involving some 38 different locations, including 30 air bases in the Middle East, England, and as far away as Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Just a broad thought on that and how complicated it is to pull this all together.
I can't overemphasize the complicated nature of how difficult it is to orchestrate this and time this so it all comes together in a 7-minute bombardment in a confined area and not hit the rest of the city. And you do it not only with United States forces, but with coalition forces, special operations, United States forces working with British forces, using combined equipment, air support from the United States Air Force. This is all very difficult, it's very joint, and it comes from years and years of practice and lots of money spent, Paula.
Finally, General, before we get back, Bill Hemmer, who has some news out of Kuwait City, it would not surprise you, as we're looking at this picture of the screen from downtown Baghdad, that there might be some strikes launched during daytime hours. Once again, the air raids sirens have been sounded. We saw some much thicker black smoke about a minute and a half ago. It seems to be receding into the skyline there.
Now, I see that we'll have continual pressure throughout the daytime, and some of it will be because of targets of opportunity. Some of it will be restrike on important targets that we need to take out, and so we can't wait until nighttime. So all of this is just the way an air campaign is conducted. We will use the night for reasons of protecting our stealth aircraft until the air defenses have been degraded to our satisfaction, Paula.
General Shepard, if you don't mind standing by, we're going to need to lean on you for your wealth of information and expertise all morning long. Thanks so much. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
Paula, south of town here, I want to take you to a briefing underway right now. British Army, Chris Vernon now talking with reporters about the situation in and around Basra and also the fate of these POWs.
We've got no timelines on any of this. One of the things I keep having to stressing to all of you, there is not a blueprint of timeline saying that by D+7 and so and so. You know, if this takes 2 weeks, it takes 2 weeks. If it takes 2 months, it takes 2 months.
Did you notice any ships in Qasr or at the oil terminal L4?
No, I would say Qasr looks to me like a pretty decrepit port. There's the odd modern crane there, but I mean, it doesn't look like a hugely operating port. L4, I haven't been into L4, but no, not reported.
Can you give us any information relevant to the collision between
No more than the statement that's been put out that there was a collision over international waters resulting in the deaths that have been reported.
Colonel, you mentioned that. Colonel, you mentioned.
Sorry.
Colonel, you mentioned that there was sporadic resistance in Qasr. You mentioned that there were militia present over there using RPG-7s as well. Have they hit any American tanks or British units, British forces in that region? Have they reported any hits?
Yeah, one U.S. Marine has been killed.
Other than that, in terms of equipment?
No.
The Iraqis are saying 5 coalition.
No, I can absolutely. There are only 4 in there to start with, so they've got the mathematics right.
Can you tell us a little bit about airfields that have been captured?
Sorry? That's what I'm referring to as 51 Division. I would say combat ineffective. It's very difficult to ascertain which bits are surrendered, which bits are just dissipated, which bits didn't turn up, etc., etc. So, no. I mean, where's that coming from? Okay, great.
Can you tell us anything about the airfields that have been captured?
No, namely?
Well, again,
Name? No. Not on the plan so far. Not achieved so far. It's very easy to defend a town and a dockyard, which is why we would not choose to fight in urban built-up areas if we had to. It just falls into the hands of a man with a gun or an RPG-7.
All right, Chris Vernon, let's get away from this in Kuwait City, talking about Qasr as a pretty decrepit port. We know there are pockets of resistance in and around the area, but earlier we were also told that the British and the U.S. military that they feel pretty secure right now about getting occupation of both the old and the new ports. Talked about 1 Marine dead in the past 24 hours. Just to update you now what we know in terms of numbers on the American casualty side. 4 Marines killed as a result of that helicopter going down in northern Kuwait. 2 Marines killed in combat in southern Iraq yesterday, and 1 American on board one of the British helicopters dead as a result of that collision above the Persian Gulf waters earlier today. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon now has more for us. Barbara, what do you have? Good morning again.
Good morning, Bill. Well, officials believe now that it is very likely that at least 1 Tomahawk cruise missile during these recent attacks in the last several hours has misfired and landed in southwestern Iran. They have not got final confirmation. We must emphasize that. They do not have final confirmation, but officials saying they do believe it is very likely based on their own intelligence and the Iranian press reports that they have seen in recent hours that at least 1 Tomahawk missile did land in Iran. This would not be totally unexpected during Tomahawk cruise missile attacks when they fire dozens and dozens of them, even though they are precision weapons, even though they are guided to their target by satellite coordinates. It is not completely unusual that sometimes these missiles do misfire and land where it is not expected. So that's going to be something they're going to be looking into quite a bit over the next several hours. Now, in terms of these pictures we're showing of daylight attacks over Baghdad, also quite expected. This was what we had been told would begin to happen. A rolling campaign, as one official said here yesterday. He said you would not see lulls. There would be around-the-clock attacks. That has certainly been part of the war plan all along. But now that we are seeing daylight attacks over Baghdad, it's really a very clear indication the U.S. believes that it has taken out, that it has eliminated key air defenses and key communications in the area. It feels much more confident that it can fly in the daylight hours. Bill?
Barbara, when they talk about battle damage assessment, it's something that goes on literally 24 hours a day. Have you gotten much of an indication yet as to what they truly believe may have taken place during that first 7-minute campaign last night when the thunderous roar rang out throughout Baghdad last evening, 9 o'clock local time?
You know, there are a couple of indicators that officials have offered. Some of the clouds that you have seen, the plumes, the debris coming up from some of the explosions in this central area of Baghdad against these government buildings and these presidential palace facilities are indications to weapons targeteers that they have made a spot-on target hit, that they are hitting their targets exactly. They are looking very closely at the plumes that they actually see being broadcast on TV, and it's an indication to them when they see these huge plumes in a certain fashion, these sort of mushroom clouds, that that is a good hit, that they have hit their target exactly, that the right overpressure has been created when you see these clouds of debris and smoke come up. So that's one indication. But I think perhaps the biggest indication that they've really managed to do what they intended is this first round of daylight raids today. It's an indication that they feel confident flying over Baghdad in the daylight hours and that it's going to continue.
Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. We will check in many times throughout the day here. Back to Paula now in New York. Paula?
Thanks so much, Phil. Coming up, an all-out air assault on Baghdad and other Iraqi cities. Does it push Saddam Hussein and his top aides to the brink? A live report from Baghdad straight ahead. And the advance of coalition forces. Live updates from our embedded reporters tracking troop movements. Plus, voices of opposition, anti-war demonstrations in the U.S. and overseas. We'll have that and much more coming up in the next hour. Now, back to CNN's Brent Sadler. He has some new information to share about U.S. airborne troops heading into northern Iraq. He joins us now live from Khalak, Iraq. Brent, what is the latest from there?
Thanks. Yes, Paula. Information coming from the Kurdish military intelligence sources here that the United States, exasperated with difficulties with Turkey over the past several weeks in the build-up to the invasion and the ongoing invasion, that the U.S. is now in the process of rejigging a deployment plan for U.S. forces in northern Iraq here. And I understand that the plan is to put, first of all, U.S. Special Force units into Jordan, and that they would then fly from Jordan across Iraq's western desert and land in an airfield about 2 hours from where I'm standing. This operation could begin, I'm told, as early as 48 hours from now. Perhaps as many as 200 special forces in an initial wave to be followed up by a deployment of airborne forces. Total numbers in the initial phases, I'm told, about 6,000. This because of problems, conditions being applied by Turkey for the use of Turkish airspace for U.S. aircraft. So that rejigging is going on. Perhaps it might tie up the many loose ends in this northern enclave. Now, what you see, I'm actually wearing for the first time in the past 3 days a protective jacket because there was some gunfire just a few moments ago. There's also an unconfirmed report we have that on the road to Kirkuk, which is one of the two major northern cities here under Saddam Hussein's control, that one of the guards of a U.S. network, our colleagues Fox, one of their guards has been shot. Still waiting for complete confirmation of that, but gives you an idea of the way things are getting a little tense as each day goes by, with these loose ends still flapping in a diplomatic gale as a result of problems with Turkey. Just a quick update, a bunch of targets that were hit by coalition airstrikes overnight in Kirkuk and Mosul. Behind me, Mosul in that direction. Mosul took hits, I'm told, to an Iraqi army barracks, the headquarters of military intelligence, and one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. In Kirkuk, the major oil-producing area of northern Iraq, 3 more targets there, an airbase, a huge airbase. I saw that back in 1991 after the Gulf War ceasefire when the Kurds were rebelling against Saddam Hussein. They took that airfield for a brief spell. It's a huge airfield, could be very important for further deployments of U.S. forces if a northern front gets underway. Final target, Iraqi military intelligence in Kirkuk. That's the latest from here. Back to you, Paula.
Brent, before we let you go, the Kevin Seitz, who was on the ground not too far from where you are, reported that it was not clear exactly why the Iraqis were firing the shot, perhaps as a send a message to the Kurds that they are still there. What are they really capable of doing at this point, these Iraqi soldiers?
Well, if I can just tell you what's along the front lines, about a 500-mile front line separating Iraqi army under Saddam Hussein's command and control with the Kurds. 3 Iraqi army corps, 120,000 men. Sounds a lot, sounds strong, but according to intelligence sources on the ground here, they're not very well equipped. The army is about 70% Shiite, not loyal, of course, to Saddam Hussein, but the officer corps, that's what's important, the officer corps handpicked by Saddam Hussein from the Sunnite heartland, from places like Mosul, Tikrit, Diyala, and of course Ramadi just north of Baghdad. And it is the intentions of those commanders who control those 3 army corps along this Kurdish line in the northern Iraq that's really important. I understand that US Special Forces are working very closely with their Kurdish counterparts on the ground, trying to probe the intentions of those Iraqi army commanders in the hope that Kirkuk and Mosul, there will not be a battle for those 2 major oil cities, and also a battle that could result in the torching of those very vital Iraqi oil wells in the Kirkuk and Mosul areas. So those are the kind of things, Paula, that are going on behind the scenes right now.
Brent Sadler, thanks so much. We'll get back to you a little bit later on this morning. In the meantime, I want to call your attention to what you see unfolding on the screen. Live pictures out of Baghdad. We're keeping an eye on this cloud of black smoke that continues to hang over the city. General Shepard, our expert, gave us a sense that it would not surprise him if we see part of this air campaign continued in this first 24 hours of shock and awe. Now, traditionally, Bill, we've talked about pilots not wanting to fly during daylight hours, but once again, General Shepard said that it might be a tactic that is used to continue to keep the Iraqis off guard. Bill?
Yeah, we also know in and around Baghdad, the Iraqi air defenses are quite formidable. And a guy who knows all about that is Ken Pollack. He wrote a book called The Threatening Storm, The Case Against Saddam Hussein. But prior to being an author, Ken was a CIA analyst. At the time when he wore that hat, he was in charge of examining the Iraqi military. Ken, welcome back to American Morning. Let's talk about Basra first. Getting indications right now, the 51st Division of the regular Iraqi army, about 8,000 strong, may be in the process of surrendering. Perhaps they've done it already. But even if they're not part of the Special Republican Guard, even the Republican Guard, why would this division be so critical, Ken?
Well, it's the first big division that we're coming across. It was the division south of Basra that Saddam was using to defend the southern approaches to the city. It's also very important because it's one of Iraq's 6 heavy divisions. The Iraqis have 3 armored divisions and 3 mechanized, and the 51st is one of those mechanized divisions. And beyond that, this could send a very important signal to other Iraqi forces throughout the country. If they see a big formation like the entire 51st Mech surrender to the United States, then you might have other formations. The 11th Infantry, that's going to be the one facing our 3rd Infantry Division, or the 6th Armored Division just up the road, they may all decide, well, you know what, if the 51st was able to surrender and get away with it, maybe we can too. But by the same token, we shouldn't push it too far, Bill, because we got to remember this is really not a terrific division. It's actually a very mediocre division. It was demoralized, last call for equipment and spares and all that other good stuff. And so from Saddam's perspective, he was never expecting the 51st to put up much of a fight and probably expected that they might surrender en masse. So while it's helpful for us, it's not necessarily something that he's going to be too concerned about.
Yeah, we know the Iraqi military of 12 years later not nearly rebuilt the way they were in late of 1990. What is your evaluation right now about how defensive the posture could be in and around Baghdad once it gets to that point?
Well, Bill, you're really focusing on what the critical issue is, because the truth of the matter is that the regular Iraqi armed forces, which are deployed out in the periphery of the country, these are really not first-class troops. As I said, they're poorly equipped, they're mostly pretty demoralized, they tend not to be paid on a regular basis, not to have a whole lot of food or other perks from the government, and as a result, no one, probably not even Saddam Hussein, expected them to put up much of a fight. The real issue is going to be when we get to Baghdad. That's where Saddam has got his 3 big Republican Guard armored divisions. That's half the Republican Guard. They are dug in around the city, and Saddam is betting that they are going to put up a fight with us. They are the best troops in Iraq. They have the best training. They have the best equipment. They're also the most motivated and committed. And you may remember that in 1991, during the Gulf War, when the Iraqi Regular Army was surrendering and running away, the Republican Guard stood and fought. They didn't fight well, but they fought very hard, and they often fought to the death. And what Saddam is hoping is that in the urban environment around Baghdad, the willingness of the Republican Guard to stand and fight and die will maximize their effort, and we won't want to be willing to get into a fight in the city, in the built-up environment around Baghdad with Republican Guards who are actually willing to fight for Saddam.
You put some numbers on it. How many could be, if indeed the force is at full strength?
Sure. Well, the Republican Guard altogether comes to about maybe 80,000 men. There are probably a little bit more than half of those around Baghdad. So put it at around 35,000 men, Republican Guards around Baghdad. In addition to that, behind the Republican Guard, you have the Special Republican Guard. Now, the Special Republican Guard is only about 20 to 25,000 men, and while they are soldiers, and they dress like soldiers, and they're equipped like soldiers, they're not really trained like soldiers. The Republican Guard are trained like conventional military forces. The Special Republican Guard, they are mostly thugs. They're Saddam's goons. They're the bully boys who he uses to keep control over the city itself. So people expect them to put up somewhat less of a fight just because they're not as good as the Republican Guard. Remember, the Republican Guard themselves aren't nearly as good as our troops are. But what the Special Republican Guard has going for them is they're tremendously loyal to Saddam. They're all recruited from Saddam's own tribe or a few other tribes that are fiercely loyal to Saddam. They are brought as young men to Baghdad. They are trained, basically they're brainwashed by Saddam and his henchmen to believe that Saddam is the great savior of the Arab world. They really believe it. And the expectation is that while they may not fight as well as even the Republican Guard, they will fight hard. They will fight to the death. And they're sitting there in Baghdad. So you got to add them, another 20, 25,000 to the 30 or 35,000 Republican Guards. And then finally, beyond that, there will also be members of Saddam's various security services, and he's got about a dozen of them. And there may be another 30 or 40,000 members of his security service in Baghdad. Now, they're also not trained soldiers, so they know about fighting even less than, say, the Republican Guards do, but they too are very closely tied to the regime, and in particular, they're the ones that Saddam uses to slaughter the Iraqi people. They are deeply implicated in Saddam's war crimes, and they are probably going to be willing to fight for Saddam just because they probably believe that if Saddam goes down, they're going with him.
Yeah, you know, Ken, having the will to fight sometimes can be a completely different matter when it comes to having the means to fight. What sort of weaponry, how well equipped are they?
They're not terribly well equipped, especially by our standards. The Republican Guard has the best equipment. They've got reasonably modern Soviet stuff. T-72 tanks, BMP-1 and 2 armored personnel carriers, even some self-propelled guns, even, believe it or not, some American self-propelled howitzers, which they captured from the Iranians. And that's reasonably good equipment. But by the same token, what we saw in the Gulf War was our modern equipment can slice through the old Soviet stuff pretty easily. As for the Special Republican Guard and the security services, they don't even have that. They mostly just have a few armored vehicles, not even tanks. They've got small arms, again, Russian equipment, Kalashnikov assault rifles, mortars, Dushka machine guns, light infantry weapons, crew-served weapons, nothing particularly heavy. In truth, nothing that our Army and Marines can't handle.
Ken Pollack, author of The Threatening Storm, former CIA analyst, thank you for being with us yet again today. When we talk again, Ken, I would like to look at this point. To this point in this conflict, there is no evidence that we know of or have been shown to us about weapons of mass destruction within Iraq. Then the scenario goes to this one. What if they are never found or discovered throughout this conflict or even after that? Let's consider that scenario next time we talk. In the meantime, Tommy Franks is going to talk today for the first time since the conflict began. He's going to brief reporters at Central Command in Qatar. You'll see it live on CNN, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We want to bring your attention back to that picture coming out of Baghdad live, that black cloud of smoke still creating a lot of haze in that city. We don't know what the source of that smoke is, although General Shepard said it wouldn't surprise him if we did see some daylight airstrikes. We have been led to believe that this first stage of the shock and awe campaign will last some 24 hours, which would take us to about 1 p.m. Eastern time today. We'll get you posted on that. Right now, though, military leaders continue to be very concerned about approaching sandstorms to the region. Chad Meyer standing by, and CNN Center with the very latest on that. How bad could it get, Chad?
Good morning, Paula. Winds by Tuesday afternoon could gust to over 50 miles per hour. We've seen in the past what 25 miles per hour could do. On that picture there from Baghdad, the smoke going completely up in the air, not being blown off at all. The palm trees absolutely still. 2.5 days of calm weather before the next storm begins to come in. Go back to the maps. We do have a storm developing over the Straits of Gibraltar. Go back to the maps, please. Please. There we go. I work so hard on these maps. Scattered wind here coming in across the northern sections of Iraq, across the desert. And then by tomorrow, this storm begins to approach from the west. And as it gets in here on Monday, we get these south winds coming into Iraq. So our temperatures are going to go up in Kuwait to probably 90, 95 degrees. And then by Tuesday, this dust storm wraps in behind this storm as the low that was coming across Africa combines with a storm coming down from Europe, and the two come together. We call that phasing. We have it in the United States. When it happens, we call that a nor'easter, when two big storms phase together. Today, Kuwait City, winds out of the west-northwest, about 5 to 10 miles per hour, temperature 78. Fly you in and across the Iraqi desert. See a big scar here on the map. That's from one of the old oil well fires. You see very dark areas over here. In fact, the Tigris River basin, very swampy and not a desert at all. A lot of growth in there, a lot of dirty air, also a lot of swampy areas, and so all the sand you see here, all the lighter areas you see here with the desert that we're talking about. Baghdad, a very large city. You can see it here today, Baghdad, 73. Winds out of the west, 7 to 15. Paul, back to you.
Thanks so much, Chad. Turkey and its actions continue to be a big story at this hour. The Turks allowed yesterday for the U.S. to potentially start using its airspace. Now Kurdish sources are telling CNN the U.S. may bypass that altogether and fly over Jordan. The latest on all that after this very short break.
Do you know what unlimited means in the neighborhood? It means you can call your brother in Toledo for 2 minutes. And your mother in San Diego for 2 hours. And the pizza guy down the street right now. And every call is the same. Call anyone in the country, talk as long as you want, as often as you want, for one low monthly price. Rack 'em up, people.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
Someday, it all pays off. When you face the challenges and you've made the right moves. Through it all, Prudential Financial is there. Because when it comes to your financial security, having the right partner can mean everything. Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
Good morning and welcome back to our Strike on Iraq coverage. There are conflicting reports this morning about whether Turkish troops have actually crossed the border into Iraq. Coalition forces attacked a radical Islamic group along the Iran-Iraqi border yesterday. That is according to Kurdish sources. Frederica Whitfield is live by way of video phone from Silopi, Turkey with the very latest. Frederica, good morning.
Hello there, Paula. Well, still some conflicting messages coming in now from various Turkish sources. Some who are saying that Turkish troops have already crossed the border. Some 1,500 commandos have crossed the border into Iraq. Others are now saying that there has been a holdup and none of the Turkish troops have crossed the border. At the same time, all of this comes when the U.S. and Turkish governments are battling over the issue of the appropriateness of whether those Turkish forces need to be in Iraq and the Northern Territory. American sources are trying, or American government rather, is trying to tell Turkish government it's not necessary, that it would in fact be unhelpful. Those are the words of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He says potentially because you may have Turkish forces conflicting with Kurdish troops who are working in concert with U.S. Special Forces, and then consequently, you might have Turkish forces conflicting with American forces, and then beyond that, Turkish forces conflicting with possibly Saddam's troops who may be making their way into the Northern Territory to try to get to some of those rich oil fields. Now, meantime, this all comes about as part of a package deal that the Turkish parliament agreed upon last Thursday, saying that in exchange for the American flyovers to be able to take place, that Turkish troops would be able to come into the Northern Territory of Iraq. Well, meantime, there have been no American flights, as we know of, going over Turkish airspace. Originally, this is how it would have worked. From the northern corridor, bombers coming from Bulgaria or even Hungary would be flying south over Turkish airspace between Istanbul and Turkson, and then flying further south into the Northern Territory of Iraq. And then on the southern corridor, fighter jets coming from the USS Truman or Roosevelt flying through the Mediterranean, heading north, just avoiding the Syrian airspace, and then curling around the southern Turkish border and into northern Iraq. We're only here in Silipi, Turkey, about 6 or 7 miles from the Iraqi border, and it's presumed that we would likely hear any kind of fighter jet or bomber activity going on overhead. We haven't heard that, and none of our sources are telling us that any air activity involving the U.S. has indeed happened. Now, remember, the reason why the Turkish forces want to go across border, or possibly have already made it across the border, is because the Turkish government says it wants to protect its national interest. It wants to somehow avert any kind of Kurdish refugee crisis like it saw during the Gulf War when 500,000 Kurds crossed the border, causing a major refugee crisis here, as well as the Turkish sources say they want to protect any sort of rich oil fields, and in addition to that, they want to avert any of the Kurds already in this autonomous Kurdish region of northern Iraq to declare independence and eventually statehood. Paula?
Frederica Whitfield, we'll have you on standby throughout the morning. Thanks so much for that important update. Once again, a lot of confusion surrounding those reports as to whether 1,500 commandos have left Turkey and entered Iraqi space. We are keeping an eye on that picture out of Baghdad, where we see a large black cloud of smoke hanging over the city. We're not too sure what the source of that smoke is. Air raid sirens sounded just as evening prayers were being called in Baghdad. As soon as we have a better sense of what this is all about, we will let you know. But Bill, once again, General Shepard is reporting that it would not surprise him if we do see some airstrikes during daylight hours today. Once again, the first 24 hours of this campaign are supposed to drop some 1,500 cruise missiles and bombs, some 2,000 sorties, and if what we're being told is true, that campaign would wind up, at least the first 24 hours, about 1 p.m. Eastern time, Bill.
Yeah, that'll be about 5 or 6 hours from now, Paul. At 9 o'clock local time in Baghdad, they're +8 relative to the clock in New York, so something that we shall track. And then you have to ask the question as to whether or not you go into an additional 24 hours. Perhaps Tommy Franks will give us some better insight when he greets with reporters in about an hour from now. Kelly McCann, CNN security analyst, now back with us live in D.C. Kelly, welcome back to American Morning. Thanks for coming in on a Saturday for us as well. I want to talk about the situation surrounding Baghdad. At some point, it's going to come to that where there could be this military engagement. But before I get to that, I know it's early, Kelly, only 3.5 days into this conflict right now, but what if there is no evidence found by the British and U.S. forces as to weapons of mass destruction in Iraq? Have you considered that scenario? And if so, what then?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, Bill, and it goes to that whole Pax Americana kind of thought process of a stable Mesopotamia, cultured society that gives a stabilizing influence throughout the Middle East, and we use the weapons of mass destruction argument to get in. If, in fact, we don't find significant weapons of mass destruction stockpiles, it'll be an interesting shift in reasoning. I'm not sure that we've gone through the process of thinking that eventuality is a possibility, because the bottom line is it is anticipated that he may use them around Baghdad. And I think that that's where it all points. If we move to Baghdad, and if he does have chemical weapons, it's most likely that he would throw them into the mix at that point to induce that asymmetrical battlefield we talked about the other day. So the jury's still out.
Yeah, and one cannot get complacent as the move to the north does continue. Kelly, listen, we're out of time this hour, but we'll certainly get back to you a bit later. Kelly McCann in D.C. In Atlanta, the CNN Center. Here's Leon for an update now. Leon, hello. Good morning.
Hello, Bill. Good morning, folks. I'm Leon Harris. We'll get back to Paula in just a moment. But first, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. Key government sites in Baghdad have been left smoldering and in ruins by a fearsome air assault. The so-called shock and awe bombing campaign is ongoing. In just the last hour, air raid sirens have been heard and a plume of smoke was seen in Baghdad. And we're now getting our first look at some of the damage. The Pentagon says it planned to drop 1,500 precision-guided bombs and missiles in the first 24 hours. More coalition lives have been lost in the region, this time in a mid-air helicopter crash. 2 British Navy helicopters collided today over the Persian Gulf. 6 Britons, were killed, along with 1 American naval officer. Pentagon officials are investigating whether an errant Tomahawk missile may have landed in Iran. The Pentagon says that if it's true, it's unlikely that the missile would have caused much damage in the area in which it may have landed. The U.S. Marines pushing to take control of the key southern city of Basra are coming under sporadic fire from Iraqi forces. You see these pictures, they came from CNN's Martin Savage, who's traveling with a group of Marines who are disposing of Iraqi heavy equipment that was abandoned by the soldiers. Now, in that same area, an entire Iraqi military division has surrendered. About 8,000 soldiers in Iraq's 51st Division just laid down their arms yesterday. That's roughly 5% of Iraq's regular army, which is distinctly less trained than the Republican Guard. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Paula Zahn. You're looking at a live picture of downtown Baghdad. Air raid sirens punctuating the day there, just as evening prayers were about to be called. We're keeping an eye on this picture because we don't know what the source of this smoke is. Clearly, we haven't seen anything today like what happened at about 9 p.m. last night, Baghdad time. The all-out air assault began with an incredible display of firepower. Reporters on the ground there called it awesome. For weeks now, the Pentagon has been preparing us for these pictures, but obviously it is hard for a lot of people to watch this. Now, we have been led to believe we are more than halfway through the first 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign. In all, some 2,000 sorties expected to be flown, some 1,500 bombs and cruise missiles expected to be launched. Bill, we checked in with General Shepard to find out what he thought the source of the smoke was. Of course, no one knows, but he said it would not surprise him if the Iraqis might be caught off guard today by some daylight strikes, something the military doesn't normally like to do, making our planes much more vulnerable, of course. Bill.
Yeah, and also east of that city, Paula, where some of those reports are coming in, there was a large airfield there as well. Oftentimes, airfields are targets in terms of the buildings on the ground, but in terms of damaging the runway, many times you want to keep that intact. He also pointed out, Paul, that the bridges so far in central Baghdad have not been touched. Clearly, this is a tactical strike aimed largely at government centers and also military installations as well. Listen, Paula, a lot to keep track of again today and this Saturday. Christian Amanpour in southeastern Iraq, just back from that fight to take the port city of Qasr, quoting a British commander there, is saying it is not going as quickly as we thought. However, we're told there are pockets of resistance, but both ports, the old and the new, a short time ago we were told are secure. Walter Rogers, traveling with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry, says the Spearhead expects to start moving again toward Baghdad shortly. That unit held up earlier today while jets, helicopters, artillery called in to deal with an Iraqi detachment that fired on it. 8-10 Warthogs, they fly low and they fly slow and they take out tanks for the large part, came in overhead of Walter in front of his position there. Northern Iraq also, Kevin Seitz of CNN told by a Kurdish group that the U.S. has launched a cruise missile attack against territory held by Ansar al-Islam. That is a group considered a terrorist group, which the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, in the past has linked to Al-Qaeda. Updates on all these developments throughout the day here. Paula?
Bill, so much to take in this morning, and we have eyes and ears in all parts of Iraq. Here is a big picture of the war as it stands right now. We have been waiting to hear from the U.S. commander in charge of coalition forces. Today we will. General Tommy Franks will give his first news briefing this morning at 9 Eastern Time. And we will be hearing from our embedded reporters positioned with military units all across the country. Martin Savage is seeing sporadic fighting as Marines fan out through southern Iraq. Walt Rogers is with the Army's 307th advancing on Baghdad. We are told they're about 160 miles away from Baghdad at this hour. And Christiane Amanpour is in Kuwait after going to the scene of the fighting there yesterday as a very critical strategic port was taken under control by coalition forces. U.S. Marines this morning came under fire outside of Basra, Iraq, as they were trying to destroy disabled Iraqi tanks. Martin Savage is embedded with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and was there when it happened. Here is some of his dramatic report.
Let me tell you what is going on. Those are secondary blasts coming. This is the demolition of the tanks, T-55 tanks along the line here. What they're doing is hurriedly setting charges. They're using both C4 and other explosive devices, as well as the ammunition that's on board the tank itself. What they've done is they've blown it up, essentially. Now you're hearing the secondary explosions. That would be coming from the rounds inside. They want to make sure they don't leave anything behind that could be used by, say, follow-on soldiers, Iraqi soldiers that might be in hiding right now. The moment they find armor, the moment they find any tanks, they're blowing it up. And that's exactly what is taking place in the background here. Whoa! I think my foresight off. All right. Yeah, that was a tow missile. Fired in the general area where you saw that tank before that was being blown up. Obviously, they're seeing stuff down there they're not too happy about, not taking any chances. The tow missile is a very heavy weapon. They throw the tube off the top. They'll get ready to reload again. They'll try to move positions, too. We're not exactly sure what they're seeing up there at this point. I mean, obviously, we're still trying to keep our heads up around ourselves. At the same time, the demolition crews are preparing the other tanks, and we'll try to bring that to you. They seem to be concerned about, obviously, the village itself. Not that there is obvious reason to be suspect. It's just that that's an area of population. You keep an eye on that. You want to make sure that any Iraqi soldiers, anyone who might want to do the U.S. military harm, is not using the village as shelter, as cover, a place where they can easily melt away into. So that's their concern there. Well, there you go. It's getting hot. Let's go. That looks like the armored personnel carrier. We're going to keep moving back because these also have ammunition inside of them. There goes your tank down the end. And the secondary explosions that are about to follow. You're all right, Gerard. Keep coming back. Let's pull back. So the concern, obviously, that RPG is it came from the village, and now who fired it? And do they have another one, obviously? Which is why we're not going to linger too much longer. But there are more tanks to go, so if you miss that one, there'll be another one soon enough.
Talk, 6 pin completely released. Check.
It's just Saddam's hardware being taken apart piece by piece, and that is something the U.S. military wants to do and did extensively after the Gulf War.
Well, that clearly proves how valuable the embedding process works. That is about the only way we are getting information on an hourly basis, in addition to some of the briefings we've been given from time to time. Martin Savage also went on to report about the biggest challenge facing those men and women is the fact that while the villagers appear to be friendly, it's very difficult to root out the good from the bad there. They actually have loudspeakers broadcasting messages in Arabic to tell the villagers to stay away and you will be safe. So yet another challenge Martin Savage and the members of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines face on the ground there. We are keeping our eye on this picture out of Baghdad. We wish we could give you more perspective at this hour. We saw this about 40 minutes ago. Air raid sirens were sounded in Baghdad shortly before calls for evening prayer were made. We don't know what the source of it is. There had been speculation that maybe it has something to do with oil fields. We just really can't confirm that right now. But General Shepard, our expert out of CNN Center, says it would not surprise him if at some point during daylight hours we see more airstrikes. The Pentagon leading us to believe that the first 24 hours of this shock and awe campaign might come to a close around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Once again, the plan is very fluid. There's a lot of flexibility built in that plan, and we're hoping at shortly about 9 o'clock today that we will hear from General Tommy Franks and get more details on what might come next. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, listening to Marty's report, fascinating report from him. It was about a year ago that Marty Savage, along with the reporter, photographer Scott McGuiney, were with the U.S. Army on Operation Anaconda, the only journalist, the eyes and the ears of the operation underway in eastern Afghanistan a year ago. It was the largest operation of the entire war in Afghanistan. They saw combat then, and they've seen it again today. An extraordinary look inside what's happening across the border in Iraq so far today. Matthew Chance, meanwhile, is stationed in eastern Jordan, right along the Iraqi border. There's a large question right now about refugees. How many will there be? When do they come, and how will they be treated? Matthew's standing by. We'll check in with him in a moment. First, back here in Kuwait, on an air base out in the Kuwaiti desert, CNN's Bob Franken checks in. He's embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Bob, hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, Bill, and of course officially we can only refer to this as a base near the Iraq border. You know about the sensitivities, but even though there are restrictions on the reporting that has been well documented, we were allowed access to the flight line as the dramatic launch of just waves of jets from the United States Air Force and the Royal Air Force took off. Flying sorties every night of the day. The numbers are quite interesting. The day before they had 141 sorties, which of course means individual flights. In the 24-hour period that followed that ended this morning, 250, and we're told by the people who have been briefing us that they can expect a rather large increase again. It's really kind of hard to predict, they say. They've been flying missions all over Iraq. In fact, it's probably fair to say most of them have been in the areas except Baghdad. They've been, in fact, flying an intense war throughout, supporting ground troops for the most part. One of the main planes that takes off from here is the A-10. It's called the Warthog. It is this anti-tank plane that is devastating, and it's involved in what they call battlefield preparations. And they've been going all over the country. As a matter of fact, they also say that they took out one surface-to-surface missile site. That's what they call it. It means a Scud missile site. One of the things that had happened yesterday is that a missile was brought down by a Patriot missile, an anti-missile missile, and the plane scrambled from here, we're told, and were able to take out that site. It's going to be busy. It's going to continue to be busy for several days. This is one of the main arms of the ground part of the air war, and it is well underway. Bill?
Bob Franken, embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Bob, thanks. And again today, what we have seen, Paula, our journalists embedded with the U.S. military are our own eyes and ears on the ground. Without them and without their reporting, we would not be getting the information we're getting thus far. This embedded program to this point, I think, has been remarkable. If you look at the pictures and listen to the stories and the reports, it has been unbelievable access. I got to think the Pentagon is quite happy with the way things have gone so far. Had we thought it was gone this way in the very beginning, I think I might have changed my opinion, but I was a skeptic, to be quite honest with you. More from Kuwait in a moment. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. Our own Matthew Chance is at a refugee camp in Rawashid, Jordan. He has the very latest from there. Matthew, what's the latest?
Thank you very much, Paula, and I'm here a short distance from the Jordanian frontier with Iraq at a camp, a facility that has been set up in conjunction with the Jordanian authorities, the aid agencies in conjunction with the Jordanian authorities, to cater for third country nationals. We have here about 300 of those kinds of people from Sudan and Somalia and from other countries in the region who are living or studying and working in Iraq with their families, but have chosen the last 48-hour period, of course, to escape the US-led bombardment into the relative safety of Jordan. The aid agencies here, the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, are making sure that they have adequate facilities to cater for the several hundred people that have been coming through, making sure there are toilets and showers and sort of registration facilities before these people are moved on to buses and taken to the seaports and the airports and finally returned home to their home original countries. Now, what we are not seeing at the moment are any number at all of Iraqi nationals coming out of their country to the relative safety of Jordan. There is a facility a short distance from here which the Jordanian authorities have set up with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to cater for some 10,000 Iraqi refugees should they come out of the country. But as I say, that expected exodus has not materialized yet, Paula.
Matthew Chance, thanks so much. We have what we believe to be some news on the fate of the town of Nasiriyah. There are some reports that it has fallen to coalition forces. CNN can't confirm that at this point, but this is a strategically important town. General Shepard joins us from CNN Center to help us understand why. General Shepard?
Yeah, Paula, recently Saddam Hussein divided his country into 4 different military areas controlled by party functionaries and his relatives. The southern area, and Al Nasiriyah is basically the headquarters of that southern area, is commanded by Ali Hassan al-Majid, the famous chemical Ali, if you will, and a cousin of Saddam Hussein's. This is a headquarters, and so it is a strategic point. It's about 1/3 of the way between Basra and Baghdad, indicating the rapid advance of forces in that particular area. So this is militarily significant, but there probably will be a lot of cleanup to be done afterwards, Paula.
And talk about this key crossing point across the Tigris.
Yeah, actually there are 12 key bridges across the Tigris River in downtown Baghdad. Now, we have received reports that there were 37 targets actually struck in the complex that we have been talking about on the west bank of the Tigris River, and a couple of those bridges leading into that compound were reportedly struck. Now, we don't know if that information is accurate. We're waiting for the briefing by General Tommy Franks. Perhaps we'll get more details on what was struck, and then I expect them to spend the daylight hours doing bomb damage assessment to see what they need to go back and strike again, Paula.
General Shepard, I'm going to ask you to do something very difficult, but I know you've been watching this picture alongside all of us this morning of Baghdad, downtown Baghdad. Now it seems that this plume of smoke is not as diffuse as it was just a couple of minutes ago. Tell us what you're thinking this could potentially be.
I don't know what it is, but I can tell you that it has to do with petroleum, oil, and lubricants because of the dark black smoke. Now, there are no refineries in downtown Baghdad. There are storage facilities. There are also underground hiding places, if you will, for many of the things that we've been worried about, weapons of mass destruction, etc. So I can't tell you by looking at it what it is, but I can tell you this. In addition to the complex on the west bank of the Tigris River that was struck, there are many other militarily significant targets interspersed in the populated area of downtown Baghdad. These include air defenses and Republican Guard concentrations of troops, headquarters, communication sites, etc. A lot of the things that were bombed on this western bank of the Tigris, you will be bombing empty buildings where the people are not there, but again, underground bunkers and this type of thing. So we can't tell what's burning and exactly until we get briefed by General Franks, I believe.
And General Shepard, it's interesting that you should say that because one reporter from London, from one of the London newspapers who was on the ground at the time of yesterday's huge barrage of fire, said it was her understanding that a number of these buildings that were hit were not even known to Iraqis.
Yeah, this complex is a military and civilian complex of the government. Think of this, if you will, as Capitol Hill and the Pentagon spread over several miles in downtown Washington, D.C., with all of our State Department buildings, our military headquarters, defense intelligence agencies, CIA, FBI, that type of thing. Think of it as that type of complex, and you can see the enormous difficulty of striking and bringing down that type of infrastructure. And that's basically what's been going on there in downtown Baghdad, Paula.
And General Shepard, we were initially told that the first stage of the shock and awe campaign would last some 24 hours. Do you have reason to believe that would still be the case, and about 1 p.m. that might be the end of the first phase of this? Or is the battle plan so flexible we just can't even say that at this hour?
You know, we're all guessing, but I suspect that the follow-on plans, I think you're looking at another couple of days of this type of thing, the same type of thing that we saw on the first day. Again, assessment each day, seeing what needs to be restruck and seeing any new emerging targets. The intelligence sources are looking for new emerging targets. In addition, they're looking for new command and control facilities where people move to communicate and move their forces in the field, Paula.
Once again, we focus our attention now on that cloud of black, that plume of black smoke that continues to rise from the ground there. General Shepard, I know you were saying that it's your understanding that there are a number of underground hiding places in Baghdad where Saddam Hussein might be stashing things. Once again, because you say the color of what you're looking at would suggest to you lubricants, some sort of petroleum product?
Yeah, indeed. That's what gives you black smoke. If buildings are burning, it's normally either grayish or whitish smoke. This is definitely fuel. Now, Republican Guard, of which there's a great number in the Baghdad area, they have to have fuel, so perhaps we found a fuel storage facility and hit it with precision weapons, Paula. I just don't know.
And would there be anything there that Saddam Hussein, that we know, would want to sabotage that close into the center of Baghdad?
That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think we've hit a militarily significant target. That's my guess.
General Shepard, thanks so much. Once again, the air raid sirens were sounded in Baghdad just about an hour ago, about the time that evening prayers were being called. As soon as we have more information on all this, we'll bring it to you live. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paula, sometime very soon we're told we're going to see some sort of parallel movement into Iraq, not just the military, which we're concentrating on right now, but you're going to see a shift toward the humanitarian effort. As well, we're told there could be a massive amount of humanitarian aid flown into Iraq. Already today into Kuwait, we're hearing the World Food Program is getting ready to fly in 40 tons of food biscuits. Just a motorcycle behind me on the highway that goes right along our hotel here. Normally it's very busy. Today it's almost deserted. It's been that way for about 3 days running. That's a rare sound that we've heard here. Meanwhile, 40 tons of food biscuits, World Food Program flying in here to Kuwait today. The British are saying possibly about 48 hours from now, they could start taking some of this food into Iraq and maybe even to that port city of Qasr, something to track. 48 hours may be optimistic right now, but it's something that on the humanitarian side, they're very hopeful that can get underway. Let's get to the White House right now. Suzanne Malveaux, front lawn, talking about the president and his weekend away at Camp David, certainly not far from what's happening here with his advisors going with him. Suzanne, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Absolutely, the president really keeping his finger on the pulse of what is happening. He is at Camp David. We're told that he's going to have a meeting with his full War Council. That is what they call it now, the War Council, with the Vice President as well as Secretary Powell, Secretary Rumsfeld, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, the head of the CIA, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among others. This is a place where the president spent much time after September 11th, 2001, after the terrorist attacks, as you can see in these photos. It is really a place where it has complete secure video conferencing. The president can talk to anyone in the world. This is where they're going to be assessing the damage and where to move forward, both on the military as well as the political front. Should also note as well, Bill, that they're going to be dealing with another issue. These reports coming from the Iraqi information minister of 200 plus civilian casualties. Also the report from Barbara Starr about that Tomahawk missile may have missed its target and landed in southwest Iran. Now, these are things the administration, of course, realized and anticipate the kind of criticism that may come with the campaign. This is why the administration, somewhat in a preemptive public relations strike of its own, has talked about this, that the president was involved in the war planning and selecting the targets, making sure that they were far from civilian areas, also that the most precision weapons are being used, and the fact that Saddam Hussein, they accuse him of using his own people as human shields. But right now, the American people, about 2/3, are supporting the president in his war effort. If those numbers on civilian casualties and these type of mishaps, that may change. Bill?
Suzanne, the White House put out a few pictures yesterday with Condoleezza Rice out at Camp David with the president. At the briefing yesterday, though, Ari Fleischer was peppered with these questions about whether or not President Bush was watching on television the images that no doubt millions of people around the world were when the opening phase of shock and awe, as the Pentagon calls it, got underway. This 7-minute barrage in Baghdad. Should it come as much surprise that the president did not take time? Because clearly the impression was left that the president did not stop and watch this on TV.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bill, a senior administration official later in the day said that the president did watch some of that on television with his chief of staff, Andy Card, in the study right off the Oval Office there. And the point that Ari Fleischer was making, the spokesperson, is that the president does not get his information from television, that he doesn't watch a lot of TV. That was a rather sensitive subject in the briefing yesterday, as you noticed. But yes, the president is aware of what the American people are seeing, those images, those very dramatic images on television. And Ari Fleischer saying the president is very much aware of the impact of the decision to go to war. Bill?
Suzanne Malveaux, frontline of the White House, thanks. 37 minutes away from Tommy Franks, live in Qatar. We'll have it for you here on CNN. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. 12 British and American Marines were killed in a helicopter crash in Kuwait yesterday. Among them, Major J. Thomas Aubin. His father, Thomas Aubin, joins us now by telephone. Mr. Aubin, obviously this is an extremely difficult time for you and your family, and I very much appreciate your joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Aubin, I wanted to start off by reading something one of your local congressmen had to say that I think captures the way a lot of Americans feel about the great service of your son and the others who lost their lives. He said, "These brave young men have given what Abraham Lincoln so eloquently deemed the last full measure of devotion to their country. We will remember their sacrifice and honor their services on our behalf. Our hearts and prayers go out to their families." When did you find out this news, sir?
Yesterday, about 8:30 at night.
No, the day before.
Yeah, I'm mixed up on the days, but it was a great loss. He was a good boy. He really was. Loved flying, loved aviation. He'd been bought and brought up with flying, worked his way through college so he could go back into the Marine Corps. He just loved the Marine Corps. He was dead set against the Marine Corps. He loved it.
And I understand he got his love of flying from you. Is it true that he would join you in a two-seater plane at the age of 2?
Oh yeah, he loved. He was in there before too, but he loved airplanes. He just would fly with us, and we'd loosen up his seatbelt, and we would do like roller coasters, and him and his brother would sit there and they'd laugh, and they just loved flying. It's going to be missed. The military lost a great man. Yeah, it's hard to talk about it, and I feel bad for all the others that's been lost too in that crash.
Oh, we are so sorry. We have read a lot of what has been written about your son and his great service. Family and friends describe your son as a friendly and genuine man who was always smiling, a man who pursued flying with determination, and they said he was passionate about his job. He loved his country. You said he loved the Marines. When did you see this commitment to the Marines and this love of Marines forming?
Just right after, when he graduated, he went into the Marine Corps. Served on the SS Ranger, then he got out of the Marine Corps, went to college, got his master's degree, got an AP license, a machinist license, re-enlisted back into the Marine Corps. And his wife is an ex-Marine. She was in the Marine Corps. He met her on the SS Ranger. She was stationed on that, and that's how they met.
And I know the two of them have 2 beautiful children here, and Alicia, who's 10, and Nathan, 7.
Yes, ma'am.
How are they all doing?
Well, they've had to give her, she's having a very hard time, like all the rest of us. Yeah, she's having a very, very hard time. But I stand behind President Bush 100%. I just wished all the other people would stand behind him and stop all this fighting and arguing and
help those people in Kuwait, in Iraq.
Is that Nancy, Mr. Roberts, joining us? No.
Joe's stepmom, Carol, and Jay's stepmom.
What would you like to tell us about Captain Jay?
Yeah, he was just a great, great person, you know. Anything he did, he was going to give it all he had and then some. He would set a goal, he'd set a really high goal, and he would just meet it, you know. He would just concentrate on that one goal, and he wanted to go into the Marines, so he would train, and, you know, he got in there, and he got into it, and he did the best he could, and right at the top all the time, just fight his way to the top.
And Mr. Alvin, I thought what you said earlier was so poignant about your support for President Bush as this war continues. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that? So much of the focus of the war has been so far on the, you know, on the military campaign and not on the human side of this and the loss that your family's endured and that other families in America will endure as well.
I just wish one thing. I wish President Bush everything, we're 100% behind him. I wish the protesters would go help the needy, pick up trash beside the road. They don't have to be out here and taking all our cops from doing other things. It's just a great loss to us.
We are
I'm pretty much
sorry.
just staying in denial, and too, because it's going to be hard next week or two until Jay gets home. So I'm just trying to stay together, and, you know, I mean, he'll always be in our hearts, you know, but he had dedicated his life, and we didn't get to see him too much. We were hoping after he got out of the service we'd see more of him, because he'd go away for 2 or 3 years at a time to his school, and, you know, and be in Japan or a different country for a couple of years.
We had him here. We have the little airport here. We was hoping he could come here.
Yeah, help us work on some airplanes, maybe spend some time, and, you know, between him and Tom, maybe I could get my A&P license.
Well, our prayers are with your family.
So if anybody has
I hope it brings you a measure of comfort that America really salutes your son's dignity and his service to his country. Once again, a local congressman describing it as Abraham Lincoln once said, the last full measure of devotion to their country. Again, thanks so much. Back to Bill in Kuwait City.
Unbelievable. Very difficult to listen to that, Paula. You know, you talk about that loss. I think if we look at this image right now that we're getting out of Iraq right now, this is the first videotape we've seen of our own crew, our own CNN crew, who made the decision to stay in Baghdad for the early days of this campaign. It was about 24 hours ago when the Iraqi officials had expelled our group of 4, Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, producer Ingrid Formanek, and photographer Brian Pucciatti. They have now made it out of Iraq. They are safe. That is the important thing. And again, the first videotape we have seen of them, it's my understanding Nick is on a telephone there right along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. For our viewers, it was rather unfortunate that only 2 hours before the massive bombing campaign began last night, about 2 hours before that, they were pulled off the air and unable to report firsthand what was happening in the Iraqi capital. Since that time, they get on that highway that goes from east to west about 8 hours before you cross into the territory of Jordan. Nonetheless, as I repeat, the good news is that they are out and they are safe. Ingrid Formanek, you can see there her a short time ago. Interesting story on Nick and Ingrid. They were both in Baghdad back in January of 1991, and if you've seen the movie that has been made and put out on HBO, Live from Baghdad, they were 2 of the people featured in that film, and Ingrid and Nick both making the decision to go back 12 years later for this conflict. Oftentimes, Paula, we've seen in the past when journalists are expelled, and by the way, it was the last television network, American network, to have its employees kicked out of Baghdad. Oftentimes the Iraqis have reversed their decisions, and it was, well, we were trying to be optimistic here in Kuwait anyway, that quite possibly on this time again the Iraqis would reverse themselves, but from this videotape in Jordan, that is not the case. Again, Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, Brian Pucciatti, Ingrid Formanek, now out safe from Iraq. That's good news.
Well, I think the viewers who were with us on Wednesday night will vividly, or actually with us during the first wave of, well, let's explain this. On Wednesday night we had the strategic attack of the small complex of buildings in Iraq, followed by the beginning of another campaign the next day, and people remember Nick's vivid descriptions of what he saw from his hotel room. I think some people watching the show, if they haven't heard all his reporting, were wondering why a man with 2 children and a wife would take those kind of risks, and he made it very clear that he had covered Desert Storm, he was experienced at doing this, and that this crew was not going to take any unnecessary chances staying in Baghdad. This is a crew that uses excessive caution as they go about their work, but it's happy to see them safe back in Jordan. Bill?
Nick is married to Margaret Lowry, a longtime CNNer herself, CNNer herself, I should say. Nick was quoted recently as saying that he actually sat down with his 2 young children back in London and explained to them what their father would be going through, and wanted to make sure it was okay with them, that they were comfortable with his experience. And one has to assume they gave the nod, and Nick is a guy who does not turn down an assignment lightly. If you go back to the beginning days of Afghanistan, Nick was there for months on end getting the story out for us here at CNN, and certainly for our viewers around the world. There was only, by my count, Paula, a handful of reporters still left in Baghdad. We have heard from some of them yesterday, but no reports lately today. And it's quite unfortunate, if you think about it, for the Iraqis to get their story out to the world. Quite unfortunate to kick some responsible journalists out of their country and not be able to transmit not just the pictures, because we can see them from the number of cameras set up in Baghdad, but also the words and the images to describe what's happening, what kind of experience it is in Baghdad. Some journalists are already quoted as saying last night, veteran correspondents showing that, or explaining to us anyway, that the display last night was, in their words now, just awesome. And they quoted some Iraqis as saying the Pentagon promised shock and awe, and one hotel employee was quoted as saying it was just that. It was awesome and it was shocking as well. Reem Brahimi, you saw a short time ago. She's been positioned in Baghdad for the better part, I think, of 5 months. We have seen her almost around-the-clock coverage in the Iraqi capital ever since this story started heating up back in the month of November. Our CNN crew, again, out of Baghdad, out of Iraq, now arriving in Jordan. Paula?
We're replaying this moment because this is very important to those of us who are here at CNN. This is Larry Register being reunited with Nick Robertson. There was great concern about what Nick and his crew might experience as they made that long trip from Iraq south into Jordan. Once again, Bill pointing out that Nick and his team were among the last network crews to be kicked out of Iraq. We're trying to get Nick on the phone so he can describe to us what he saw on this trip out of the country. I'm not sure we have that established. Actually, we don't see the phone up to Nick's ear. We're going to stay with this picture for a short while and bring you up to date on what we do know. About 20 minutes from now, we're going to hear from the head of CENTCOM, Tommy Franks. This will be the first briefing that he has held with reporters from Qatar since the start of this campaign. Okay, we established that contact yet? Not quite yet. We see Reem Brahimi, who's also a member of our crew, who has been doing some outstanding work out of Baghdad for the last couple of months. Once again, we have been led to believe that this first stage of shock and awe is expected to last some 24 hours. Many of you who joined us at about 1 p.m. yesterday saw this amazing barrage, about a 7-minute barrage of cruise missiles and bombs raining on the city of Baghdad, in addition to Mosul and Kirkuk. We have been told that maybe the first stage will end at 1 p.m. today. Of course, the battle plan is flexible, and we just don't know that. So as soon as we have more of those details available, we will let you know. We've also been keeping our eye on that huge black plume of smoke that continues to rise from the skyline of downtown Baghdad. We have been led to believe from General Shepard that the source of that might be something like hitting a fuel depot. But once again, we don't have a reporter on the ground there, and as soon as we can confirm that for you, we will. But Bill, we've been watching this now for about an hour and a half. Smoke is still rising.
Yeah, you know, Paula, just listening to your interview with the parents of that fallen Marine, Just to go back to that for a second before we roll the videotape in Jordan of our own CNN crew. By my count right now, the casualties on the American and British side over the past 24 hours, somewhat substantial. That helicopter crash, 4 Marines dead as a result of that, including 8 Brits who are on board as well. That happened in northern Kuwait. Apparently, this mission was to go into southeastern Iraq, but after the weather turned bad, the helicopter turned around, and on their way back to their base in northern Kuwait is when that chopper, a Sea Knight known to the Marines, a CH-46, went down the desert. It was also yesterday afternoon, 2 Marines also killed in combat, the first combat casualties in southern Iraq. At one point, 1 Marine was leading a platoon, we're told, a platoon of Marines trying to secure an oil well when he was gunned down. Also near the town of Qasr, when gunfire broke out, another Marine was shot and killed. He died in southeastern Iraq at that point. Earlier today, off the coast of Kuwait in the Persian Gulf waters, 2 British helicopters leaving an aircraft carrier collided above the waters shortly after takeoff. On board 6 Brits, 3 crew members in each helicopter, a total of 6 from the British, and also an American on board as well, dead as a result of that helicopter collision. Paula?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but we now have Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi live from the border of Jordan and Iraq. Nick, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you fine, thanks.
I can't tell you how happy our organization is to see you and your team getting across safely from the border. If you are hearing a large explosion bleeding through my audio, I want you to know there is some construction work being done, some blasting work being done at the corner of, well, this building at the corner of 51st and 6th. So I don't want you to be alarmed by these loud, what appear to be explosions going off. We have confirmed with the building management that is all that is. Okay, so Nick, back to you and the more relevant story here, your return to Jordan. What did the 2 of you and the rest of your crew experienced as you worked your way out of Iraq?
Well, let Reem answer this first. Go ahead, Reem.
I didn't understand the question.
Okay, let me step in for just a moment here. We've been asked, Reem, about what the journey was like coming back from Jordan. I'll pick up with Baghdad. Coming out of Baghdad, we saw collateral damage, windows blown out in shops near the presidential area that was very, very heavily damaged today. And as we came out of the streets of Baghdad, a lot of Ba'ath Party officials, that's the ruling party in Iraq, armed on street corners, groups of 2s, 3s, and 4s in small trenches, bunkers in many, many places across the city as we headed towards the edge of the city. Let me hand over to Reem to follow up a bit more.
Yes, well, I'll take it from when we left the edge of the city. It looked quite normal for a while, although very quiet, as you can imagine. I have to say that just as we left, we heard the last all-clear siren. There had been another series of bombings in the morning just before we left. When we arrived on the highway, basically to Jordan, the first little, how would you call it, Nick? The place where the first little place where truck drivers stop. Well,
gas station.
Was it a gas station?
Station,
Oh, it was also a gas station.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that first gas station had been hit, and then on the road to Jordan, this was about 100 kilometers, a little more maybe, before arriving at the border with Jordan. We did see one huge hole in the street, in the road, on the highway at one point, and then another lesser bit that was damaged a little further down. Nick,
now that you're out of Iraq, are you able to tell us why you were expelled? The Iraqis have done this in the past, and you've gotten back in. What happened?
Late yesterday afternoon, Iraqi officials told us that they were going to close the CNN office. They said that they were going to tell the CNN team to leave. They told us to leave, and it was late in the day. We said that we wanted to stay. It wasn't safe to leave because it was getting dark. They didn't really acquiesce on that issue. They just allowed that to happen. We stayed in the hotel overnight and left early this morning. Let me bring in for a moment, if I can, our executive producer here, Ingrid Formanek. Ingrid was more involved than all of us with the Iraqi officials over the last few days. Ingrid, just talk us through what happened, why did they expel us, and how did that progress over the last few days?
Well, obviously the situation had grown more tense in Iraq in recent days due to the bombing, and the officials were feeling the pressure. It's been a great propaganda campaign. I mean, all sides want to control the media as much as possible, and that goes for the Iraqis as well as the Americans. And their concern was that they were getting their message out. They were increasingly intense as the bombing went on, and it just got very much more difficult to work. In the days during the bombing, we were not allowed to use our satellite phones from the rooms in our hotel, which made it more difficult to be able to report, but these two guys did a great job of doing that nevertheless, and we're very limited in being able to transmit pictures. All the satellite dishes remained at the Ministry of Information, which was in an area that was bombed heavily in the last few days, so we're unable to go there and transmit pictures, and therefore had to rely on phone communications to describe what was going on, and that's what Nick and me were doing. I also don't hear IFBs, just so you know.
Okay.
So, Nick, yeah, can I also add, I mean, I just wanted to add that the only other thing that we were able to do was we were able to go out. We were taken, in fact, bused. It was an organized bus tour by the Ministry of Information. We were bused to a couple of places. One of them was an electricity plant, a power plant, where we were introduced to the Minister of Electricity. And the point of the whole visit seemed to be to show us that the electricity network was still up and running, and also to show us the human shield that was still there despite the bombing having started and being well underway. And then we were taken also to a couple of hospitals where they showed us some of the injured people, the people that were injured in the first 2 days of bombing. So that was something else. But again, we were bused and taken back and forth by the authorities there.
Nick, I think the last time we saw you in this time period was Thursday, where you bravely described some of the strategic airstrikes that were happening in Baghdad. And you were telling us the very specific targets that were hit. And then 15 minutes later, when I came back to you, you made it very clear that there was a Iraqi minder standing right beside you. And even though you had reported all that information, it was on the wires, you were not allowed to say that again. Can you explain to us why that happened and what it was they were so concerned about?
The situation became very fluid. The situation changed as we were on air. We were also filming. Our cameraman, Brian Puchatti, was filming the impacts as they were happening, the bombing as it was going on. Now, we did have a government official with us when I was talking with you, when he was filming. Then more government officials arrived and took Brian Puchatti's tape out of his camera and began to say things about our reporting. So it was clear that the mood at that stage was already changing. Now, it's not unheard of for Iraqi officials to do this. Back in 1991, they did ban us from reporting this on specific strategic military installations and conveying strategic information. So it wasn't a surprise. What perhaps was different last night when we weren't able to communicate with you at all, the bombing was much more intense. I know you've all been able to see that, but we had an extremely good field of view. We were able to see what was being hit. It was incredible to see the number of direct hits within the presidential compound in the center of Baghdad, a wide area that covers several square miles. Yet, as I looked around the city, if you move just away from that presidential area, the civilian areas weren't being targeted. Perhaps the only change by this morning that was significant, we began to hear aircraft through the night, but by morning, when the first of the bombing raids happened at 5:30, the bomber, I heard the aircraft fly in, I heard the bomb strike close to our hotel. There was no air raid siren. It was clear to us this morning that Iraq's air defense capability, its early warning system, was not working properly. The air raid warning only went off after the bomb fell. Until that time, the air raid warnings had always given Iraqis in the capital at least 10, 15, 20 minutes notice. That this morning didn't seem to be working quite so well.
Nick, while I'm talking to you, I need to apologize to our audience. Believe it or not, there is a lot of blasting going on the floor that is above us, and it's making it sound like there's a major explosion going on here, when in fact all it is a conference room being constructed. We apologize. Unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with that throughout the morning. That is all it is. Okay, Nick, back to some of this reporting. You talked very pointedly about what you thought was hit during that first strike and then the second strike. One of the things that has been pointed out today by some of those reporters who were left in Baghdad last night when the shock and awe campaign got started was that the biggest concern now is hitting some of the air defense targets, and the problem with that is that some of those are located within population centers. Can you share with us your understanding of how challenging that might be to take some of those air defense systems out in Baghdad?
Well, the air defense systems in many cases are located on the top of buildings that are very adjacent to civilian areas. For example, the presidential area that was hit extensively last night. It was a, excuse me, excuse me. The residential area that was very adjacent to the presidential compound, that bore the brunt of some collateral damage, windows blown out. It would be quite easy to imagine if there were residents still in those houses, then they might have been potentially been in harm's way. But let me ask Reem, I'm not sure if you can hear the questions, but we're talking about the location of the anti-aircraft gun positions and the disposition of that in the city to civilians.
I have seen, in the year and so that I've been in Baghdad, I have seen anti-aircraft systems even on very low buildings, surprisingly low buildings, and buildings in very residential areas like the area near the University of Baghdad. They're quite easily visible. I don't think the Iraqis make a huge effort to hide them. They're also on many government buildings, but a lot of the government buildings are next to residential compounds or groups of buildings. So it would obviously be extremely difficult to target one of those without bearing any damage at all to what's around and what civilian population would be around. The whole of Baghdad is made that way, government building, and next to it residential compound that homes actually a lot of the time the government employees that work in that building. So it would be something very difficult to achieve, in fact.
Let me bring in Ingrid here with another question, if I may. Ingrid, you've been going into Baghdad since 1990. Do you see any difference in the disposition of anti-aircraft gun facilities? There's talk about a lot more defense around the capital.
There does seem to be a considerable amount of air defense around the city, but what I actually wanted to add to was the point you were talking about before, is the type of bombing and the targeting. It was very interesting that this time around there was electricity in the city, there was running water in the city. And now there had been talk that perhaps the Americans would make an effort to spare the civilian population from the bombing and would make an effort to not alienate the Iraqi population. In 1991, very often when there's bombings going on, air campaigns, one of the first things that happens is the power goes out, the water stops, the medical services are very much stretched, and this time around, at least when we left this morning, that was not evident at all in the Iraqi capital. There was power, there was electricity, so those things were functioning, basic services were functioning. I thought that was a very interesting thing that some 48 hours after the bombing had started, all that was still happening. You would look at the city, the lights were on from a distance. If the bombing wasn't going on and you weren't seeing detonations or anti-aircraft fire, it actually looked like normal life at a distance.
And that was after many hundreds and hundreds of impacts over the 2 days we were there during the bombing.
Can I just add, this of course, I mean, you both remember this, that I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but there had been before a massive campaign on the part of humanitarian groups and aid groups saying how dire the situation would be for the Iraqi population if those facilities, what they call the vital facilities, electricity, power plants, water treatment plants, were to be hit. UNICEF, the UN Children's Fund, the CARE, a lot of those international organizations had made a lot of publicity over what the consequences would be. They talked about humanitarian catastrophe if indeed those facilities were hit and how much effect it would have on the Iraqi population. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but certainly that was a major concern among most Iraqis.
I want to come back to Ingrid for a moment. Ingrid, you were describing how involved you were with these last-minute negotiations once it was decided you all were going to be expelled. Can you share with us some of the last requests you made of the Iraqi government officials? Did you ask for an interview with Saddam Hussein? Were you led to believe he was still alive after that first night of the so-called decapitation attack?
There was a request put in from the network for an interview, of course. As far as our negotiations, and I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think you were asking about our negotiations to be able to stay. We did everything possible. We pointed out that it was in everybody's interest, in CNN's interest, in Iraq's interest, and certainly in the interest of the world and of the American people to see what was going on in Baghdad. It was very important to have a set of independent eyes and ears to report this. That's a point that we've always made to the Iraqi authorities throughout the years that we have been in Baghdad. We certainly made that point last night. We also pointed out that in all the years that we worked there, we have reported fairly, we followed the rules, and it was in their interest as well as ours. Now, of course, there was a request by the network for an interview with the president. Interestingly enough, the Iraqis have never, as far as we could tell, taken advantage of the foreign media in the sense that all over the world, for example, the Bush administration, they take advantage of the media. They speak every minute that they can get of airtime they will take to put across their point. This is done all over the world. The Iraqis, I think, have never taken full advantage of this. And I think it's a great missed opportunity because the world can hear and see what's happening if organizations like CNN are allowed to remain in Baghdad, and it's a great missed opportunity for everybody.
I think our expulsion at this time, if I can just add, if I may, I think our expulsion at this time points to the increasing pressure and stress being put on the Iraqi leadership at this time, and it looks, at least judging from when we left it, as if that is only going to increase at this time.
Nick, for the folks just joining us, I want to explain to them why we are talking with Ingrid Formanek, Nick Robertson, and Reem Brahimi. They are among some of the last journalists working for an American network that were kicked out of Iraq, and they're explaining to us why they were expelled and a little bit of their harrowing journey out of Iraq. I want to bring Bill in this discussion in just a second. One final question to all of you about whether you felt at any time once you were expelled your lives were in any danger during this very long road trip. Nick?
I didn't hear that question.
Reem, we were just being asked there. Yeah, let me put this to Reem actually. Reem, we were just being asked, did we feel when we were being expelled that our lives were in danger?
I wouldn't say we felt our lives were in danger at that point, but I would not have felt comfortable defying that request to leave the country, for one, and certainly the expulsion made us extremely aware, as Nick was just saying, that this, with the pressure of the American bombing, with the threats that have been building up to this moment for the past few months now, it did hit on us that we did become aware that we're now in a totally different ball game. All the times that we've been reporting so far, all that was very different. We're now in a different set of rules, a different set of references, and clearly the concerns were maybe things that they didn't explain to us very clearly in some way. So definitely there was very little margin there, I would say, to maneuver. That's my personal feeling. I don't know about Nick.
Ingrid, did you feel that we were under particular threat after the expulsion order?
Not necessarily after the expulsion order more than before, but I think that any country that is under attack and the rules are changing very rapidly, there's a set of unknown factors that are very, very difficult to calculate. And as we report, we always try and calculate these factors into the equation of how safe do we feel to stay in a place, to report in a place. And when you look at a place like Iraq, that is very isolated, that only has government-controlled media, there are very limited options for people to get alternate points of view. And that, of course, limits possibilities and limits maneuvering. So there's fewer options, perhaps, than in other places. Feeling under threat, personally, I don't think that equation changed that much after we expelled, but it was made perfectly clear to us that it was in our best interest to leave.
If I can just add for our viewers, although you're only seeing three of us right now, the fourth member of our team, Brian Pachatti, he just can't fit up on the back of the truck at the moment. But what made us feel safer was being a stronger team. That's something we've built up over a period of time, and Brian was a very, very strong unifying part of that team, and I think it's being a good, strong team that's helped us get through this. And there were troubling moments, but I don't think at any point we really felt our lives were in danger. But we didn't also want to push our luck, really knowing just how beginning to be erratic the administration in Iraq was beginning to appear to us.
Well, we couldn't be more pleased to have your distinguished team back safely in Jordanian territory. I, for one, don't think we'll ever forget the looks of joy on your faces as you walk towards our cameras this morning. Thank you all, and I hope you're able to get some rest at some point. Just wanted to let you know, in about 2 minutes or so, General Tommy Franks, the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Central Command, will be holding a news briefing. We will drop in on that live. Please stay with us.
Dave. Larry, how is that Dell consolidation going? TCO's down. Uptime? Highly available. Great. And you? Well, you know, we're still running a proprietary Unix-based system. Right.
A Dell flexible solution with Dell PowerEdge servers and Intel Xeon processors can help manage your enterprise for less. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
There's nothing like a great night's sleep. I can get an early start in the morning and go out and do something just for me. It's a really good feeling.
If you sometimes have trouble sleeping but worry about taking something, try Tylenol PM. It stops your pain and eases you into a restful night's sleep so you can wake up refreshed.
Come on, honey. It's time to get up.
I love my Tylenol PM.
I'm Leon Harris at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. Paul Azan will be back in just a moment. But first, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. We're waiting right now to hear from General Tommy Franks, the commander of the invasion forces. He'll be giving his first news briefing on the war in Iraq. You're looking here at live pictures coming from Qatar, where we'll have that briefing. We'll take you there live when that happens, so stay with us. Now, air raid sirens are blaring off and on in Baghdad. You can still see some smoke there in that town, but we caution you that we have very limited views of the city this morning, and there's surely more that we can't see. We've been watching this smoke all morning. Bombs and missiles have been raining on the capital and elsewhere in the country since 1 p.m. yesterday, Eastern time. More lives have been lost in an accident involving helicopters. 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided in midair today over the Persian Gulf, and 6 Britons and 1 American naval officer were killed. This comes a day after 12 U.S. and British Marines were killed when their helicopter crashed in Kuwait. The number of Iraqi soldiers who have surrendered to coalition forces is now in the thousands. An entire Iraqi military division, that's about 8,000 soldiers, all gave up yesterday. Well, the war is sparking protests worldwide. That continues. Tens of thousands of demonstrators gathered yesterday in Damascus, Syria. Some of them were carrying pictures of Saddam Hussein there. In Chicago, no pictures of Hussein, but there were more than 60 demonstrators arrested yesterday during a massive gathering there. It was just one of several demonstrations across the country. CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Paul Azan. Coalition forces are engaging Iraqi forces inside of Iraq, on the ground, in the air. Air raid sirens in Baghdad today could signal a new round of attacks after a night of heavy bombing, although more recently we've been led to believe that perhaps that black plume of smoke we've been watching all morning is a result of a fuel depot spot being hit. We'll keep you posted on that. You're looking at pictures of the bombs and missiles that began falling on Baghdad and other Iraqi cities on Friday in what is being called the initial phase of the shock and awe campaign. Iraq's information minister says more than 200 civilians were wounded in the Baghdad bombing. Still unknown at this hour is Saddam Hussein losing his grip on power. We are hearing word of negotiations for a mass surrender. Apparently, Bill, there are negotiations going on between Iraqi defectors and leading military leaders of Iraq, as well as CIA operatives. So we'll keep you all posted on that. Of course, someone is hoping that will yield some more surrenders. We saw the surrenders of some 8,000 soldiers earlier today. Those folks are now being imprisoned, and as Christiane Amanpour said, I think they were just recently put in a ship and being taken someplace else. We'll keep you posted on all that. Bill, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Paula. Good afternoon from Kuwait, about 5 o'clock local time. Paula, this is the time when we do expect Tommy Franks to have his first briefing down in Qatar. Any moment, once that gets underway, we'll bring it to you live. Before that happens, though, some developments from around the region right now, conflicting reports about whether or not Turkish forces have crossed into northern Iraq. The issue a major concern and a touchy one because of Kurdish groups in the area. They control much of that area, opposed to having Turks involved. A long-standing animosity between these two groups. Central Iraq right now, CNN's Walter Rogers with the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry, U.S. Army, says the column has been held up for much of the day this afternoon as artillery and airstrikes called in to knock out Iraqi troops that fired on it. They brought in some planes, A-10 Warthogs, known as the tank killers in the U.S. Air Force. And they are frozen right now, but we anticipate the possibility they could be moving again sometime soon. Situation still unclear around Basra, southeastern part of the country, 2nd largest city, about 400,000 in terms of population. British sources say most regular Iraqi troops have left, but other reports say fighting is still ongoing. And again, Paula, as we get to all this right now, Tommy Franks at the podium in Qatar, the first time we have seen him since the conflict broke out 3.5 days ago.
Well, good afternoon. Let me begin by saying that my heart and the prayers of this coalition go out to the families of those who have already made the ultimate sacrifice. Because of the courage and the dedication of these heroes, the mission of Operation Iraqi Freedom will be achieved. As President Bush said, as a last resort, we must be willing to use military force. We are willing, and we're using military force. I'm pleased to be joined today by Air Marshal Brian Burridge, Great Britain, Brigadier Murray McNarn of Australia, Rear Admiral Per T. Demand from Denmark, Lieutenant Colonel Jan Blom from the Netherlands. 4 coalition partners represented here with us, and as many of you would know, we have at our home in Tampa, Florida, the home of Central Command, 52 nations represented. What many of you may not know is that many of these nations are also represented in the command posts of our component commands located in a number of countries in the region. You know, Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld, my boss, yesterday outlined the military objectives of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let me review them with you. First, end the regime of Saddam Hussein. Second, to identify, isolate, and eliminate Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Third, to search for, to capture, and to drive out terrorists from that country. Fourth, to collect such intelligence as we can related to terrorist networks. Fifth, to collect such intelligence as we can related to the global network of illicit weapons of mass destruction. Sixth, to end sanctions and to immediately deliver humanitarian support to the displaced and to many needy Iraqi citizens. Seventh, to secure Iraq's oil fields and resources which belong to the Iraqi people. And last, to help the Iraqi people create conditions for a transition to a representative self-government. Today I thought I would describe the campaign you're seeing and provide you an operational update. Let me begin by saying this will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force. Let me talk for a minute about our capabilities. The coalition now engaged in and supporting Operation Iraqi freedom includes Army and Marine forces from the land component, air forces from several nations, naval forces to include the Coast Guard, and special operations forces. Our plan introduces these forces across the breadth and depth of Iraq, in some cases simultaneously, and in some cases sequentially. In some cases, our special operations forces support conventional ground forces. Examples of this include operations behind enemy lines to attack enemy positions and formations, or perhaps to secure bridges and crossing sites over rivers, or perhaps to secure key installations like the gas oil platforms, and of course in some cases to adjust air power, as we saw in Afghanistan. Now in some cases our air forces support ground elements or support special operations forces by providing fires and intelligence information, perhaps offensive electronic warfare capabilities. At other times, coalition airmen deliver decisive, precision shock, such as you witnessed beginning last night. At certain points, special operations forces and ground units support air forces by pushing enemy formations into positions to be destroyed by air power. And in yet other cases, our naval elements support air, support ground operations, or support special operations forces by providing aircraft, cruise missiles, or by conducting maritime operations or mine clearing operations. And so the plan we see uses combinations of these capabilities that I've just described. It uses them at times and in places of our choosing in order to accomplish the objectives I mentioned just a moment ago. That plan gives commanders at all levels, and it gives me latitude to build the mosaic that I just described in a way that provides flexibility so that we can attack the enemy on our terms, and we are doing so. And now a bit on what you've seen over the last now less than 72 hours. The initiation of combat operations. We refer to that as D-Day. The introduction of special operations forces. We refer to that as S-Day. The introduction of ground forces, G-Day. And the introduction of shock air forces, A-Day. Additionally, a number of emerging targets have been struck along the way and will continue to be struck as they emerge. So the sequence you have seen up to this point has been S-G-A. That sequence was based on our intelligence reads, how we see the enemy, and on our sense of the capabilities of our own forces. In a few minutes, Brigadier General Vince Brooks, one of our operations officers, will provide a number of visuals which reflect operations up to this point. In the days ahead, you will see evidence of the truth of Secretary Rumsfeld's statement yesterday when he said Saddam Hussein was given a choice by the international community to give up his weapons of mass destruction or lose power. He chose unwisely, and now he will lose both. Let me introduce General Vince Brooks to give you a little bit of an idea of what operations over the last 3 days have looked like. Vince?
Thank you, sir, very much. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take a few minutes to brief you now on some of the operations that have occurred by the coalition over the last several days. The operation, of course, began on the 19th of March, and since that time, coalition forces have already achieved a number of several key mission objectives. Our first effort is aggressive and direct attacks to disrupt the regime's key command, control, communications, integrated air defense, and ballistic missiles using very precise targeting and methods that will achieve the desired effects. This video shows an attack against an Ababil 100 in southern Iraq and resulted in its destruction. Our second focus is on special operations. Coalition Special Operations Forces entered Iraq at night after destroying Iraqi military outposts, as this short video shows. You will see two clips. The first is an outpost along the border, and the second is a building that supported observers on the border. The Special Operations Forces then began looking for Saddam Hussein's and the regime's weapons of mass destruction and their ballistic missiles that threaten their neighbors. Additionally, Coalition Special Operations Forces saved 3 key oil terminals that are used for export through the Gulf. And these terminals are key to the future of Iraq. By preventing certain destruction, the coalition has preserved the future of Iraq. This is the area where the 3 terminals were in southern Iraq and in the Arabian Gulf. On these platforms, we found a variety of things. We found weapons, ammunition, and explosives. These explosives are not meant for defenders. Our coalition maritime forces have destroyed the Iraqi naval forces, as the following video shows. Now, this is a patrol boat being attacked from the air, and in a moment you'll see the secondary explosion completing its destruction. It will come in this image here. They're also very active in ensuring that the waterways remain open and unmined so that Iraq is not cut off from the aid that is prepared to flow in. What you see in the next image is a tugboat that appears to be carrying oil drums. In fact, it is a mining vessel that transports mines. Interdictions like this one done by our coalition maritime forces and others over the last 2 days prevented for sure the release of 139 floating mines into the Khawar Abdullah, which is an inlet that joins the Iraqi inland waterways with the Arabian Gulf. Ground maneuver forces attacked to seize the key Rumaila oil fields and simultaneously began an unprecedented combined arms penetration deep into Iraq. The attack continues as we speak and has already moved the distance of the longest maneuver in the 1991 Gulf War in 1/4 of the time. The oil fields were spared destruction that was intended by the regime because of the effectiveness of these attacks. In the next image you'll see wells that were set afire on the 19th in the afternoon before the coalition attack began. By the next day, the land component had already entered Iraq and prevented any further destruction. And this is video from the entering forces. And the good news is only 9 of the roughly 500 oil wells that are in the Rumaila oil field, only 9 were sabotaged by the regime. The flame on the bottom shows where that location is. All the rest of them are okay. I should add that the power of information has been key throughout this operation, and it is truly having the effect of saving lives of the Iraqi people and military units who are choosing not to fight and die for a doomed regime. Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed. We know that there are other forces on the battlefield that we haven't even arrived at yet, and as this next image shows, there are Iraqi units that are preparing to surrender, even now as we speak. These are lines of roughly 700 Iraqi soldiers that we've imaged in the desert, away from their equipment, awaiting our arrival. The coalition is committed to disarming Iraq, but the coalition is equally committed to bringing humanitarian assistance to the Iraqi people. Our humanitarian work in Iraq is only beginning. The U.S. military, coalition partners, and other civilian organizations from around the world have positioned millions of meals, medicines, and other supplies for the Iraqi people. This image shows some of the stocks of humanitarian daily rations that we are already preparing to push forward as they're required. Our coalition forces will continue to coordinate closely with a broad array of organizations and ensure that as much aid as is possible can be provided to the Iraqi people when it is required and where it is required. Sir?
Thanks, Vince. So as we speak, our forces are operating inside Iraq. We have operations ongoing in the north, in the west, in the south, in and around Baghdad. Our troops are performing as we would expect, magnificently. And indeed, the outcome is not in doubt. There may well be tough days ahead, but the forces on the field will achieve the objectives that have been set out by the governments of this coalition. And with that, we'd be pleased to take your questions. Please.
Sir, George Stephanopoulos, ABC News. I wonder if you could comment on the status of the surrender negotiations with the senior Iraqi military or civilian leadership. Are they continuing? Are you personally involved? And is the U.S. willing to accept a coalition of Iraqi commanders to assume control as part of a deal?
George, I wouldn't comment on what the U.S. government is prepared to accept. I'd leave that for my boss to talk about. I will say that we have ongoing dialogues, as I think was mentioned in the Pentagon press brief yesterday, with a number of senior Iraqi officials. And so those discussions, both with people in uniform and not in uniform, will continue in the hours and the days ahead.
Are you involved?
Please.
General Tom Fenton, CBS News. The campaign so far has gone with breathtaking speed. Has it surprised you, or is it going more or less as you expect?
I think anytime forces are joined in a war, it's a blessing when very few people lose their lives. It's a blessing when it's possible for us to move in the direction of our objectives. I believe that that the time for us to celebrate will be when the mission is accomplished. We believe that we are on our timeline, as we say, and I am satisfied with what I see up to this point, sir. Please.
Frank's comment here with CNN. We have seen bombing both during the day and the night. This afternoon, it appeared that there wasn't much resistance from anti-aircraft positions in Baghdad, in and around the city. Could you describe to us what kind of opposition you're facing on the ground as the bombing campaign goes on?
In two parts, in the air and on the ground. Our forces on the ground, to include our special operations forces, have encountered enemy formations on a number of occasions in a number of places, and the fight has been joined in several places inside Iraq. With respect to the air defenses in and around Baghdad, I think it was pretty evident last night that there was a lot of air defense going up in the air. We're pleased at this point that we have not had any of our coalition aircraft damaged by any of that air defense. It is obvious that the regime continues to move air defense assets around as best he can for the purpose of survivability. We'll continue to do our work with these magnificent airmen, and over time, we'll take down all of the air defense capability that exists today. Sir.
Jeff Mead, Sky News. Can I ask you to talk to the blitz on Baghdad? How does it help you to be regarded as liberators by the Iraqi people when they're being terrified by that display of ordnance? And also bearing in mind that some of the targets may have suspect military value, because if they're obvious regime buildings, they would have long ago been evacuated.
I think there are those who would say that many of the buildings could be evacuated. I think there are many others who would say many of the buildings would not be evacuated. I don't use exactly the terminology that you used. I think rather what we're about is approaching the problem of this regime from a number of directions simultaneously. That's as I described the business of special operations forces, ground forces, and air power. The times and the locations where we put each of these ingredients will vary actually by day. That is the nature of this plan. It is built on flexibility beyond any that I have seen in the course of my service. And so it's very difficult to comment about the specific achievement of any one of those arms. We thought that the work that was done at the beginning of A-Day last evening was exceptionally well done. The targeting was precise. The munitions used, in fact, were all precision munitions, and there were no targets selected that were not precisely appropriate to what the plan calls for. Sir.
Kevin Dunn, ITV News of London. General Franks, what can you tell us about the success in attacking so-called regime targets? What can you tell us, what you know of the status, whereabouts, or health of Saddam Hussein? And what do you say to those people who say that the people who are most likely to be shocked and awestruck by shock and awe are the Iraqi civilians you claim to be liberating?
I think on the third point, I wouldn't offer anything beyond what I said a minute ago. With respect to what is going on with the regime right now, I think that there is a certain confusion that is going on within the regime. I believe command and control is not exactly as advertised on Baghdad television. I believe that we should all be very confident that the application of force that's going into that country is designed to be so precise that it avoids in every way possible exposure of non-combatants to that. And with respect to the first part of your question, I think I don't talk about strategic targets and so forth. What I talk about is emerging targets. Emerging targets can be leadership targets. They can be military formations. They can be some mobile communications capability that the regime has. And on several occasions up to this point, in fact, we have attacked emerging targets, several within the last 24 hours. And so in order for me to pick one and isolate it, it just actually doesn't serve our purpose or our plan. And so it is part of that mosaic that I described. We see it every day, and we'll continue to see it as these targets emerge. Let me come over here, please. Sir.
General David Lee Miller, Fox News. Have you been able to locate any weapons of mass destruction, or are you hearing anything about weapons of mass destruction from some of the people you're now taking into custody, POWs and detainees?
Weapons of mass destruction represents one of the key objectives that we have here to locate them, to control them. We receive information every day from a number of sources with respect to weapons of mass destruction. Some of it may turn out to be good information. Some of it is a bit speculative. One would expect that weapons of mass destruction would perhaps be found in certain parts of the country, and that is work that lies in front of us rather than work that we have already accomplished is probably the best way I can answer your question. Please.
Good day, General. Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Can you update us on the status of Basra, and to what extent are Turkish forces in the north complicating your plans?
Basra is the second largest population center in Iraq. And although we have seen the regime position weapons in and around precious facilities, civilian facilities inside Basra, we have not seen large numbers of formations, and so our intent is not to move through and create military confrontations in that city. Rather, we expect that we'll work with Basra and the citizens in Basra the same way I believe has been widely reported in Qasr. What we have seen up to this point is that the Iraqis are welcoming the forces when they come in, and so once again this is about liberation and not about occupation, and so our desire will be to work with the civilian populations in Basra. And I'm sorry, what was your other question?
Turkish forces that are reported to be encroaching into Iraq. What degree of complication?
Yeah, I've seen much about that, and actually I believe that the Turkish formations that we see in northern Iraq are very light formations. We see them move in and out of Turkey. There is continuing discussion, I know, at the political level to decide exactly how much of that, when, is acceptable and so forth. And I guess I would say that that's sort of above my pay grade. Obviously, we have consultations, we have contact. I have one of my general officers in Turkey working with the Turks and have had him there for some time. And so we're able to maintain coordination and I believe the necessary cooperation with the Turkish government up to this point.
General Paul Adams from the BBC. Your targeting of regime targets in Baghdad seems to be that you're targeting some parts of the regime, some parts most closely identified with Saddam Hussein himself, some ministries, and leaving others untouched. Is this part of sowing confusion in the regime, perhaps setting one part of it against another?
It actually is simply a part of the mosaic that I talked about a minute ago. It is an issue of taking what we know and what we form into target sets, specific locations, and using appropriate weapon systems against those targets at points and at times of our choosing. And it is a complex process. It is very, very carefully done. It is very carefully planned, and at least up to this point, I believe has been magnificently executed. Please.
Martha Grant with Newsweek magazine. You've talked a little bit about the agility of the modern military. Could you possibly walk us back to Wednesday when you got the information about the target of opportunity and explain in some detail, if you would, sir, how did you react? What did you have to do to scramble to get that to happen? And how did it affect the actual start of the war?
Why would you ask if we had to scramble? Actually, as I said, a plan that's agile, a plan that is flexible, provides what we call branches to be able to undertake a number of actions at the same time. I talked a little bit about S-Day and G-Day and A-Day, and I also said that throughout the course of this planning and this operation, there will always be a need to engage emerging targets. Now, sometimes emerging targets will be engaged by ground forces, and sometimes engaging targets will be engaged by air forces, and so forth. Now, actually, what I will say about that emerging target, which is much reported on and much talked about, is from my view, that was about as close a coordination as I have ever seen work a time-sensitive or an emerging target. And as you know, I've worked a great many of them in Afghanistan. That target was worked on an amazing timeline, and in fact did not cause the adjustment of a single aspect of what we've been about since this thing started. Please.
General Franks, Jonathan Marcus from BBC World Service. One of the most striking things in your...
See a lot of you BBC guys.
We're like you. We've got lots of different arms, lots of different services. One of the most striking thing in your briefing was your comments: several regular Iraqi army divisions have surrendered, or their leaders have surrendered. Right. The troops have abandoned their weapons. The soldiers have gone home. You showed us a picture of troops in the desert. It wasn't a great picture as far as I was concerned. I couldn't see much about it. This is a very important propaganda issue. If the Iraqi forces hear through a whole variety of means that units are just simply melting away, that would be information that would be very useful for you to have imparted by the world's media. What further information, what further evidence can you give us that leads us to accept that probably tens of thousands or many thousand Iraqi troops are simply melting away and going home?
I don't recall having said thousands or tens of thousands. I think when I walked out to come over here, we had seen enemy prisoners of war in the range of 1,000 to 2,000, which we actually have in custody right now. We have, with certain knowledge, the fact that thousands more have laid down their weapons and have gone home, and we have, with certain knowledge, that little picture that Vince Brooks showed up here a minute ago is in fact about 700 Iraqis lined up in a way that they were instructed by way of leaflets and radio broadcasts to line up if they chose not to be engaged. Sir, please.
Mr. Paul, thank you for being with us finally. Do you have any personal message for the families of the casualties? And for the second question, do you think Iraqi President Saddam Hussein would become a black shadow like Osama bin Laden is right now?
I think that the President of the United States was very clear when he talked about regime change and when he talked about controlling this regime's weapons of mass destruction. I've said on a number of occasions that when our nations, when the international community commits, as we have, to go to war to unseat this regime, that this is not about a single personality. This is about the control over a country for decades in a way that has been threatening to the peace-loving peoples of the world. And so that's probably the best I can give you on the second, on your second question. And I'm sorry I didn't understand the first one.
The first one is about a personal statement for the families of the casualties.
Oh, for the families of the casualties? Absolutely. As I said in my opening remarks, my heart goes out to the loved ones and to the families of those who have fallen. I think all of us who have served in prior wars at different times in different places have a certain feeling about the loss of a comrade. These are wonderful young people, and my personal thoughts and prayers and the thoughts and prayers of a great many nations go out to their families. Please, ma'am.
There's been so many rumors about Saddam Hussein's whereabouts. Do you have any idea where Saddam is at right now, and how confident are you in capturing him? Thank you.
Actually, I have no idea where he is right now. I suppose we'll know more in the days ahead, and that's the best answer I can give you. Sir, please.
Paul Hunter with Canadian Broadcasting. Given all the talk of leading up to this of chemical weapons, how surprised are you that no chemical weapons have been fired at your troops, and what does that tell you about whether or not they exist, and how concerned are you that they still might be coming?
I think it's, well, of course we're concerned, and we'll remain concerned. I think that there are two ways to look at an enemy, and one way is to try to anticipate what he might think or what he might do. That's not the way that I think we choose to do it. What we try to do is determine his military capacity and then prepare our forces and prepare ourselves to meet the weapon of mass destruction use if he should choose to do so. You know, I think the President said the other day that there will be people, and there have been people who have believed that through the use of terrorism, potentially through the use of weapons of mass destruction, that we, this coalition, can be driven away from our goals. Simply not going to happen. Someone asked me not too long ago, what happens if this regime uses weapons of mass destruction? And my response was, we win. And that's because we have a commitment to this operation, and our people have a commitment. And so I would give you the same answer. We would be hopeful that those with their triggers on these weapons understand what Secretary Don Rumsfeld said in his comments yesterday. Don't use it. Don't use it. Sir.
This is Li Zhongshen from Shanghai TV, China. General Francis, it was reported that more than 200 Iraqi civilians have been killed or injured ever since the war began. Do you have any comment on that? So what kind of measurements has the coalition taken or is going to take in order to minimize the civilian casualty during the military action? Right. Thank you very much.
With respect to a question of you know, how do you feel about that? I think that the nature of war, which is why my own president said it's a last resort, it's a final option, is that non-combatants are injured and killed in a war. That's why the members of this coalition go literally to extraordinary lengths in order to be able to be precise in our targeting. We've done that, and we'll continue to do that, because there is no assurance that this Operation Iraqi Freedom, ends in a matter of hours, or that it ends in a matter of days. I think what we do is we remain guided by principles, and the principles involve the accomplishment of our mission on the shortest timeline possible, protecting innocent lives, both our own and the lives of innocent civilians. Sir, that's the best I can give you. Sir.
There's an impression here in the region that you're having more trouble than you're willing to admit, that you're meeting stiffer resistance than you're willing to admit. One case being brought to mind is Qasr, if you can talk about that. And yesterday, following the airstrikes, the Iraqi information minister said that your forces are going to be decapitated and routed. If you can comment on that. Thank you.
Sure. I think there might be an expected response to that question, which actually you won't get from me. I don't think it's appropriate for senior military people to wave their arms in response to the sort of hype that was described, and so I won't do that. I'll simply say that we have been and will remain deadly serious about our business, and all in this room should remain convinced that what we say from this podium, myself or my staff, or what we say from the various press centers associated with this coalition, will be absolute truth as we know it. Please, sir.
ABC News. Sir, does the Iraqi military still have the ability to strike Israel with ballistic missiles?
One doesn't know whether the regime has the ability to strike any neighboring country with missiles. We do know that more than 24 Scud launchers remain unaccounted for since the days of the Gulf War. We also know that we want to provide the best defensive capability that we can, and we know that we want to posture our force dispositions in a way that makes attacks on neighboring countries just as hard as we can make it. Now, as you know, there have been, at least to my knowledge, 6 surface-to-surface missile attacks into Kuwait over the last couple of days. And if my memory serves, 4 of those were destroyed by Patriot units. In fact, 1 was destroyed by a Kuwaiti Patriot unit. 1 was permitted to fly harmlessly into the northern Arabian Gulf, and another into an unpopulated desert area. And so does that provide fact certain that we can provide the 100th percentile of defense? Absolutely not. There is no certainty. I will say, sir, that I like our posture the way we see it right now. Ma'am.
From the Associated Press. You mentioned at the start of the briefing the efforts to rout the terrorist networks from Iraq. Can you give us some details of what you're doing specifically in that regard? Ansar al-Islam up in the Kurdish areas, can you give us some details on that effort?
I can't really provide you a lot of detail. I can tell you that from time to time in Iraq we will come across what we believe to be terrorist-associated activity or people, and when we do so, we will strike them, and then we will exploit the site subsequent to the strike. I can tell you that, in fact, we did strike last evening a terrorist complex, the one that you just made reference to, and I won't describe exactly what action we'll be taking in the next few days with regard to that particular site. Okay, sir, please, back here.
We are getting close from the 4th day of war, and till now we can't see any sign of weapons of mass destruction. We can't see any using of weapons of mass destruction by Iraq. Was it a big lie or just a cover to justify your invasion of Iraq and to remove its regime, which still cannot use any kind of these weapons to defend itself and against your attacks? Thank you.
A bit less than 72 hours of this operation so far, and as I said earlier, potential for days and for weeks ahead. There is no doubt that the regime of Saddam Hussein possesses weapons of mass destruction, and as this operation continues, those weapons will be identified, found, along with the people who have produced them and who guard them. And of course, there is no doubt about that. It will come in the future. Sir, please. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you know the locations that the WMD was talking about? Have you some indication? Or is this effectively an army being taken?
Well, no, I think what this is a coalition force that is designed to take down this regime and to control the weapons of mass destruction, which for certain, sure, exist within Iraq. And the approaches and the amount of time that it will take to identify those weapons and control them remains to be seen, very candidly. Please.
Jeff Schaefer, Associated Press Television. I understand you can't comment specifically on the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein. You might not know that, but do you believe that he's still alive? Do you believe he was wounded in a strike the other day? And do you believe, if he is alive, is he still running the country?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if he's alive or not. But interestingly, the way we're undertaking this military operation, it would not be changed irrespective of the location or the life of this one man, and that's why we talk about the regime. It would not surprise any of us that whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, that our forces have engaged, as I mentioned earlier, in combat operations against the forces of this regime, both in and around Baghdad, which we all saw on television last night, and in a number of other cases in this country. And so it is not about that one personality. In fact, it is about this regime. And so that's what we're going to focus on. Sir, please.
Do you think it was an error that the Stars and Stripes were raised over Iraqi territory yesterday?
And what kind of military government beckons for post-war Iraq?
Actually, I don't know. I think that is that depends on the eye of the beholder. I think that that in zeal, people will want to represent that they have achieved a certain milestone. And if you're from our country, then one of the first things that can pop into the young man's mind is to raise his national colors. I suppose I found it to be much more instructive that that immediately following that, and recognizing that his job had to do with liberation and not occupation, that he quickly brought down his colors. Please.
This is news channel from Shanghai TV, China. Mr. Franz, could you please tell me why this news conference was delayed? Because you know this is quite unusual. Everybody expects that there's going to be a news conference at the first night of the airstrike. So lots of rumors were confirmed by not Central Command, but the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A very good question. And having to do with why the timing of this press conference and why not yesterday or the day before or whatever. Actually, many of the media embedded with coalition forces would tell you that that we're a bit sensitive about the possibility of leaking information that risks the lives of our people who are engaged in this work. I could give you an example. Were we to have a press conference here, or in fact a press conference in Washington that described what might happen on S-Day, or answered questions, the nature of which you've asked me here today, for all very good questions, then the risk of providing just that one piece of information that winds up risking the mission, or winds up risking the lives of the people who have been put to this task, it seems to me just isn't worth it. And so the decision has been that we would move through the first few days of this before our command here made any comment. We'll try our best to provide fact-based information on a daily basis to the press center here. I feel very good about that. But I will also tell you that I feel very good about the work that's been done up to this point. Last question, please. Sir.
General Chaz Henry from WTOP Radio. Operationally, what's the greatest surprise you've encountered to this date? A circumstance or the outcome that you least expected?
Actually, my greatest surprise was when I got up this morning and I looked at my computer and I realized that that my wife had sent me a happy anniversary note this morning that I had forgotten to send her one. Actually, there have been no surprises in the way that you asked the question. One is surprised, I think, when one has not had a year to think through the possibilities. Much has been said and written about this business of one plan good enough and another not, and so forth. And the fact of the matter is that for a period of about a year, a great deal of intense planning and a great deal of what-ifing by all of us has gone into this, so that we prepare ourselves and prepare our subordinates in a way that that we minimize the number of surprises. There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them. Thanks a lot. Best to you.
He does not greet reporters often, but today Tommy Franks did break his silence for the first time since Operation Iraqi Freedom has gotten underway down the coast in Qatar, where Central Command has been established for this ongoing conflict. While Tommy Franks was talking, our CNN crew just out of Iraq feeding in some videotape taken earlier today in and around Baghdad. We're going to roll in some of this tape right here, and as you look at it, I have not seen it myself. I understand, though, it shows extensive damage throughout the Iraqi capital. As you get a look at that, just go over some facts quickly as to what we learned from Tommy Franks, saying today that no coalition aircraft have been damaged thus far. Also saying, as we reported yesterday, only 9 wells have been sabotaged thus far. The waterways are a major effort to keep them open in the southeastern part of Iraq. 139 floating sea mines have been located and secured. Asked quite directly as to whether or not the coalition forces have found evidence of weapons of mass destruction. Bit of an evasive answer, not quite clear from Tommy Franks, but he did say quite pointedly later, there is no doubt, he says, no doubt that Saddam Hussein's regime has weapons of mass destruction. A lot of talk, too, about whether or not the Iraqi leader is still alive. When asked that question, pretty frank as well from Tommy Franks, saying, I don't know. At one point, he stressed the fact that this military plan is flexible and it has to stay that way, and I believe we saw that on Wednesday night when we saw the first cruise missiles go into central and southern Baghdad about 2 hours before that 48-hour ultimatum deadline was issued from the White House. Again, the pictures from Baghdad from our CNN crew fed in a short time ago. And as we watch those, we go back to New York. And again, here's Paula.
Bill, we're going to stay with that picture and add a little more to what you've just said because we have the time. General Tommy Franks describing the start of the shock and awe part of this campaign is going exceptionally well. He said the targeting has been precise, that all precise munitions have been used, and that no targets selected were inappropriate. He said the Baghdad targets chosen, or that were chosen to avoid non-combatants. We're going to stay with this picture as we talk with General Shepard because this is probably the clearest idea of how specific this video showing us how specific these targets are and were yesterday about 1 p.m. Eastern time. General Shepard, the Iraqis are saying that 19 missiles hit their sites. Have you been given any suggestion that it is actually more than that?
Paul, I have. Some of the information we have is that there were 39 targets struck in this complex, and multiple weapons were employed on many of these targets. As I just look and count the impacts there, it looks to me like a lot more than 19. But I'll make one point. This has been referred to by many people as the bombing of downtown Baghdad. That's partially true. This is in downtown Baghdad, but it's a confined area on the western bank of the Tigris River, the governmental and military area of the west bank of the Tigris River there. So it's a very confined area, and I suspect it'll be struck again, Paul.
The other thing I want you to talk about as we continue to look at these exclusive pictures I wasn't even aware that we had, as Nick Robertson and his crew were expelled from Iraq. They captured this from their hotel balcony before they made it to the Jordanian border. The two words that I heard General Tommy Franks use a number of times were agile and flexibility in describing this plan and the number of actions that can happen at the same time. What is it that we should expect?
Well, I'll give you an example of what he's talking about. He had planned, according to the information we have, to basically launch the air campaign, the shock and awe campaign first, and to be followed simultaneously but behind the air campaign with the ground war. Because of the setting on fire of the oil wells, he launched the ground campaign first, and then several days later, or rather a couple days later, the shock and awe of the air campaign. So he was flexible enough to do that, and the other flexibility demonstrated was the emerging leadership target, the decapitation target, that took but a few hours to basically organize, get the approval, and then get all of the munitions flowing en route. So I believe that's what he was talking about in the flexibility. And what he's also saying is, hey, it's going to take as long as it's going to take. There is no necessary timeline. If we get slow in one area, we may move fast in another, but we have the flexibility to do that. That's the way I read it, Paula.
General Shepard, we're going to try to look at some of the images we saw during this news conference for you to explain their relevance. There was a shot at one point where General Franks was describing a tugboat that was carrying oil drums of having been taken out. Actually, this isn't the specific image, but this image we can learn from as well. And he talked about how blowing up that boat prevented the release of 139 mines.
Yeah, what you just saw there, you were looking at was the missile sites and the missile control vehicle there that I believe was struck. And the tugboat had 139 mines on it. It was sunk, as we saw by those, had a secondary explosion that essentially blew it apart, probably a lot of the mines exploding. Now, had you had those 139 mines unleashed in the lower part of the Qasr port there. The port would have been unusual for ingoing and outgoing oil and, on the outgoing side, and then humanitarian supplies on the incoming side that are essential to reconstructing Iraq. So the interception of this tugboat was a major, major plus. Also, a lot of the approach channels throughout the Gulf are very, very narrow, and if you sunk a major ship in any of those approach channels, you would have a major problem on your hand. So the Coast Guard and naval forces of the coalition are really being on watch for this type of thing to keep the mines out of the area.
General Shepard, do you mind standing by? We need to take a short break here. Just a final footnote here. When asked about whether Saddam Hussein was still alive, General Frank says, "I have no idea." And then he eventually went on to say in an answer to another question that the mission would not change if Saddam Hussein is dead. Now, the other thing reporters ask him about is, what can you tell us about these so-called secret talks going on between defectors and allied officials with current Iraqi leaders? And all he would basically say is those are ongoing, and he wouldn't tell us much more than that. We're going to take a short break. Our Strike on Iraq coverage continues right after that.
If you've been investing in money funds, you've probably noticed your yields have slowed to a trickle. The strong, ultra-short-term income fund offers higher return potential and a 14-year history of proven performance. For an alternative to today's low yields, call 1-888-4-STRONG. That's 1-888-4-STRONG. We'll help you build a strong portfolio.
Speed dates. Meet your match before the buzzer.
So what do you do?
Lawyer. And you?
Flex-on sales rep.
Excuse me?
I sell these frames. They're flexible, see?
Careful.
That's okay. They spring back.
I'm a teacher, and you?
Flex-on sales rep.
Huh?
Flex-on frames. They don't get bent out of shape.
Oh. I'm in public relations.
Flex-on sales rep.
What?
Flex-on frames.
Wow.
Be the most interesting. Wear the most interesting eyewear. Flex-on by Marchand.
Good morning, welcome. It is Saturday, March 22nd, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. in the western United States, 6 p.m. in Iraq. This is the third day of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Good morning. We really appreciate your being with us this morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Joining me is my colleague Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City, plus Leon Harris in Atlanta, who will get things started with a look at what is happening at this hour. Good morning, gentlemen. Leon, your turn.
All right. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, folks at home. U.S. war planners say that there may well be tough days ahead in the march toward Baghdad, but that the coalition, not Iraqi obstacles, is dictating the timeline. In a briefing that just wrapped up minutes ago, U.S. Army General Tommy Franks says coalition forces are attacking on their own terms and that U.S. troops are searching for weapons of mass destruction. Franks also released this video. He says forces are now targeting military outposts in southern Iraq, and he says Baghdad targets are being chosen to avoid civilian casualties. Now, at this hour, U.S. Marines are working to snuff out the last of the resistance in Qasr, the strategic port city that fell to coalition forces yesterday. Troops have been going house to house, and helicopters are now focusing on one pocket of fighters there, as they're near a UN compound. Man and nature have slowed down the advance of the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron of the 7th Cavalry. The advancing tank group has exchanged gunfire with Iraqi troops, and it's gotten bogged down by mud. Yesterday's charge toward Iraq was so speedy that CNN's embedded correspondent Walter Rogers described the process as, quote, a wave of steel. Also at this hour, we're following conflicting reports on a U.S. Tomahawk missile going astray and landing in southwest Iran, specifically in the border town of Abadan. Pentagon officials say that they are investigating that possibility. Hundreds of the ship-fired cruise missiles were fired during the coalition strikes yesterday. Earlier today, 2 British Navy Sea King helicopters collided after they took off from an aircraft carrier in the Gulf, and all 7 people on board were killed, 1 American and 6 British crew members. The cause of the collision is not known at this hour. Elsewhere in the Middle East, protesters marched through the streets of Gaza and the West Bank to show their support for Saddam Hussein. They also called on his forces to launch strikes against Israel. Anti-war demonstrators also snaked through 3 cities in New Zealand. That country, unlike neighboring Australia, has refused to commit troops to the U.S.-led offensive. Now, we have CNN correspondents posted all around the region working to bring you unparalleled access and coverage of the strike on Iraq. Stay tuned right here for that.
And welcome. We begin now with 2 memorable images from the war today.
Right.
Behind you!
Stop!
That was CNN's Martin Savage traveling with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Members of his unit came under fire in southern Iraq in an exchange carried live right here on CNN. Fortunately, no one was injured when the rocket-propelled grenade exploded nearby. Now, these are the images the Pentagon had been hoping for. Iraqi villagers warmly welcoming the advance of U.S. forces into Iraq. This is the border town of Safwan, which fell into U.S. hands without a shot being fired. Last hour, CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Franks, holding his first news briefing with reporters since this campaign got underway, said between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqis have surrendered and have been taken into custody. He says thousands more have simply laid down their weapons and gone home. In fact, British officials say they believe an entire Iraqi division surrendered, which would mean anywhere from 8,000 to 10,000 Iraqi soldiers. President Bush is meeting with his National Security Council today as he spends the weekend at his presidential retreat, Camp David. Operation Iraqi Freedom is also the focus of his weekly radio address that is about to be aired. We're going to perfectly time this, so Suzanne Malveaux will bring us an update from the White House, and then we'll get straight to that address. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Paula. You're right. President Bush is at Camp David. We're told he's going to have a meeting with his full war council. That's what they're calling it now, his national security team. The vice president, as well as Secretary Rumsfeld, Secretary Powell, the national security advisor Condoleezza Rice, the head of the CIA, and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just to name a few. This is really a place where he can think, where he can focus. It has a state-of-the-art technology. It is a U.S. Marine facility. This is a place also where the president went to shortly after September 11th terrorist attacks. That is where he was managing things from there. He feels very comfortable, and he can essentially talk to anyone around the globe from that secure location. Now, this is also a place, too, where Bush Sr., during the weekend after the Gulf War, went to conduct his affairs. It's the presidential retreat where Clinton, as well, was holding meetings for the Kosovo conflict. But, Paula, as you mentioned before, General Tommy Franks talking about a number of highlighting issues here. First of all, saying that it was shock, surprise, and flexibility that characterized this conflict here. It couldn't be more obvious than when this whole thing kicked off, when it started, when the president actually made that decision to jumpstart this whole thing, when his intelligence said that there was a target of opportunity, perhaps even Saddam Hussein himself. But again, we are learning that, yes, they do not know where Saddam Hussein is, but very interestingly enough, senior administration officials saying that top Iraqi leadership is in complete disarray, that they don't have control over the country, that is something, of course, that it is a good sign for the administration. But still, a very familiar argument here that we're hearing, that it's not about one man or one personality, Saddam Hussein. This is the same argument the administration has been using about Osama bin Laden, his whereabouts still unknown. But the president, of course, making the case it's a successful campaign.
You timed that perfectly. His radio address begins.
Have begun a concerted campaign against the regime of Saddam Hussein. In this war, our coalition is broad. More than 40 countries from across the globe. Our cause is just, the security of the nations we serve and the peace of the world. And our mission is clear, to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, to end Saddam Hussein's support for terrorism, and to free the Iraqi people. The future of peace and the hopes of the Iraqi people now depend on our fighting forces in the Middle East. They are conducting themselves in the highest traditions of the American military. They are doing their job with skill and bravery, and with the finest of allies beside them. At every stage of this conflict, the world will see both the power of our military and the honorable and decent spirit of the men and women who serve. In this conflict, American and coalition forces face enemies who have no regard for the conventions of war or rules of morality. Iraqi officials have placed troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for the dictator's army. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on harsh terrain in a vast country could be longer and more difficult than some have predicted. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. Yet whatever is required of us, we will carry out all the duties we have accepted. Across America this weekend, the families of our military are praying that our men and women will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with them for the safety of their loved ones and for the protection of all the innocent. Our entire nation appreciates the sacrifices made by military families, and many military families are showing their support in practical ways, such as by helping with child care or home repairs. All families with loved ones serving in this war can know this: our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation entered this conflict reluctantly, yet with a clear and firm purpose. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. This will not be a campaign of half measures. It is a fight for the security of our nation and the peace of the world, and we will accept no outcome but victory. Thank you for listening.
Now, Paul, the latest polls show that 2/3 of Americans support the president in his effort here, the war effort, but it is split among really partisan lines. Democrats split 50-50 on that issue. Of course, as this mission becomes more dangerous, as U.S. soldiers enter Baghdad, they are looking at those poll numbers. Of course, they don't want to lose the kind of support they have, but as it stands now, the majority of Americans behind this administration's push to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Paula?
Suzanne, there was a little bit of controversy yesterday when one of the president's aides, or I guess it was during one of those news briefings, basically said the president had not watched the beginning of this campaign on TV, and then that was later revised, right?
Well, yes, that's right. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer was asked about that in the briefing several times, whether or not the president was watching the same thing that so many Americans were seeing, those dramatic pictures on the battlefield, those explosions, and he said he was not aware that the president was, at least not in his presence, that the president doesn't get his news from television. That was really a sensitive subject. Later on in the day, we found out from a senior administration official that, yes, he was watching part of it with his chief of staff in the study right off of the Oval Office. The sensitive issue here is whether or not the president really gets a true sense of what Americans are feeling, whether or not he is in touch with the kind of sacrifice that is involved in putting Americans in harm's way. The White House, the administration, emphasizing that he does. Paula?
Go back to those polls for a moment, because although it showed the support for the president lifting as this campaign got underway, there were some interesting differences in the way Republicans and Democrats perceive this action. Can you expand on that?
Well, absolutely, Paula. It's a good point, because Republicans overwhelmingly supporting the president in his effort here, close to anywhere from 80 to 90%. But when you break it down for Democrats, it is really pretty much split 50-50, not as much support among the Democrats. And as you know, leading up to this conflict, there was a lot of infighting and some very harsh words coming from Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, who said that the president had botched up the job of diplomacy. And at the same time, we saw just yesterday members of Congress from both sides of the aisle signing support for the president and for the U.S. troops, trying to put that behind them. But yes, still a matter of division, some division within the American public and within members of Congress over this conflict.
Suzanne, although we'll be getting back to you a lot throughout the day, thanks so much for that update. We continue to focus on the right-hand part of your screen. You see smoke billowing up from what appears to be a part of the Iraqi skyline. A number of news organizations reporting that some daylight strikes did happen earlier today. We're not sure exactly what was targeted, but our own General Shepard says he believes, based on the black smoke rising from the target site. It could very well have been some sort of fuel depot. We'll keep you posted on that. Now, members of the unit of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines continue to make their way towards Baghdad. At one point early in the day, we were told they were about 160 miles from that city. Let's check in with Walt Rogers, who is embedded with them, to give us a better understanding of how what he has seen squares with what we've just learned from General Tommy Franks. Walter, what is the latest, and what have you seen?
What General Franks said was pretty consistent with what we've seen throughout the day. I should point out I'm with the 3rd Squadron, U.S. 7th Cavalry, but there was one question which General Franks glided over, which was not consistent with what we've seen. The question which he was asked but did not answer was, are the Iraqis fighting harder than you originally anticipated? Now, the reason I point that out is because behind me you can see units of the 3rd Squadron, U.S. 7th Cavalry parked along the side of the road where they have been parked for over 6 hours now. Those units were supposed to be moving toward Baghdad at this hour, moving in that direction, and it now looks like they're going to be sitting there perhaps for the better part of the night. The reason for this is that moving down this road, the U.S. 7th Cavalry encountered a rather surprisingly large Iraqi unit, and that Iraqi unit put up a considerable fight. So much so that the commander of this unit did not want to, that is the commander of the 7th Cavalry, did not particularly want to run his troops into that unit, into that Iraqi unit. The reason being there's some unusual topography ahead. We can't discuss what that is. So again, the 7th Cavalry was supposed to be farther along, closer to Baghdad than they are now. Let me give you some of the details of that scrap. The cavalry knew there were some Iraqis out there, wasn't sure of their intent. Then the Iraqis began firing mortars back in the rear towards Charlie Company. When that happened, it was very clear that the Iraqis were going to fight, and they were not there to surrender. When the Iraqis fired their mortars, the Army began by firing some very heavy 155 millimeter Paladin artillery shells at them. That did not wipe out this Iraqi contingent down the road. Point of fact, there were close to 200 Iraqis, perhaps even more in that unit, and barrage after barrage of artillery fire did not take them out. So the Army then sent out its lightly armed Kiowa helicopters, and the Army got a bit of a surprise there. Those Iraqi soldiers in that detachment still alive began firing heavy machine guns and shoulder-fired missiles at the helicopters, and the helicopters were not hit, but they had to bob, duck, dodge, and weave to avoid that Iraqi ground fire, which was trying to shoot them out of the air. Again, no casualties in this unit, 7th Cavalry, no helicopters shot down, but it got rather dodgy up there to the point where the cavalry was sitting here with its tanks, and they had to call in the Air Force. The Air Force then brought in their A-10 Warthogs. Those are rather slow jets, but they prowl over the battlefield with a huge Gatling gun in the front. That Gatling gun blows everything out of the way, or almost everything out of the way. Now, the cavalry thought it could move after that, but the decision as to whether the cavalry should move at this point was bucked up to the divisional commander, General Buff Blount, and even to the corps commander. And at that point, there was a general decision not to move these troops any further today, that is the 7th Cavalry, because of the rather unusually large Iraqi opposition that was up there. Now, this is not a setback in any sense of the word, except that there was a nuisance factor there, and they thought that this unit would be farther up the road.
Well, Rogers, we apologize. We got to break away from you. We have breaking news from Martin Savage, another one of our correspondents embedded with U.S. troops. Martin?
Oh, we're now heading west with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. This is, well, here, you can see me out the window here. This is our vehicle looking through the rear view mirror at me as we move along in conjunction with the convoy of the Marine unit that we're embedded with. Take a look up just out here, Scotty, show the wells that we can see burning in the distance here. It's a dramatic sight. The sun's already gone down, so the flames look brighter than they do in the daytime here. Not sure exactly what well that is and where it is, but you've heard that there are a number of oil wells that were set alight in southern Iraq. This would appear to be one of them. However, only 9 of about the potential of 700. That's quite remarkable given the fact that this country could have looked like Kuwait at the end of the last Gulf War. This is the convoy that we're tied along with here. We're moving west. We don't have a destination as of yet, at least not one that's been revealed to us. Primarily, we're moving on to another area, probably to regroup, to get redirection, and then from there begin pushing off once more. This is a relatively safe area. Military units have been, U.S. military units have been passing through here all day long along this highway. It isn't just us that has been using this road. British forces as well, British tanks, British armored personnel carriers. It's amazing how much equipment, how much machinery, how many people have been pushing up from out of northern Kuwait and into Iraq, and that drive is continuing on. The eventual goal of this unit, probably most of the other units, will be Baghdad. Paula?
Martin, you had some tense moments earlier today when you encountered a rocket-propelled grenade as you were embedded with 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. Describe to us what happened.
Well, it was one of those unusual things. There had been fighting going on around the position where we had been all morning long, and we were somewhat lamenting over the fact that it was just too distant. We couldn't get to it. We were, as the old line goes, feeling like we were missing the action. So we went out on what was supposed to be a routine demolition, blowing up some Iraqi tanks and armored personnel carrier that they had found abandoned. We were near a village. Scotty McWhinney, my cameraman, was out walking with another Marine, and the next thing you know, you hear whish, and then boom, and it was an RPG that had been fired, and it went directly between Scotty, the cameraman, and the Marine in front of him. A difference of 2 feet either way of either one of those people, and they wouldn't be here now. After that, forced security went into effect. There were shots that were fired. Tow missiles were brought up. It was believed that the RPG had come from a nearby building, and there was a lot of firing going on, but at the same time, the discipline of the Marines stayed focused on the demolition job they had to do. So you got missiles going up, you got tanks blowing up, and you got APCs being set alight, and a lot of ammunition was flying through the air. It turned out to be not such a dull day after all.
Martin, General Frank said, although the campaign is going exceptionally well, there could be some very tough days ahead. What is it that the 7th Marines are most concerned about as you head north?
Well, I think that for the most part now they are just staying focused on the job they have. I mean, they're getting...
Martin, I'm sorry, I have to break you off. We have breaking news out of Kuwait right now with Bill Hemmer. Bill, what's going on?
Yeah, Paula, first time in 30 hours, the air raid sirens are back here in Kuwait City, coming up just about 20 seconds ago. The air raid sirens that we've heard indicate that danger is here. There is a system in place to let you know danger is coming, danger is present, and the danger has passed. In essence, the all clear. Every time we've gotten the signal, though, it's represented danger is here, which indicates, based on previous experiences, that some sort of missile has been incoming from the north, headed toward Kuwait, be it Kuwait City or the desert to the west and to the north. I should point out, I want to emphasize this, Paula, that every missile that has encountered Kuwaiti airspace has not had an effect in any way on either property or civilians or casualties. And in the background, you might be able to hear the fire alarm go off here in the hotel. We've tried to synchronize the two only so that we can notify our colleagues throughout the hotel whether they're sleeping from after long shifts or whether they're up and working. Let them notify what we're getting from the civil defense system here. You heard Tommy Franks talk about 6 missiles entering Kuwaiti airspace over the past 2 days. He says of the 6, 4 have been down by Patriot missile batteries, including 1 fired by the Kuwaiti military. One of the others fell harmlessly into the Persian Gulf, and another one fell in the northwestern Kuwaiti desert. But again, just a few moments ago, the Kuwaiti sirens are back here. What this all means is not clear, but oftentimes after we hear the first siren, a few moments later, we're given the all clear. So if that happens, we'll get back to you. Paula?
All right, Bill, I don't want anybody in our audience to think you're taking unnecessary chances here. We know we've come to count on your normal excellent reporting. At what point do you need to seek safety? Do you need to go now? Because if you do, we'll let you go.
No, I do not. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I can tell you we have a system set up here. It's worked quite well with us. in terms of communicating with the people we've hired to help us out, help us make these decisions. At this point, we do not have that signal, therefore we can stay here and still broadcast to you. The siren died down, now it comes back again. We'll wait and see if anything comes of this. It sounds like that's the all clear, and again, this repeats the pattern, Paula, that we have followed many times. So again, the all clear coming quickly. What I should let you know, though, oftentimes in the past when we've gotten the all clear, the missiles either come through this area here in Kuwait City or gone west of us into the Kuwaiti desert. But we'll have to wait and see based on what we hear from the Kuwaiti government as to what has happened at
And
this
once
point.
again, I don't want anybody to think you've become immune to the sound. It still has got to send a chill up your spine when you hear it.
Yeah, I will tell you, it gets our attention, I'll tell you that. But we're quite aware, not only of the system that we have in place, Paula, but we also are quite aware of the inaccuracy, for lack of a better word, of the Iraqi missiles, and whether or not they've been able to penetrate the Kuwaiti airspace or inflict damage or harm to anyone. So if you take those two factors into consideration, we feel pretty comfortable and pretty confident here in Kuwait City. Again, the all clear is sounding, Paul, and again, that's the best sound we can hear.
We're happy to hear that all clear sign, although we can't distinguish it as well as you can. As you were speaking, Bill, we was handed a bulletin here that we can now confirm that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed on Saturday in central Iraq, according to a reporter from Britain's Sky TV who was traveling with them. Journalist Colin Brazier said the 4 reconnaissance scouts were ambushed while driving Humvee jeeps at the head of the column. Quote, rocket-propelled grenades were fired, 1 at each Humvee. They killed both sets of occupants. Once again, breaking news, 4 U.S. soldiers now confirmed dead in central Iraq. We're not exactly sure what their mission was. It's interesting to note that General Tommy Franks, when he started his news conference just about an hour and 20 minutes ago, started off with honoring the sacrifice of our armed services or armed forces. Right now, we're going to go back to Bill as we try to better assess the situation in central Iraq. Bill?
Yeah, Paula, just again, I want to reiterate, if you hear the sirens in the background, the all clear has been given here in Kuwait City. We are out of danger for the moment. And while we talk about that, I want to get you to Baghdad right now. A member of the Red Cross is joining us here on CNN. His name is Roland Hugeman Benjamin. This is the first time we have heard directly from the Red Cross that continues to work throughout the Iraqi capital. And sir, just in a general sense, what are you seeing and hearing in the Iraqi capital?
Well, exactly the moment of speaking just now, I hear powerful explosions that are rocking the part of the city where I am in. It just started minutes ago, and I don't really know where it is and what is going on.
Describe these explosions, and would you be able to compare them in any way to what you experienced about 21 hours ago, 9 o'clock local time, when the initial burst of that 7-second thunderous roar ripped through the Iraqi capital?
Well, given the distance and the fact that I was not at the same location last night, it's a little bit difficult, but it's definitely some form of large explosion that I cannot identify.
Okay. One report came in that there's a possibility that people in Baghdad have dug ditches on the outskirts of the city, filled them with oil, then lit them on fire. Is there any evidence that you know of right now that may substantiate that?
Yeah, it's very puzzling. I'm seeing a large cloud of black smoke rising up further down on the horizon. We have made a commitment to stay here as Red Cross workers to make sure that people, casualties in particular, can be attended to and have sufficient surgical equipment to be attended to. But it really is quite a challenge, I must say, tonight.
Yeah, tell us, in addition to that, we also heard from the Iraqis earlier today. They're saying 207 injured as a result of the bombing last night. They say women were affected, children as well. Can you verify those numbers?
Yeah, we go every day to the hospitals with our doctors to make sure that they do have enough supply of surgical equipment. And to assess those needs, we do have to see the people who have been taken in because we provide, of course, professional surgical equipment. and I have seen that in the first hospital there were over 100 patients, and there were children amongst them and women. Definitely, I saw them in the morning.
How many of those people you saw were military, sir?
The hospital I went to, I was told that there were 15 military persons. The rest were civilians, obviously women and children, and the other people we talked to were civilians.
Yeah, and of the injuries you experienced, sir, and witnessed for yourself, what type? Can you describe them for us?
Well, I was just talking to our own surgeon who was there. They have had 10 serious injuries that needed prolonged surgery, and apart from that, it was most of it wound excisions. There was one case of persons that needed skull openings.
Yeah, what about fatalities? Do you have any confirmation on that?
We have not seen them physically, but we have received evidence from the doctors that there were a few fatalities.
Yeah, you say a few. Can you be more specific?
I heard about 2 or 3 at the first hospital I had been to.
Mm-hmm. What
our
about the
purpose is
people
definitely
in
not to
Baghdad?
establish statistics, rather to promote help to people.
Yeah, I understand that, but knowing that our crew is no longer in Baghdad, I'm only trying to get the information from you as best I can. Let's move on to another area. What about the people of Baghdad in terms of food and water? It was our understanding that they had stocked well up on both of these items. Any indications that they may be running low at this point?
Well, people have stocked up on food that can be kept, definitely, and they will be able to go for a few days on that. In such a situation, it's also a matter that you cannot get hold of fresh products such as fruit, vegetable, dairy products. Of course, you run out of them very quickly. Today, there were just a few bakers who managed to open and bake, and there were queues of people in front of bakeries, because for 2 or 3 days there had been no possibility of buying fresh bread. Apart from that, all shops are closed, have been closed for 3 days, and people just live on whatever they have kept at home.
There was a big concern. I know your organization was very concerned about the possibility of refugees fleeing Baghdad. Have you seen much evidence of that?
No, I have no evidence of that in around Baghdad. We've heard of movements of population in the northern regions, people fleeing cities towards the mountains and the villages in fear for their lives. In Baghdad, people actually stay home on the ground floor. There are very few shelters, and people have negative memories of 91 when 400 civilians were killed in just one shelter by one bomb, and people tend to stay away from them. And anyway, there are only very few.
Yeah, you say they're staying away from them, but are many reporting to those bunkers or shelters that you know of?
No, people do not really use them, and there are only very few of them, so people stay on the ground floor of their own houses. Buildings here do not have basements in general. They are one-family units. It's much more like a Midwest city rather than like a high-rise city.
Yeah, I know. Listen, as a representative of the Red Cross, I know your humanitarian concern is the topmost concern. It's 6:30 in the evening now. Can you tell us what you saw today in the streets of Baghdad? Were people outside at all? Did you notice much traffic, or is the city shut down?
It was quite surprising in the morning, actually, because in the past 2 days there was very little traffic, and today, after a very heavy night, there was quite a lot of traffic. There were not traffic jams, but there were lots of cars around, and lots of people took a chance of going out, and as I was saying earlier, trying to find bread. And suddenly, at the early afternoon, the sirens were heard again, and everybody rushed back home. But before noon, there definitely were lots of people on the streets.
Yeah, what did you hear from the people living in Baghdad based on what you all experienced last night with the beginning bombing campaign there? Again, some of the most thunderous sounds happening in the first 7 minutes, 9 o'clock your time. What have you heard from people who went through that and saw it firsthand?
I think that people were very worried about their relatives and friends, and many people went out just to check on maybe their own property or shops or anything they might have, their businesses, check on relatives and family, and in anxiety, definitely. Last night could not be survived without an enormous amount of nervous drain. It was very, very heavy to put up with that.
Yeah, and are there concerns that the same amount, the same intensity may happen again tonight?
Yeah, well, definitely. Everybody is expecting more. Of course, we are not in the secrets of strategists, but definitely everybody is bracing himself just for another night.
Okay, listen, I cannot see the video that we're sending back to the U.S., but it's being described to me as dark smoke drifting off on the horizon. If you could come back to the president again, sir, what are you seeing from your location there?
Well, it's really getting very dark now, but for the rest of the afternoon I was seeing these big black clouds. Now I distinguish them, but it's really rapidly getting dark. It's a little bit visible.
Yeah, are you hearing any explosions?
I heard some just at the minute when we started our conversation. I heard 2 or 3 powerful explosions in a row, and now I hear the call to prayer from the next mosque.
All right, 2 or 3 in a row a few minutes ago. What about earlier in the day? Did you experience any then?
I heard some thuds, but I was indoor and talking on the phone, so it was difficult for me to identify any of them. But I heard a few thuds early in the afternoon after the first sirens.
Well, you've been an excellent source of information for us. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you joining us here on CNN. That's Roland Hugeman Benjamin. He's with the Red Cross working in Baghdad right now, and as he said quite clearly, quite a bit of anxiety about the potential for more bombing later tonight. He described 2 or 3 explosions a few moments ago, and we'll just have to see right now with nightfall whether or not the bombing continues there in central Baghdad. More from Kuwait in a moment. The all clear has been given. Here's Paula again back in New York. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We're going to stay focused on this live picture out of Baghdad. It is not certain what was targeted, although witnesses are now saying that after the sound of the first 3 explosions, they heard the sound of sirens, presumably from ambulances or police cars. They could hear that racing through the city. Our own General Shepard said, again, obviously it's dangerous for anybody to speculate what was targeted, but he said, based with his very experienced eye, that when you've been looking at the smoke we've seen been rising from that site over the last couple hours, because it's dark, it leads him to believe, or in fact it wouldn't surprise him if it turns out that it was a fuel depot that was hit in this daylight strike. Let's quickly go to Christiane Amanpour, who joins us from the northern part of Kuwait with the very latest from there. Christiane, what's happening?
A helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they would have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Now, the British and the US forces say that they have pretty much met their objectives in this part of the country, and those were to secure Iraq's vital commercial and economic targets, the oil, the ports, and of course the Ramallah oil fields as well. There had been reports that there were wells on fire, and we'd always been reporting from here that it wasn't catastrophic, that the actual key things, which are the oil and gas separation points, were not on fire. And today, Tommy Franks at CENTCOM confirmed that indeed there were 9 oil wells on fire out of 500, so relatively few, and those have been brought under control. So the British and the US are saying that they've pretty much secured and controlled all the important targets in this region of southeastern Iraq. Paula?
Jan, you talked about some of the pockets of resistance the coalition forces were met with. What is it that they can expect to happen in the days to come?
Well, you know, they say that it's just difficult when it's in any kind of urban area, even if it's a small one like Qasr. It's very small. There are not that many people there, but they're talking about, for instance, the Iraqis who have any number of weapons, whether they're machine guns, 82mm mortars, other kind of weapons. And what they're doing is, in some cases, getting out of their uniforms, putting on civilian clothes, you know, basically sort of disguising themselves and trying to harass the U.S. Forces. But as soon as the U.S. and the British respond with much superior fire, then they're quiet. And it basically goes away, that problem. But it takes some time, because you can't just go and, you know, carpet bomb an area. You've got to do it carefully, and they're obviously very mindful of the civilian population as well.
Christiane, I'm just curious, as you've gotten closer to heavily or more heavily populated areas, if you've experienced what Martin Savage experienced, which was hearing coalition loudspeakers telling the villagers to stay away and they would be safe. Have you encountered that?
No, I have not encountered that because most of what we've seen is the Qasr thing, and that has mostly been, they've taken it, really, it's been a sort of a battle there. I mean, not a major battle, but they have done that, and it's not that heavily populated. It's going to be interesting when they actually get to Basra. Right now, the forces are outside Basra, and I believe the latest report was that they had secured the surrender of the Iraqi defenders outside Basra, Iraqi army units, and then they're not actually going to go into Basra, they say to us. That's not a military objective, and what they want is to be invited in if necessary, but otherwise they're going to leave urban centers for the most part alone, which are not necessarily military targets.
And as they head out of these urban centers, what is their chief concern, Christiane?
Well, in the urban centers, their chief concern is to be welcomed, to be seen as liberators. They don't want to have any situation where they're going in against the will of the people. But of course, you know, if you look at a map, there are some urban centers that they don't need to go into for, you know, for reasons of military objectives. They don't need to go into them to get from A to B or to secure them. There are others that they do need to go into and to be able to use them as transit points or to be able to take them. But what's going to happen, apparently, in this region is that as the U.S., which is moving upwards now, past the Basra region and towards the west and on up to Baghdad, then the British will move in and they will be securing and controlling the southeastern part of Iraq. But so far, they're saying in this area, they haven't had that much problem with urban areas at all.
Christiane, we understand there is some concern about a weather pattern that's going to be blowing into that part of Kuwait where you are within the next couple of days. Have you heard anything about that and how it might impact operations?
Well, we're right in the middle of it. I mean, I don't know whether you can see now, but we're a bit windblown, and it's been like this all day. Strong wind and this fine dust that is kicked up. It's not a dust storm right now, but clearly that, you know, it has an impact depending on what operations need to be conducted. Mostly it's difficult and uncomfortable for people. The U.S. and the British say that they're experience and their technology is obviously so far superior to what is arrayed against them, which is virtually very, very minimal at the moment, that they can deal with it. But nonetheless, they are very uncomfortable circumstances, and it tends to get difficult for armored vehicles. Their tracks, their treads tend to get clogged up, and for helicopters if it's very serious sandstorms. But at the moment it's uncomfortable, but it's not massively serious in terms of a sandstorm at the moment. So we're waiting to see what happens and whether it does impact operations.
We would love for you to stand by. We'll get back to you a little bit later on this morning, nighttime, your time. Thanks so much, Christiane. We are looking at this picture being broadcast live from downtown Baghdad. That same familiar cloud of smoke that we've been watching over the last 2 hours looks pretty much the same, although we are now can confirm that witnesses explain that they have heard at least 5 explosions in downtown Baghdad recently, 5 large blasts. We are led to believe that there were no air raid sirens sounded in advance of that, and no signs of Iraqi anti-aircraft fire. Now, if the timeline we were told about at the Pentagon remains the same, we are expecting the first stage of the shock and awe campaign to last about 24 hours, which would take us to about 1 p.m. Eastern time. But I caution you not for any of us to sort of get hooked on timelines, because General Tommy Franks, in his briefing that he held a little over an hour and 40 minutes ago, explained to us that some of the key part of this campaign is agility and flexibility, and he said there are going to be a number of things going on at one time. We would love to have further clarification for you on exactly what was targeted in downtown Baghdad. We started seeing the smoke at the beginning of our show at 7 o'clock this morning, and our own General Don Shepard said based on the very dark plume of smoke that we see, it could indicate that a fuel depot was hit on the outskirts of Baghdad. Now, in the last few days, we've heard frequent references to the so-called fog of war, but sometimes the images are startling in their clarity. They tell their own story.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn.
We put down Scott's turf filter with Halts in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating.
Turf filter with Halts.
The best defense against crabgrass.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight at 7, a special report. The fallout from airstrikes, live reports from troops headed for Baghdad, updates on talks of an Iraqi surrender. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern. CNN Tonight as the strike on Iraq continues. The latest from the war zone, with reporters in the field and with the troops, a Desert Storm tank commander, and more. Only on Larry King Weekend. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Right now we do the kind of reporting that we all hate to do and feared we would be doing. 4 U.S. soldiers confirmed dead in central Iraq. According to a reporter traveling with these 4 soldiers, there was a position they were heading for at refueling, and some sort of rocket-propelled grenade was fired, one at each of the Humvees they were traveling in, killing both sets of occupants. Let's go to Barbara Starr, who is the very latest on this from the Pentagon now. Barbara, what do you have?
Well, Paula, officials here are aware of that report, but they are pointing out to us almost every hour on the hour that the embedded reporters in the field are getting information much quicker than they are back here. If this does prove to be true, and no reason to believe it's not, it may not be, unfortunately, a big surprise. The Iraqi military knows it may not find an easy win against U.S. military forces, force on force, so to speak, one large formation against another. They may find it easier to engage in this type of activity, relatively small fire at individual units. Now, activities are also beginning to unfold in northern Iraq. We now know that U.S. warplanes have bombed a very key facility in northern Iraq in the last hours. This was a suspected chemical weapons factory, a compound of buildings in northern Iraq that was supposedly under the control of a radical Kurdish group called Ansar al-Islam, and it had long been believed by the administration that this facility was associated not just with Ansar al-Islam, but also with members of al-Qaeda. That facility now having been struck at least once, we are told, possibly more missions against that to come. Also in the north, officials are telling us they have yet to see any really large movement of Turkish forces into northern Iraq, but they do know that Turkish armor infantry lined up on the border. They assume that is an effort by the Turks to prevent a refugee flow into their country. And finally, in that region, we can now tell you that about 35 ships, cargo ships, carrying the equipment of the 4th Infantry Division, which had originally been earmarked to go to Turkey and move into northern Iraq, well, those ships now are going to be turned, and they are going to move through the Suez Canal and go down to Kuwait. The 4th Infantry Division now will be part of a follow-on force, not the original combat force. Now, earlier today, General Tommy Franks had his first encounter with the press corps in the Persian Gulf since the campaign began. He got right down to business. He said that he had no idea whether Saddam Hussein was alive or dead or where he was, emphasizing that none of that would change the focus of the campaign. General Franks said there was still plenty ahead.
This will be a campaign unlike any other in history. A campaign characterized by shock, by surprise, by flexibility, by the employment of precise munitions on a scale never before seen, and by the application of overwhelming force.
Paula, General Franks also confirmed what has been said here publicly. U.S. government officials, military, special forces having repeated contacts with Iraqi military units and commanders, hoping to get them to surrender. Paula?
Barbara, we need your help now as we look at this picture of downtown Baghdad, that same billowing cloud of black smoke not appearing to dissipate here. We have a number of witnesses describing hearing 5 explosions at about dusk. Are you aware of any daylight raids?
Well, Paula, we've asked that question here over the last few hours as these pictures have begun to emerge from Baghdad. I have to tell you, at least one source is underscoring the same view that General Shepard offered some time ago. It is possible it is a fuel depot. It is also possible, you know, the Iraqis had dug a number of oil ditches and were threatening to set those on fire. That would coordinate with the dark smoke. Now, the Iraqis may have had 2 reasons for doing that. They know that the smoke would make it difficult for the U.S. to use laser-guided weapons over Baghdad, the smoke throwing off the lasers, but also knowing that the U.S. can readily switch to satellite-guided weapons, which, of course, are not affected by smoke. So there's another theory here at the Pentagon about these oil ditches, and that may be that it's part of an Iraqi propaganda effort to have these pictures shown. At the moment, there is no confirmed report of daylight raids over Baghdad. However, we do know that some airplanes have been heard. We are just not certain whether there have been actual weapons drops.
And from the experts you talk about there, they're not weighing one theory over the other, either Iraqis sabotaging their own oil, as you were calling it, oil ditches, or the alternative, which is a strike on a fuel depot by Allied forces.
You know, at the end of the day, I suspect both things are going to be true. There are repeated reports of air raid sirens, of explosions, of planes flying overhead. And at this point, all we can really tell you is that, you know, officials here keep saying this is going to be a rolling campaign, no lull, no stop. We can tell you there is a continuing target set, and we know that there are planes in the air. The picture you're seeing right now, whether it's a result of an immediate bomb drop or not, we simply do not know.
Finally, Barbara, you say this is part of a rolling campaign, but wasn't it yesterday that we learned in a briefing that the first part of the on-shock campaign, or shock and awe campaign, was supposed to last about 24 hours, which would take us to 1 p.m. Eastern time?
Well, officials here keep saying a rolling campaign. You know, targets, these target sets certainly do go in some element of phases. It's difficult for them. They can't keep hundreds of planes over Iraq at the same time. It certainly is going to happen in phases, but I can tell you there is a very lengthy target set. They are continuing to work their way through it. There are strikes going on around the country as ground forces begin to get closer to Baghdad, and there's every reason to believe there may be a small lull, but it doesn't appear that they're going to stop the campaign. General Frank saying earlier today he didn't even think, if they knew what had happened to Saddam Hussein, that it would change the outcome. They want regime change, and they're going to proceed with this campaign, they say, until they get it.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the more interesting things he said. He said, even if Saddam Hussein is dead, we will continue with this campaign. Barbara Starr, thanks so much. As soon as you have something more on what it is we're looking in downtown Baghdad, we'll get back to you. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill, who's standing by in Kuwait. Bill.
Yep. Paula, that waterway in southeastern Iraq, critical right now. We know that. Tommy Franks indicating earlier that in the past 2 days they found 139 floating sea mines on board a barge, an Iraqi barge. They were seized and secured out in the Persian Gulf now. CNN's Frank Buckley is embedded on board the USS Constellation by way of video phone. Let's say good evening to Frank. First time we've talked to you all day. Frank, what's happening now?
Well, Bill, we're inside the USS Constellation tonight because it is dark outside. You can't have a light on the flight deck when you have personnel out there moving about on the flight deck. So we're inside one of the passageways here in the USS Constellation. It was last night when we were granted incredible access to some of the squadrons as they were preparing for their first package, strike package going into Iraq. We, in fact, were able to witness the very first strike package that was about to go into Baghdad, and then we were able to speak with some of the pilots immediately after they alighted from their aircraft, even before they were involved in their debriefings with the officials here on the ship. Here's a look at what we were able to see last night.
The flight deck of the USS Constellation roared to life with the first strike fighters bound for Baghdad.
We are the Oscar Bravo Sierra package.
Earlier, a briefing, embedded journalists getting a front row seat to a moment in history.
Some of you have already flown once or twice, but this is the package now that's going to be going downtown here, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, gentlemen. I don't think that any of us will ever step away from this and not remember this particular day.
Ordnance from strike fighters and Tomahawk cruise missiles rained into Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire flew up. The men who flew over it saw things they'll never forget.
Just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile bursts.
I don't think anything we could have thought of would have prepared us for what we were going to see happening on the ground out there.
The first strike package was led by a Desert Storm veteran, the Carrier Air Wing's commanding officer, Mark Fox.
We didn't fly on night vision goggles back then, so everything that you saw then was with the naked eye, and now you've got an ability to see a lot more. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but there was a hell of a lot of stuff to look at.
Mike Herbert remembers watching missiles like this one crash into targets on TV during Desert Storm. He was only a teenager.
And to actually do that myself for the first time, when I remember in high school seeing it on TV, on being able to see that, now to actually do it, it's a whole different world.
And we were also told by Rear Admiral Barry Costello, who is the Constellation Battle Group commander, that all of the ships and submarines in this area, both in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, that were capable of launching Tomahawk cruise missiles, in fact did launch. That was 30-plus ships and submarines, U.S. Navy warships, that launched Tomahawks into Iraq. Bill?
Frank Buckley on board the USS Constellation, reminding us yet again just how much firepower is going into the skies over the past 24 hours. It is 7 o'clock local time. We're 2 hours away from that 24-hour deadline, Paula, in which the initial 24 hours of the shock and awe campaign were set to begin, going back to 9 o'clock of last evening. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the Barbara Starr just added in her last live shot that it is her belief that this will very much be a rolling campaign based on what she's heard at the Pentagon. Thanks, Bill. Both in Washington and London, we have been warned that Operation Iraqi Freedom carries with it the loss of life. So far, on day 3 of the offensive, 6 Americans have died, 14 British troops. While military strategists may see this as limited casualties, it is catastrophic for the families losing loved ones. CNN's Thelma Gutierrez has that story.
The flag at Camp Pendleton flies at half-staff. 3 of the 4 U.S. coalition casualties in Iraq were from Camp Pendleton. They died along with another American and 8 British soldiers when their CH-46 transport helicopter crashed and burned near the Iraqi border. Officials say caused by mechanical failure. The pilot was 30-year-old Captain Ryan Beaupre.
We just were scared that something like this would happen.
He is mourned by family in his hometown of Bloomington, Illinois.
He did always want to fly. He thought that he could do more as a person, and said that he was going to join the Marine Corps.
Also killed in the helicopter crash, 36-year-old Jay Oben of Waterville, Maine, 25-year-old Corporal Brian Kennedy of Houston, Texas, and 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersbay of Baltimore, Maryland.
George Bush, take a good look at this man, because you took my only son away from me.
His father angrily blamed George W. Bush.
You lose your only son and child, and you don't really know what's really going on, but what they tell you.
When anyone loses a member of their family, it's not something that's taken lightly, and we mourn the loss of these Marines.
Before the end of the second day of the ground invasion, 2 more Marines were killed in action at this family diner in Fort Stewart, Georgia. Military families, many with relatives serving in the Gulf, watch nervously as the war unfolds, hoping there will be no more casualties, but somehow knowing it will not be the end.
I just hope they get back safe, do a good job. I know they've all been trained to do it, and just do your job and get back home safe.
Get it over with and bring them home.
Thelma Gutierrez, CNN, Camp Pendleton, California.
As you can imagine, that angry father we saw in the last report has a lot to say. His name is Michael Watersby, whose son Kendall was killed in a helicopter crash yesterday in Kuwait. His father was with us right now. He joins us from his hometown of Baltimore, Maryland. And, sir, I also understand you're joined by Kenneth Watersby, who is the son of this fallen Marine, and Sharita Watersby, who happens to be the sister. Thank you all for being with us. We are so sorry about your loss. Mr. Watersby, I don't know whether you heard General Franks this morning, but he opened his first news conference saying that his hearts went out to the families who have already made the ultimate sacrifice. Does that bring you any comfort at all?
Yes, it does.
And what does that mean to you?
It means a lot now that I see the respect that they're giving my son.
And it wasn't only General Franks who had those kinds of things to say. Secretary Rumsfeld expressed yesterday, quote, that the world will be a safer place because of their dedicated service. Tell us a little bit this morning about your son's commitment and why he felt so strongly about serving this great nation of ours.
Well, he was a real outgoing individual, and he liked to do things that was positive for himself, and this was one of the reasons why he joined the Marines.
How much did he talk to you about what he might face in this campaign?
He didn't talk much about the campaign. He just talked to me about he had to pack up and about that he might be being deployed out. It was like back and forth, and then later on he had called me back and told me that finally they decided that they was going to deploy his people there out where he was at.
Sharita, you must be so proud of your brother's service to this country. What do you want to say this morning?
I just want to say that I miss him so much because he was an excellent person, and he always was there for me, somebody I could talk to. He was like one of my best friends, and he always helped me out in school, and I miss him so much.
How much, Sharita, did you worry about him?
From the first moment that he told me that he was going over to Kuwait, I was really concerned because I knew that it was going to be a war, and I felt that this war was useless, that it was no point to it, so I really didn't want him to go.
But Mr. Watersby, did you support his decision to go?
Well, I did, because he didn't really have no other choice by him being, you know, in the military, and that he, you know, that was one of his orders to go, as being a staff sergeant in the Marines.
Kenneth, are you at all comfortable to talk with this morning? Because I'm not sure, Mr. Watersby. Am I allowed to talk to Kenneth now?
Yes.
Okay, Kenneth, so many kind things have been said about the kind of person your dad was. What do you want people to know about your dad?
He was a really funny person. He always used to make me laugh, tell me jokes and everything. We used to go places together, and he was just a great person.
Mr. Watersby, I know that you have expressed gratitude for what General Franks has said and Secretary Rumsfeld about these fallen comrades. But yesterday, at one point in this report we just showed, you held up a picture of your son and you said, I want President Bush to get a good look at this, really good look here. This is the only son I had, only son.
Look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
I know that you once again expressed some appreciation for what the military leaders had to say about the sacrifice your son made. Are you opposed to this war?
In a sense, yes, I am.
And tell me why.
Because people are losing relatives, sons and daughters, cousins, uncles, you know, and that reason why I was like that yesterday, because it was a sensitive moment at that time for me.
And are you feeling any differently today?
I'm still mourning, but I feel a little better as far as to them giving my son, you know, condolences.
But once again, you did feel your son felt very strongly about living up to his obligations and serving in the military.
Yes, I did. Yes, he was a great soldier to the United States government.
I know we've heard from families of those who have lost their own that they very much hope that in these images that we see of war that we don't lose sight of the human toll. Just a final thought to the American public about the service these men and women are doing and what it is you want us all to keep in mind as this operation goes on.
Well, I just like to keep in mind that they are doing a job that they set out to do, and everybody has a job to do something, to complete something, and that's all I want to let America know, that he was doing his job for the United States government.
Well, we certainly salute his commitment here. Michael Watersby, Kenneth Watersby, and Sharita Watersby, thank you for joining us at this difficult time. Our thoughts are with you as you go through this terrible, terrible process of mourning. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to head back to CNN Center where Leon Harris is standing by. I know, Leon, you have also spoken with family members who have lost loved ones. It is not easy to hear their pain, is it?
It's awfully difficult. It really is. But at least we hope at least that they're coming out and being able to share their grief with the rest of the nation, and pretty much everyone in this nation is behind them. It's got to make them feel somewhat better. We hope that does help families like that get through these tough times. All right, folks, here's what we know at this hour right now. Thick black smoke is billowing over Baghdad this hour. Just a short time ago, witnesses reported more explosions in the Iraqi capital. Less than 24 hours ago, the bombs and missiles started raining down on the city, the beginning of what the military calls the shock and awe campaign. Now, we've also learned within the last few minutes that 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in fighting in central Iraq. The report comes to us from a reporter with Britain's Sky News who was traveling with that military unit. He says rocket-propelled grenades hit the Humvees that the soldiers were in. The U.S. commander of the war in Iraq says between 1,000 and 2,000 Iraqi troops have surrendered and are now in custody, and thousands more have just laid down their weapons and gone home. General Tommy Franks also says U.S. and coalition forces are fighting on their own terms with precision attacks designed to avoid civilian casualties. This was his first briefing since the war began. U.S. Marines are going house to house, securing the key port city of Qasr. Allied forces took control of that area yesterday, but they were still battling pockets of resistance today. Qasr is very important because it is the main port for the UN Oil for Food program. President Bush consults his war council and tracks developments in Iraq from his post at Camp David. But in his weekly radio address today, the president said using decisive force is the only way to limit the duration of the war. We have some good news to report for the CNN family here. Some of our staffers who were expelled from Baghdad arrived safely in Jordan today. The crew had been the last staff members of any U.S. television network in the Iraqi capital, and they left behind a number of freelance journalists who are still there in the capital. The CNN team, including correspondents Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi, were ordered out yesterday, and they are now on their way home, and we're glad to hear that. More anti-war protests are planned in cities across the U.S. today, including New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. Yesterday, demonstrators there and elsewhere rallied against the war in Iraq, and in some cases, the rallies in support of the troops were held nearby. And in Gaza, thousands of people took to the streets to demonstrate in support of the Iraqi people, but some in the crowd were also chanting support for Saddam Hussein. We'll keep on top of all the news that's happening right now. That's all that we know right now at this hour. Let's go to Bill Hemmer standing by right now in Kuwait City. Hello, Bill.
Hey, Leon, hello again. And just a bit past 7 o'clock local time here in the Persian Gulf. You mentioned it. Let's go back to that live picture over downtown Baghdad. Eyewitnesses describe, and quite clearly you can see a dark, cloudy day on the outskirts of Baghdad, some sort of dark smoke drifting on the horizon. Not clear what this is. Talking with a member of the Red Cross in the past hour, he described at least 2 or 3 explosions about 45 minutes ago. What they were, we cannot verify on their own. Also, some reports that Iraqis on the outside of Baghdad perhaps dug some ditches, filled them up with oil, then set them on fire. No way, again, for us to independently verify whether or not that is the case. From last night, I want to show you some pictures obtained by our CNN crew before they were expelled from Iraq. Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, and others took these pictures of the massive bombardment of the Iraqi capital. It looks almost as if these Tomahawk cruise missiles were launched in perfect synchronicity, a perfect succession to hit and explode at the same time last evening. And today we can see the aftermath in the daylight of Baghdad. We are told that the Republican Guard Palace, sitting on the Tigris River, heavily damaged. Some Iraqis say it is now in ruins. Also, government buildings were targeted, we know of, and also military installations as well in the Iraqi capital. From Baghdad now to Basra, southeastern part of the country, the second most populated town, about 400,000 people. Tommy Franks, head of CENTCOM, earlier today at his briefing said that they're right now considering the possibility of taking this town in a very peaceful way, indicating that large formations of the Iraqi military have not been spotted, possibly an indication that the Iraqis will negotiate a surrender, but that is something we are all waiting to see right now. We had a CNN crew just outside that town earlier. CNN's Martin Savage coming under a grenade at one point, and U.S. Marines working through a number of old tanks and blowing them up along the way. We're going to get to Marty's report in a moment. It is dramatic that he filed with us today here at CNN. In the meantime, though, before we check in with Marty, Gary Stryker is in the Persian Gulf on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, a carrier that we do know did take place in terms of Tomahawk cruise missile launches in the past 24 hours. Gary is embedded there. It's the first time we've heard. Gary, good evening. What do you have for us?
Hi, Bill. Some of those explosions that you're seeing around Iraq could actually